within the hall and have your seat, please. All delegates are outside.
মেম্বারদের অনুরোধ করা হচ্ছে আপনারা আপনাদের নির্দিষ্ট আসনে বসে পড়ুন। বাইরে যারা রয়েছেন এখনো তারা অতি শীঘ্রই আমাদের ভেতরে চলে আসুন। সায়ন্তন পাত্র তুমি একটু মঞ্চের পাশে যোগাযোগ করো।
মিনকাই ইন্দ্রদাকে বল কেন
মিস্টার এস খান, আপনি একটু মঞ্চের পাশে আসবেন।
Hello, test. Test. Hello.
সোর্সটা পেয়েছো কিনা দেখে নাও। এই সোর্সটা পেয়েছো? বিঙ্গাই
এবারে দরজায় করা নাড়ছে। সময় মতো ফাইল না করলে পেনাল্টি, নোটিশ এইসব থেকে রেহাই পাওয়া কঠিন। কিন্তু এখন আর চিন্তা নয়, কারণ এখন আছে আপনার একমাত্র ভরসা দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্ট। ব্যবসার লাইসেন্স, রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, টিডিএস, পিএফ অ্যান্ড ইএসআই, আইএসও, ফায়ার লাইসেন্স কিংবা ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স সব কাজ হচ্ছে দ্রুত, নির্ভুল আর ঝামেলামুক্তভাবে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থ সারথী দাস এবং অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা দিচ্ছি ব্যবসায়িক এবং ব্যক্তিগত সমস্ত ট্যাক্স ও লিগ্যাল পরিষেবার নিশ্চয়তা। কলকাতার হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স, কলকাতা হাইকোর্টের পাশে এবং সিঙ্গুরের মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্সে রয়েছে আমাদের অফিস। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595-এ। আইনি সমস্যায় আর দুশ্চিন্তার প্রয়োজন নেই। হ্যাঁ, এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম, যেখান থেকে পাবেন সব ধরনের আইনি সহায়তা এক ছাদের নিচে। কলকাতার হাইকোর্টের কাছে হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স 7C, কিরণ শঙ্কর রায় রোড এবং মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্স, সিঙ্গুর, হুগলিতে অবস্থিত এই লিগ্যাল ফার্ম আপনার ব্যবসাকে করবে আরও নির্ভরযোগ্য। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স নোটিশ হোক বা জিএসটি নোটিশ, কোম্পানি নোটিশ থেকে শুরু করে পিএফ ও ইএসআই নোটিশ, সব সমস্যার সমাধান। ডিপার্টমেন্ট নোটিশ, ট্যাক্স আপিল, ট্রাইব্যুনাল, হাইকোর্ট ও সুপ্রিম কোর্টের ট্যাক্স ম্যাটার, প্রতিটি ক্ষেত্রে রয়েছে বিশেষজ্ঞ আইনজীবী। আমরা বিশ্বাস করি আপনার ব্যবসা আমাদের যত্ন, তাই নিশ্চিন্তে ব্যবসা করুন, বাকিটা আমাদের হাতে ছেড়ে দিন। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 এই নম্বরে। এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম। আপনি কি বিজনেস লাইসেন্স আর রেজিস্ট্রেশন নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? আপনি কি আপনার ট্যাক্স সম্পর্কিত বিষয় নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? সমাধান এখন দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্টে। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, আইএসও, ফায়ার, ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স সব কাজ দ্রুত ও নির্ভুলভাবে সম্পন্ন করা হয় এখানে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থ সারথী দাস ও অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধু।
Distinguished guests, esteemed delegates and dear participants, it is my privilege to invite our chief guest, Honorable Justice T.S. Sivanganam, for today's ceremony. Please join us in welcoming Chief Justice and other dignitaries. We are honored to have you with us today. Chief Justice, Honorable Chief Justice T.S. Sivanganam, I request Mr. President S.K. Tulsian to escort him on the dais. I request our General Secretary Siddhartha Mukhopadhyay to please receive Honorable Judge Sitankar Ghosh. Sir, please come on the dais. I request Mayor of Chandanagar Municipal Corporation, Mr. Ram Chakraborty, to please come on the dais. I request Vikram Prakash Wani, Commissioner, North Commissioner Central GST. Sir, please come on the dais. And I also request Convener Satyanarayan Patra and Amit Doshi, please come on the dais. Requesting all to for our national anthem. So we start our program by the national anthem. Request Ronojoy Da to please come on the dais.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Requesting all dignitaries to place.
আপনি কি বিজনেস লাইসেন্স আর রেজিস্ট্রেশন নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? আপনি কি আপনার ট্যাক্স সম্পর্কিত বিষয় নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? সমাধান এখন দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্টে। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, আইএসও, ফায়ার, ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স সব কাজ দ্রুত ও নির্ভুলভাবে সম্পন্ন করা হয় এখানে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থ সারথী দাস
I request our CAB member, Devdut and Ranjan to please come with the flower bouquet. Sir, President Deskatulchan Chandra requested to sir, please felicitate on behalf of us, our Honorable Chief Justice, Justice T.S. Sivangana. I request our member Nikhil and Rono to please come with a flower bouquet and memento. Our General Secretary Siddhartha Mukhopadhyay requested to please felicitate Honorable Judge Tirthankar Ghosh. I request Devdut and Omkon, Devdut and Shayandan to please come with a flower bouquet. And our AS Khan, Abdul Shakur Khan, requested to please felicitate Ram Chakraborty, the Municipal Commissioner Mayor of Chandarnagar. Requesting Devbrata Mukherjee, Devdut and please. So please greet Commissioner was Wani, Mr. Wani. For welcoming speech, I request our President Sri S.K. Tulsian. Sir, please.
The greatest wish of all my members and executive committee was that one day we will have our Honorable Chief Justice, a noble man, a man of justice amongst us in the conference. It's a great occasion for us, therefore, to have him amongst us a chief guest. I request all of you to give him a standing ovation. Good morning, our distinguished chief guest, esteemed guest of honor, respected special guests, learned speakers, members of Tax Advocates Association of Bengal, and all participants gathered here today in this great hall at Chandarnagar. It is a matter of great honor and personal pride for me as President of this association to extend each one of you a warm and heartfelt welcome to this seminar of Income Tax and GST. Since its inception on 9th December 2006, the Tax Advocate Association of Bengal has stood as a pillar of strength for the tax advocacy fraternity, a platform dedicated to the growth, unity, professional enrichment of its members. Over the years, TAB has consistently worked to bring together the best minds in profession, the judiciary and administration, fostering an environment where ideas are exchanged, challenges are addressed, and solutions are crafted for evolving landscape of tax law. Today's seminar is another milestone in this direction, a space where academic deliberation meet practical insights and where we reaffirm our collective commitment to excellence. It is with immense pride and deep respect that I extend a most cordial welcome to our Chief Guest, Honorable Justice T.S. Sivaganam, the Distinguished Chief Justice of Calcutta High Court. Sir, your illustrious judicial career stands as a beacon of wisdom, integrity and dedication to the cause of justice. Your profound understanding of law, particularly in the complex field of income tax and GST, has shaped jurisprudence in ways that continue to guide practitioners, revenue authorities and taxpayers alike. Your judgments are marked by clarity of thought, an unshakable commitment to fairness, and a fearless approach to upholding the rule of law. Over the years, you have delivered several landmark, one-of-kind judgments that have enriched Indian tax jurisprudence. To mention the recent few, your authoritative judgment on capital gain, your insightful interpretation of Section 263 of Income Tax Act, and celebrated Suncraft Energy Private Limited decision in GST on input and tax credit, which has been affirmed by the Apex Court. Each one of these has set new benchmark in clarity, precision and judicial foresight. These pronouncements not only resolved intricate disputes but also established guiding principles that continue to benefit both taxpayer and the administration. For all of us in the tax advocacy profession, your judgments are not merely decisions, they are guiding lights, combining scholarly depth with practical wisdom. We are truly privileged and honored to have you with us today, lending both grace and gravity to the occasion. I also extend warm welcome to our guest of honor, Honorable Justice Tirthankar Ghosh, one of the great lawyers of his time, because I met him while he was a lawyer. I know him personally, and that gives me more happiness with his presence. He has been one of the very good, strong judge of Calcutta High Court. Sir, your balanced interpretation of law and commitment to constitutional values have earned you the admiration of the entire legal community. We also are further honored by the presence of the special guest, Sri Ram Chakrabarti, Honorable Mayor of Chandanagar Municipal Corporation. When I was going through the city of Chandanagar, I saw its beauty, I saw the greenery, I saw that the people are happy. That shows that is one of the best mayor we can have in the place like Chandanagar. Sri Uma Sankaresh, IAS Commissioner of Income Tax West Bengal, Vikram Prakash Wani, IRS Commissioner GST, and CX Kolkata North Commissioner, and the presence of our Hawking Sahab to address this audience on DDS issue is all the more welcome. The seminar will focus on highly relevant topics reflecting TAB's commitment to addressing contemporary challenges in taxation, TDS under the Income Tax Act, artificial intelligence used in taxation, tribunal move on GST issues, focusing on the fake invoicing, ITC claims without issue of goods or services under section 16(2)(b) and 16(2)(c, and the contentious matter of denying ITC to the bona fide recipient where tax has not been paid by the supplier. We are privileged to have distinguished speaker CA Sanjay Bhattacharya, CA Vivek Agarwal. Our tribunal moot court jury comprises of Pradeep Kumar Das, Mohammad Talai Masood Siddiqui, with the petitioner side represented by Seva Mukherjee, Sukalpa Sil, and respondent side by Kaushik De and Rajesh Kumar Mishra. The seminar is vivid representation of the shared vision of unwavering dedication of our members from the initial spark of the idea of today's well-organized event. It has been remarkable team effort. I extend my sincere gratitude to everyone who contributed, especially Siddhartha Mukhopadhyay, our General Secretary, who is also known as Sahita, and his team, who has done a wonderful job behind the scene. Friends, we have created today is far more than a seminar. It is a living manifestation of TAB's vision. Our determination to organize academic dialogues, interactive conferences, and focused training programs that empower tech professionals to meet the challenges of a rapidly evolving legal and economic environment. By fostering such spaces for continuous learning, we strengthen not only ourselves but also the very fabric of justice delivery in the field of taxation. Before I conclude, let me once again express my deepest gratitude to our highly respected honorable chief guest, our guest of honor, and a special guest, and our eminent speaker. Together, let us continue to dream and to collaborate and to work towards taking that to even greater height for the betterment of our profession, the advancement of justice, and the service to society at large. Thank you, and I wish each one of you a day filled with meaningful learning, fruitful discussion, and lasting connections. Jai Hind.
Thank you, President, for your welcoming speech. We are able to organize this seminar in district town of Chandanagar due to the cooperation of Mayor of Chandanagar Municipal Corporation, Ram Chakraborty. আমি স্বাগত সম্ভাষণের জন্য রাম চক্রবর্তীকে অনুরোধ করছি।
নমস্কার, আমাকে এই শহরের জন্য কিছু বলার জন্য অনুরোধ করা হয়েছে। আমি খুব খুশি, আই এম ভেরি মাচ গ্ল্যাড that I am invited in this seminar, that is Tax Advocates Association and Honorable Chief Justice of Calcutta High Court and other respected dignitaries and also present here. This type of seminar and these thoroughfare discussions and threadbare institution. This is the Chandanagar, which was, you all know that French colony, small town is the Chandanagar. The heritage in nature also. This is. তো আমি আপনাদের উদ্দেশ্যে বলি, বিভিন্ন জায়গা থেকে বিভিন্ন we are come from different blocks and towns and district also. আমি খুব খুশি যে আমার চন্দ্রনগরের কর্পোরেশন এলাকার এই আমাদের রবীন্দ্রনাথ ঠাকুর নামাঙ্কিত এই হলে আপনারা উপস্থিত হয়েছেন। আপনারা শুনলে খুশি হবেন, বিশ্বকবি রবীন্দ্রনাথ ঠাকুর এই চন্দ্রনগরে একাধিকবার এসেছেন এবং অনেক গান, কবিতা, নাটক এইখানে বসে লিখেছেন। অর্থাৎ চন্দ্রনগরে বিভিন্ন জায়গায়, কখনো পাতালবাড়ি, কখনো মোরান সাহেবের বাগানবাড়ি, বা কখনো প্রবর্তক, বা কখনো কৃষ্ণভবানী বিদ্যালয় স্কুল, বিভিন্ন জায়গায় তার বিচরণ। চন্দ্রনগরটাকে তিনি কেন এত ভালোবেসেছিলেন সেটা আমাদের কাছে এখনো পর্যন্ত বিচার্য বিষয়। এখানে বসেই একটা কবিতা লিখলেন, অনন্ত এই আকাশের কোলে টলমল মেঘের মাঝার, এইখানে বাঁধি আছি ঘর তোর তরে কবিতা আমার। এখানে সিদ্ধার্থবাবু আছেন, আমাদের জোড়াসাঁকোর ঠাকুরবাড়ির সঙ্গে অত্যন্তভাবে যোগসূত্র। আমারও সুযোগ হয়েছিল ওখানে কয়েকবার যাওয়ার, তো আমি খুব খুশি। এবং এই কবি, বিশ্বকবি ইসলাম থেকে শুরু করে শরৎচন্দ্র চট্টোপাধ্যায়, বঙ্কিমচন্দ্র চট্টোপাধ্যায় ঠিক পাশের শহরে চুঁচুড়ে বসে বন্দে মাতরম রচনা করলেন, আনন্দমঠ রচনা করলেন। এটা আমাদের কাছে খুব গর্ব, হুগলি জেলার গর্ব। এবং এই হুগলি জেলার একটা হেরিটেজ, একটা নেচার। এবং এখান থেকে ঈশ্বরচন্দ্র বিদ্যাসাগর ঠাকুর, পরম রামকৃষ্ণ পরমহংসদেব, মা সারদামণি, তাদের উত্থান এবং আমাদের কথা আমরা সবাই জানি। তো এই চন্দ্র ঐতিহাসিক একটা প্রেক্ষাপট। এবং এই স্বাধীনতা আন্দোলনের যেহেতু এটি ফরাসি এলাকা ছিল, সেই এলাকাতে আমাদের যারা বিপ্লবীরা ছিলেন তাদের ক্ষেত্রে একটা সুযোগ ছিল এখানে বসে বিভিন্নভাবে আমাদের বৈপ্লবিক কাজকর্ম অনুষ্ঠান করা। সেই রাসবিহারী বসু, কানাইলাল দত্ত, মাখনলাল ঘোষাল, বসন্ত বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়, শীষ ঘোষ, আজ থেকে শুরু করে আমরা এই নামগুলো আমাদের উঠে আসে। চন্দ্রনগরে বৈপ্লবিক
সঙ্গে একটা যুদ্ধ ছিল। তো এই
আজকে আপনারা যারা উপস্থিত হয়েছেন জেলার বিভিন্ন প্রান্ত থেকে, বাংলার বিভিন্ন প্রান্ত থেকে, আমি তাদের প্রত্যেককে শহরবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে আন্তরিকভাবে প্রীতি, শুভেচ্ছা, অভিনন্দন জানিয়ে আজকের সেমিনারের বাস্তব কামনা করে আমি আমার কথা শেষ করছি। সবাই ভালো থাকুন, ধন্যবাদ।
ধন্যবাদ রাম চক্রবর্তী মহাশয়কে। উই আর অনার্ড টু হ্যাভ উইথ আস টুডে বিক্রম প্রকাশ ওয়ানি, নর্থ কমিশনারেট। স্যার, আই ইনভাইট ইউ টু প্লিজ সে সামথিং বিফোর আওয়ার অডিয়েন্স।
Honorable Chief Justice Mr. T.S. Sivarama, High Court at Calcutta, Honorable Justice Mr. Tirthankar Ghosh, respected Mayor of Chandannagar Mr. Ram Chakravarti, respected General Secretary of the Advocates Association of Bengal, honored guests, dear colleagues, and esteemed members of the association and all other dignitaries. A very good morning to all. At the outset, I extend my respectful salutations to the Honorable Chief Justice of the High Court at Kolkata and Honorable Justice of the High Court at Kolkata. It is with profound respect and humility that I stand before you today in the presence of one of the highest custodians of justice in our land, the Honorable Chief Justice of the High Court. I am thankful to the Advocates Association for giving me this opportunity. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before this distinguished gathering of legal minds, individuals who uphold the pillars of justice, safeguard the rule of law, and serve as the conscience of our society. Today, as we come together not just as professionals in our respective areas of work, but as custodians of constitutional values, we celebrate more than just our collective achievements. We reaffirm our commitment to truth, fairness, and equity. Today, as we convene under the banner of the Advocates Association, we are all reminded of our shared commitment to the rule of law and that we all are stakeholders in the area of taxation. Advocates are not mere interpreters of the law, they are its voice. In courtrooms, they don't just argue for the clients, but they argue for a cause. They challenge injustice, defend the voiceless, and ensure that scales of justice remain balanced. They help decode complex provisions, ensuring that taxpayers understand their rights and obligations. They interpret the statutes, rules, and circulars, bridging the gap between a theoretical law and practical application. Through litigation and judicial advocacy, the lawyers shape the interpretation of GST law. Landmark judgments, argued by seasoned senior advocates and delivered by the Honorable Justice, set precedents that influence policy and enforcement nationwide. They are the collaborators in building a fair, transparent, and accountable GST ecosystem and taxation ecosystem. The department officers are entrusted with the responsibility of ensuring that businesses across the country adhere to the provisions of the law. Through audits, assessments, and inspection, we uphold the integrity of the tax system by preventing evasion. By streamlining processes like registration, returns, refunds, the officers help create a business-friendly environment. Their efforts reduce the compliance burdens for the industry. As the Honorable PM recently emphasized, next generation GST reforms are on the horizon, promising substantial relief for common citizens and small enterprises. In this journey of GST, the department is ever ready to help the taxpayers in their tax compliance. We have started Seva Kendras, Suvidha Kendras to facilitate the trade. We have also started Samvad with taxpayers at different places in the state to encourage the taxpayers in tax compliance. The only expectation is the taxpayers should come with clean hands. We are always ready and will always be available for grievance redressal. I look forward to positive engagement with various stakeholders. In this backdrop, I am sure that this forum will continue to be a beacon of excellence, a forum for progressive dialogue, and a sanctuary for justice. Let us pledge to serve the society with compassion, resolve, and under the wisdom of the Honorable Chief Justice.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful speaking. I অনুরোধ করছি সাহেব সিদ্ধার্থ মুখোপাধ্যায়, জেনারেল সেক্রেটারি।
May I speak in Bengal?
বাংলায় বলবো।
যায় না চন্দননগরে প্রায় 450 জন
লয়ার এসছেন সারা পশ্চিমবঙ্গ থেকে, এটাও কিন্তু ভাবা যায় না। ভাবতে সাহায্য করছে কে? ট্যাব। এবং এই যে আজকে সুদূর আলিপুরদুয়ার থেকে আরো চিফ জাস্টিস, এই চিফ জাস্টিস আপনারা সারা পশ্চিমবঙ্গে যবে থেকে উনি জয়েন করেছেন তবে থেকে আমাদের যারা লয়ার, যারা কোর্টে ফাইট করেন, তারা কিন্তু মুখে হাসি দেখেছেন। ট্যাক্স যারা প্র্যাকটিস করে, উনি প্রথম দিন ওনার সঙ্গে যদি মিট হয়, আমি এবং মিস্টার তুলসেন গেছিলাম, উনি বলেছিলেন যে ইয়াং ছেলেদের সামনে আসতে হবে এবং সবচেয়ে বড় যেটা করতে হবে তাদেরকে ট্রেনিং দিতে হবে। এবং উনি এটাও বলেছিলেন, তখন উনি চিফ জাস্টিস ছিলেন না, উনি বেঞ্চ দিতেন, ট্যাক্স বেঞ্চ। উনি বলেছিলেন প্রয়োজন হলে আমি দেবো, আমি সেমিনার অ্যাটেন্ড করবো। কিন্তু যে কোনো কারণেই ভগবান চাইছিলেন যে উনি আসবেন চিফ জাস্টিস হয়ে, এবং চিফ জাস্টিস হয়ে আমরা আপনাকে প্রণাম জানাই, বাংলায় বললাম প্রণাম। আমাদের খুব দুঃখ হবে যখন উনি চলে যাবেন। আজকে তার পাশেই যিনি বসে রয়েছেন, এখন আপনারা খবরের কাগজ খুললেই যার নাম দেখতে পাবেন। যে কোনো জাজমেন্ট, যে জাজমেন্টে আজকে সকলে যারা সাধারণ মানুষ প্রাণ ভরে সেসব জাজমেন্ট দেখছেন, সেই আমাদের জাস্টিস তীর্থঙ্কর ঘোষ। এবং উনি কোথায় বললেন, আমি তো ট্যাক্স কিছু করি না। আমি বললাম, আপনি ট্যাক্স না করতে পারেন, আপনি তো আমাদের মনের মধ্যে ঢুকে গেছেন। উনি এসেছেন, আমাদের সামনে বসে আছেন বিচারকেরা, এনারা চন্দননগরের বিচার ব্যবস্থা নিয়ে এরা পড়ে আছেন। আজকে আমাদের মধ্যে এসছেন চন্দননগর কোর্টের প্রেসিডেন্ট এবং সেক্রেটারি, আরও এখানে ডিএম এসছেন, রয়েছেন মিস্টার ওয়ানি, ইনি আমাদের সিজিএসসি কমিশনার। আমাদের যিনি এসজিএসসি কমিশনার, ওনাকে দিল্লি চলে যেতে হয় বলে আসেননি, সেখানে মিস্টার জয়জিৎ মনিক এসছেন, উনি আমাদের এখানে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করছেন এসজিএসসিকে। আমাদের যে ট্যাব আজকে প্রায় 1415 জন মেম্বার আছে, 1415 মেম্বার্স। আমরা আস্তে আস্তে পা ফেলে এগিয়ে চলেছি। আমরা চেষ্টা করব আমাদের যাতে আমরা এই প্রতিষ্ঠানকে আরও অনেক দূর নিয়ে যেতে পারি, এবং সেটা কীভাবে সম্ভব, এই আপনাদের জন্য সম্ভব। যখন আজকে চিফ জাস্টিস এসছেন, আমরা অনেকেই কিন্তু বলছি এখন ব্রেকফাস্ট বন্ধ, তারা মেনে নিয়েছে। আমরা ডেলিগেট তাদের ব্যাগ দিচ্ছিলাম, বন্ধ, মেনে নিয়েছে। কারণ চিফ জাস্টিসকে আমরা কথা দিয়েছিলাম, আমাদের প্রোগ্রাম 11টায় আরম্ভ হওয়ার কথা ছিল, ওনার জন্য আমরা 10:30টায় এগিয়ে গেছি। আমরা ছেড়ে দিতে হবে। আমি অনেক কথা বলে ফেলেছি। আর আমাদের দুজন কনভেনার রয়েছেন, সত্যনারায়ণ পাত্র এবং অনিন্দ সিং, আর অক্লান্ত পরিশ্রম করে গেছেন তারা। এই চন্দননগরের যে সমস্ত অ্যাডভোকেটরা রয়েছেন, আমি তাদেরকে শুধু চন্দননগর না, হুগলির আমি নাম করতে গেলে অনেকের নাম করতে হয়, এই বইয়েতে তাদের নাম ছাপা আছে। আমি প্রত্যেককে আন্তরিকভাবে ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। সমস্ত ডিস্ট্রিক্ট থেকে যারা আসছে, আমি তাদেরকে অনেক অনেক ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। নমস্কার।
Thank you, Siddhartha Mukhopadhyay. We are honored to have Honorable Justice Tirthankar Ghosh with us today. Alumni of Hooghly Nursing College, Justice Tirthankar Ghosh joined Calcutta High Court as additional judge in 2019 and appointed as permanent judge of Calcutta High Court in 24 September 2020. I request Honorable Judge Justice Tirthankar Ghosh to say something before your audience.
My Lord, Honorable Chief Justice, Justice T.A. Srivastava, the District Judge of Hooghly, present over here, the President of Tax Advocates Association of Bengal, the General Secretary of the said association, eminent members of the association along with the office bearers, the mayor of Chandanagar municipality, Mr. Chakraborty, who has already kept it in his version, my brothers and sisters who are present over here. Firstly, I congratulate the association for hosting the venue at Chandanagar. Chandanagar, this township in the western banks of River Hooghly, has a history from 1673 to 1954. I leave aside the post-independence era. It is said that the French over here obtained permission from Nawab Ibrahim Khan, the governor of Mughal Emperor in Bengal, and they started a trading spot over here. Subsequently, in the mid-1700s, during 1740 to 1750, there was significant French colony over here, and this became so popular that this was known as the Paris of the East. This is because of the commercial activity, education, and culture which developed in this town. Even Robert Clive with British forces on many occasions attacked this city for taking it over, but because of English treaties, he had to surrender and return this city to the French. In post-independence arena, there is also a history of this Chandanagar. India was independent in 1947, but Chandanagar was not a part of India at the relevant point of time. In 1949, a plebiscite, that's a public question vote which is held over here. The public question was that whether the residents over here intend to continue with the French or they want to join India. By a majority overwhelming vote, the residents of Chandanagar decided to join India. In 1950, French formally ceded administration control of Chandanagar to India, and on about 2nd October 1954, Chandanagar was integrated within the state of West Bengal. So we come to from 1673 to 1954. Another aspect, the mayor was dealing with many revolutionaries having taken shelter, Kobikuru having visited the township. Of recent times, those who are very much interested regarding Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, if you know, there was a Khoshla Commission. After the Khoshla Commission, there was Justice Manoj Mukherjee Commission. Now, so far as the disappearance or the Antordhan Rahasya of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose is concerned, there were earlier two theories. A third theory has come. First theory, all of you must be knowing, that in 1945, in the plane crash at Japan, it is said that his life came to an end. The second theory is the Russian theory. The Russian theory says that he had, from there, the plane crash was just a guise. And from there he had been to Russia and entered Russia. And the third theory, where researchers are still researching after the Mukherjee Commission verdict, where it said that there is no clinching evidence. The third theory, which tries to establish that at Faizabad, a saint named Bhagwanji or Gumnami Baba used to stay over there. And it is said, and this third theory goes towards the factor of establishing, or this is a research work going on. Now, in this research work, a part of Chandanagar is there. It is said, as the mayor pointed out over here, regarding Probortuk Shambhu, which was founded by one Motilal Roy in those days, a follower of Rishi Aurobindo. There was a minister, a Bengali born minister in the French ministry over here, named Arun Dotto, who in 1962 gave shelter at Progoto Shombo and Netaji for about, it is said in the research work, for about 2.5 months took shelter in that Progoto Shombo. Apart from a part of the time, they say in a nearby house of the seals over here. I don't know exactly the locations, but this is what the research work is going on. It adds to the history of India, and the city takes a place in the research work, which a continuing research work done by a group of sincere persons who are taking forward and trying to establish a third theory regarding the Ontothan Rosho of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. Now coming to the subject of Senna, so far as tax laws are concerned, you have the authority over here, the Honorable Chief Justice is the authority of the subject. I will not dare to tell you over there. So what I would like to speak is on a separate issue regarding the relationship between the bar and the bench, which often becomes strained nowadays. Now, so far as the history of this country is concerned, it is acknowledged that the lawyers' movements, starting from civil society rights to constitutional development, advocacy for environment and labor reforms, have been greatly acknowledged. The impact of lawyers to societal development is indispensable. Nobody disputes that. The services of lawyers are never restricted to a privileged few, but also to the marginalized, and obviously a gateway which is accessible to all. So far as administration of justice is concerned, the same is a shared responsibility of the bar and the bench, which are the two critical arms. It is only a collaboration of these two arms which can define the efficiency, fairness and credibility of our legal system. The two critical arms are such that there is bound to be differences of opinion. This is because one espouses a cause and the other is committed to deliver a flawless verdict. The bench looks to the bar for honest, competent and ethical advocacy, while the bar in turn looks to the bench for impartiality, consistency and clarity in the interpretation of law. Both the institutions are bound by a common commitment, that is, to the rule of law and the delivery of justice. Let this shared relationship and commitment in the coming days advance the further cause of justice. Thank you very much. May I please take your leave.
200 years of history almost in 5 minutes. Thank you, Honorable Justice Tirthankar Ghosh for an insightful speaking. Before I invite Honorable Chief Justice, I request for a small custom to open our bulletins. We regularly publishing the bulletin on tax laws for the delegates. I request. It is my honor to request Honorable Justice K.S. Sivanganam to speak before you. Justice K.S. Sivanganam, 1963 born, Honorable Justice, completed his BSc degree at Loyola College, Chennai, then obtained his LLB degree from Dr. Ambedkar Government Law College, Chennai, and enrolled in the Bar Council of Tamil Nadu in 1986. After enrollment, Justice Sivanganam joined the chamber of Sri R. Gandhi, Senior Advocate. In 2000, Justice Sivanganam was appointed as Additional Central Government Standing Counsel. In 2009, our Lordship was appointed Additional Judge of the High Court of Madras, and later he was appointed Permanent Judge in 2011. He is the chairman of the Computer Committee of the Madras High Court. Then he was transferred as a judge of Calcutta High Court at 2 Court on 24 October 2021. On 11 May 2023, he took oath as Chief Justice of Calcutta High Court. Sir, please.
Honorable Mrs. Tirthakar Ghosh, Judge High Court at Calcutta. Mr. Tulsiyan, President of the Tax Advocates Association, Bengal. Mr. Siddhartha Mahopatia, General Secretary of the Association. Sri Ram Chakraborty, Honorable Mayor of Chandranagar Municipal Corporation. Sri Vikram Prakash Wani, Commissioner CGST North, Kolkata North Commissioner. The Learned Registrar General High Court at Calcutta, Madam Nobulita Ray. Learned Registrar Judicial, Mr. Raju Mukherjee. Mr. Amit Chakraborty, District Judge. Mr. Ajay Das, Secretary. Mr. Siddiqui, Learned Senior Advocate, President and Secretary of the Chandranagar Bar Association. The other members of the Tax Advocates Association of Bengal, the learned advocates, the speakers of the various technical sessions, the participants in the moot court competition, distinguished guests, special invitees, ladies and gentlemen, the members of the print and electronic media, good morning to all of you. I am extremely happy to be part of you in such an ancient and historic place named Chandranagar. I can relate this place to another French settlement in my home state, namely Pondicherry. Many of you have visited Pondicherry. It has still got the pristine beauty, and the French culture is evident in many places, and more particularly, it is well preserved. In fact, Mr. Tulsiyan and Mr. Mohopatia have been requesting me for almost 4.5 years to attend at least one of their programs. I gave them an assurance that before I get into office, I will attend one of their programs. So today I am before with you. I am very happy to participate in this program and inaugurate this seminar organized by the Tax Advocates Association. I also recognize the presence of Mr. Siddhartha Kanjina, Principal Secretary, Judicial Department, Government of West Bengal, and Senior District Judge. Tax is a field I am deeply passionate about, and I find that the tax practitioners resonate with me naturally. I feel genuinely at ease and inspired when I am with them. As for a considerable period of my judgeship as a puny judge of the High Court of Judicature at Madras, and thereafter as a judge of the High Court of Calcutta, the acting Chief Justice, then the Chief Justice, I have been fortunate to preside over several benches deciding tax matters. As a lawyer, I had the good opportunity of defending the Customs and Semi Excise Department, though I did not have much work on the direct taxes side, which I picked up after becoming a judge under the able guidance of my senior judges. Today's program is a very, very important program, and the topic chosen for the seminar are very relevant for today's tax regime. Of course, income tax, many of you are very much familiar, but the new enactment, I will call it new because it was implemented only in the year 2017, namely the Goods and Services Tax Act. This came with the above object of one nation, one tax, one market. That is the object of this legislation. It had unified the indirect tax system implemented in India. It replaced multiple central and state taxes with a single tax, making tax system simpler and more efficient. Under the GST, goods and services are taxed at various stages of production and distribution, but tax credits are available for the taxes paid at the previous stage. And this has helped in avoiding double taxation and also reduce the cascading effect of tax. The GST aims to create a unified national market, promote economic growth, and streamline the taxation process. As I said, the salient features are one nation, one tax. It is a dual structure. It's a destination-based tax. Input tax credit is available to the taxpayer. It has a comprehensive coverage. There is a threshold exemption, and electronic filing and compliance are there. And the GST Council guides all of them by periodic meetings where all stakeholders are also invited. Though this enactment came in the year 2017, the litigation has doubled or tripled than the earlier sales tax regime or under the value-added tax regime. This is bound to happen in any new legislation, more particularly in the taxation field. Therefore, it has become very, very important and relevant for the associations which have been formed for the purpose of tax practitioners to conduct periodic seminars on such topics, because this is a very young enactment, and in fact the tribunals are being set up only now, and hitherto the single benches of the High Court had to take up matters arising out of challenge of appellate orders. So therefore, this system, in my opinion, probably it will take another 5 to 7 years for it to be streamlined. So therefore, I would request the Honorable President and Secretary to periodically arrange seminar, and the resource persons should be not only from the tax practitioners but also from senior officers of the department, because a tax practitioner is bound to know about both sides of the legislation, how the department views, and how, as a tax practitioner, from the point of the assessee, you view the matter. Many a times in the open court, I always say that every lawyer who is serious in his profession should have a short stint representing the government. This helped me a lot when I became a judge, because I knew the perspective of the department, how a department deals with the matter, how an adjudicating authority, the officer of the first instance, he processes in a return, and how the tax payable is arrived at, and what is the credit available. So therefore, you have more of times the tax practitioners always perceive that the department to be their enemy. No. The department, in fact, is the friend of the assessor. Of course, at times they are not very friendly, that is for sure, because some of their orders are like that. That's where courts are, and courts do balance whenever there is an order which the court finds not to be reasonable, the courts have stepped in and granted relief to the assessor. So therefore, this participating in these sort of meetings, what I wanted to say is, first of all, sir, my suggestion is you should change the seating arrangement. It should be a table seating arrangement, and all the participants should have an opportunity to take notes, and there should be a question and answer session after each topic of discussion. So this will, at times, the lawyers are a bit hesitant to ask questions because fear of being exposed, or fear their ignorance may be exposed. But when it is a closed door, when it is among us, so we will not have that fear of asking any basic questions which can be clarified. Why I say that the officers from the department has to be groundless, they are being imparted training under the auspices of the GST Council or by the CBDP or by the CBS. So they get periodic training, and in those trainings, apart from how to interpret the statutory provisions, what are the developments in law, the judgments made in the court, there are other instructions given to the field formator, how the officer should act in the event of some issue arising, how the officer should handle it. these instructions are given for the officers. It is not binding on the court, nor binding on the assessor. But then, this, if you invite these officers to be resource persons, you will be able to know what would be their thinking process. So when a client comes to you, you can avoid litigation at the first stage. When there is a complication, filing a return, he comes to you for advice. You shouldn't be advising, you file, let me see. Then we'll take it up on appeal, we'll take it up on revision. No. So, therefore, litigation, the reduction of litigation lies in the hands of the learned lawyers who practice. It is true, litigation will be lucrative, it will help you to survive, help you to earn more money. But if a satisfied client, a client who is satisfied without litigation is all the more worth than a client who will succeed in the litigation after 15 years. Probably for 10 years he will be paying fees, it will be trickling down. But a satisfied litigant will always be, a satisfied client will always be a client right through his business and he will become part of his system. So therefore this is my suggestion to the association, because the learned president has said that the association organizes seminars through the state, and if you can local officers like today commissioner is here, so they can give advice that one or two officers can do. In fact, this suggestion to the principal chief commissioner of income tax of West Bengal and city, I gave. Madam has taken over, Madam has taken over recently. Her predecessor followed my suggestion, and for all the standing councils of the income tax department, training sessions were organized by the income tax department themselves, so that they get better equipped, because always the assessee council is fully equipped. He has got the latest tools, latest judgment, which the standing councils may not have. So therefore, the standing councils can also be roped into your association, be part of it, and one of them can also be asked to be a speaker. So you will be able to gauge how the department instructs the council and what you can expect out of it when the litigation comes to court. So this is with regard to GST, because of course the eminent speakers are there who are going to dwell on the topic. There is a PowerPoint presentation on TDS, which is a very, very burning issue. And apart from that, there is a moot court competition where a wonderful topic has been chosen, and the judges panel is also very erudite people are there. Coming to income tax, as I said earlier, I had an opportunity to decide income tax matters sitting in the division bench as a junior judge, and thereafter presiding the division bench. But the quality of the income tax matters, which I had handled in my current role in the Madras High Court, that quality I did not find good. Substantial number of matters every day is on section 68. It is only West Bengal is famous for section 68. So after some time, I used to ask the standing council, are you not bored of this section 68 matter? Every day you are drafting 4 appeals, 5 appeals, only on that. Assessors council is also arguing. Actual taxation, the field of taxation is not 68. There are several interpretations are there, and more particularly international taxation. When I was a judge of the Madras High Court, leading the division bench of the dealing with tax matters, on an average we used to have at least 6 fresh cases on international taxation. 6 fresh cases. Here I get 2 cases in a month. So therefore I requested the PCID to depute one officer, any rank, he need not be the commissioner rank. Some officers who are the rank of assistant commissioners is excellent in international taxation, so that they can coach our standing councils and other advocates on that. I requested Mr. Basir Padiwala, a senior advocate from Mumbai, to come over to Calcutta on Sunday and just open up a topic before he argues the case. Give a brief outline. So therefore this association should take us, because you don't have this variety here. So for one of our members of our association, for him to go to Jharkhand or for him to go to Delhi and argue. Unless he has exposure to all branches, all provisions of the Income Tax Act, or the CGST, he will not be ready. In fact, most of the CGST matters which come to me are in regard to expiry of deviated. There is no work for the brain, and what they will do, because it is crossed the 8-hour value, 200% penalty under section 121. Many times I have interfered in such orders, saying that is unreasonable, because the other day one matter came up, they said because of the vehicle was intercepted somewhere near Jalpaiguri, the e-bill had expired more than 12 hours. The explanation was, the Honorable Chief Minister was there in Jalpaiguri, distributing relief material to the people affected by flood. As a result of which, all the trucks were completely traffic jam occurred. For 9 hours they were all standing on the road. Thereafter it got diverted, and by the time he came to a city, I think by the time he came to Siluri, it had taken almost 12 hours. So I had to interfere. It's not a case where 200% penalty should be imposed. So therefore, these are the only type of matters. But in the other states, there are more complicated matters coming. So whenever some complicated matters come up, I request all the learned advocates, whether they are appealing for the assessee or for the department, to make address arguments, so that a comprehensive judgment can be given, which will be a guiding factor, unless it is taken on our. So this also the association can partner with other associations and take forward. This is a learning process. Unfortunately, law is the only profession where we need not re-qualify. 1954 we obtained a LLB degree, that's enough for us. But whereas all other professions require re-qualification at some point of time. And let us say doctors, they are bound to attend after the National Medical Commission has been set up. They have to attend so many seminars, they have to attend continuing medical education programs. CME program is what is called. World over, everybody requires certification. Well, our vehicles also require certification. Recertification. After 15 years, you have to take a recertification. Our pollution certificate has to be done. Our driving license has to be renewed. So our passport has to be renewed. So law is the only profession where you don't require a renewal. So unless and until we are serious about it, our mindset is not going to change. Let me tell you, in the next 10 years, conventional litigation will become zero. Yesterday we have declared open 2 commercial courts. The day before yesterday, 2 commercial courts in Canada and the city civil court complex. So the pattern of litigation has changed. People are not willing to file partition suits as specific performance. Probably they go to the police or they file a requisition before the defender road or some direction, police in action, etc. So conventional litigation will not be there. So all advocates need to get equipped with new laws because of various tribunals are coming up. Slowly the power of the High Court has already been diluted and it's going to be diluted still further. So let us meet these challenges and let this forum take forward this excellence initiative that which they have begun today. I mean, have been doing it, and I wish the association a grand success in all their future endeavors, and I have great pleasure in inaugurating this seminar. Thank you very much for
So it was our constant effort to invite you to hear such an insightful speaking. We are extremely happy to have you with us today. We invited you, you committed us to be here, and your presence is a testament to a commitment. To conclude this program, I invite Bosate.
Few words for Lordship Chief Justice. You can see his love for us. You can see his desire in him. You can see he only wants your enrichment. He only wants that you should be so strong with your subject and your arguments that nobody can dislodge you. His action to this profession and the way he guided you today, it is one of the landmarks. This sort of guidance and advice are rarely missing in any of such hereditary address made by the chief guest. I really thank him for addressing the gathering so beautifully, so nicely, touched my heart. Thank you, Lord Chief.
To conclude this program, I invite our Vandana, Mr. Session Tato, to give vote of thanks.
Good morning, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Tax Advocates Association of Bengal, it is my privilege and pleasure to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to everyone who has made today's seminar on income tax and GST a meaningful seminar. First and foremost, I express deep gratitude to our Chief Guest, Honorable Chief Justice T.S. Sivaganam, High Court at Calcutta. Guest of Honor, Honorable Justice Sri Tirthankar Ghosh, High Court at Calcutta, and Mr. Vikram Prakash Wani, IRS Commissioner of Central Tax, Kolkata North Commissionerate, for their august presence. We are also thankful to special guest Mr. Ram Chakraborty, Mayor, Chandanagar Municipal Corporation. We are also thankful to our beloved President, Advocate Mr. S.K. Tulsian, and Secretary, Advocate Siddhartha Mukhopadhyay, our favorite Sahib. We are also thankful to others, dignitaries and officials and judicial members present in front of us in the dais and in the seminar hall, and all the delegates who are coming from the different districts of the West Bengal. I feel grateful to them that they have come here and joined with us for a wonderful seminar. I am thankful to all the other members and my associate colleagues who are present here and also help us to make such a wonderful program for what will be continued till 4 p.m. I am switch over myself in Bengali to say something about my Saboda. আজকে আমরা এইখানে যে আজকে এই অনুষ্ঠানটা করতে পেরেছি, এই ডায়নামিক আইডিয়াটা যেটা আমরা কোনোদিন চিন্তাই করতে পারি হুগলি ট্যাক্স অ্যাডভোকেট অ্যাসোসিয়েশন, আমরা হুগলি ট্যাক্স অ্যাডভোকেট অ্যাসোসিয়েশনে যে কজন মেম্বার আছি, আমরা ভাবতেই পারিনি যে অঙ্গনবাড়ির মতো জায়গায় আমরা এরকম একটা সেমিনার করতে পারবো। আজকে স্যারদার ম্যাজিক টাচ, উনি কি ম্যাজিক জানেন আমরা জানি না, কিন্তু এত সুন্দরভাবে ইন্সপায়ার করেছেন আমাদের। আমরা মনে করেছি যে এই মানুষটা যদি থাকে যে কোনো জায়গায় ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গলের যে কোনো কর্নারে যে কোনো সেমিনার করিয়ে দিতে পারেন যে আমরা সিদ্ধার্থ প্রদীপ দত্ত আমি যা বলবো সে করে দেখাতে পারবো। থ্যাংক ইউ অল এভরিবডি, থ্যাংক ইউ স্যারদা and our beloved president S.K. Tulsian, উনি আমাদের সবসময় মাথার উপর আশীর্বাদে হাত রেখেছেন এবং আজও আমাদের হাতে পাশে আসছেন এবং আমার পরিশেষে আমরা দেখেছেন আমাদের যেগুলো ত্রুটি যদি থাকে সেগুলো মার্জনা করে নেবেন। একটা সুন্দর প্রোগ্রাম অনুষ্ঠিত হতে চলেছে এবং আমাদের প্রোগ্রামের যে উদ্দেশ্য আমাদের নতুন নতুন যে সমস্ত আইডিয়া আসছে সেগুলোকে ইনোভেট করা এবং ইনরিচ করা আমাদের মেম্বারদের, সেই জন্য আমি আমার অন্তঃস্থল থেকে সবাইকে স্বাগত জানাচ্ছি এবং ফার্স্ট সেশনের এই ফার্স্ট সেশন এখানে সমাপ্তি ঘোষণা করছি।
ফুড লাইসেন্স, আইএসও, ফায়ার, ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স সব কাজ দ্রুত ও নির্ভুলভাবে সম্পন্ন করা হয় এখানে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থ সারথী দাস ও অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা ব্যবসায়িক ও ব্যক্তিগত সব পরিষেবা দিই। আমাদের কলকাতার অফিস হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স নিয়ার কলকাতা হাইকোর্ট ও সিঙ্গুরের মাতা রানী কমপ্লেক্সে। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 নম্বরে অথবা ভিজিট করুন www.dashtaxconsultant.in এ। আপনার বিশ্বস্ত আইন ও ট্যাক্স পরামর্শদাতা। ট্যাক্স ফাইলিং এর ডেডলাইন একেবারে দরজায় করা নাড়ছে। সময় মতো ফাইল না করলে পেনাল্টি, কারণ এখন আছে আপনার একমাত্র ভরসা দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্ট। ব্যবসার লাইসেন্স, রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, টিডিএস, পিএফ অ্যান্ড ইএসআই লাইসেন্স কিংবা ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স সব কাজ হচ্ছে দ্রুত, নির্ভুল আর ঝামেলামুক্ত ভাবে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থ সারথী দাস এবং অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা দিচ্ছি ব্যবসায়িক এবং ব্যক্তিগত সমস্ত ট্যাক্স ও লিগ্যাল পরিষেবার নিশ্চয়তা। কলকাতার হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স কলকাতা হাইকোর্টের পাশে এবং সিঙ্গুরের মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্সে রয়েছে আমাদের অফিস। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 এ। আইনি সমস্যায় আর দুশ্চিন্তার প্রয়োজন নেই। হ্যাঁ, এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম, যেখান থেকে পাবেন সব ধরনের আইনি সহায়তা এক ছাদের নিচে। কলকাতার হাইকোর্টের কাছে হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স 7C, কিরণ শঙ্কর রায় রোড এবং মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্স, সিঙ্গুর, হুগলিতে অবস্থিত এই লিগ্যাল ফার্ম আপনার ব্যবসাকে করবে আরও নির্ভরযোগ্য। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স নোটিশ হোক বা জিএসটি নোটিশ, কোম্পানি নোটিশ থেকে শুরু করে পিএফ ও ইএসআই নোটিশ, সব সমস্যার সমাধান। ডিপার্টমেন্ট নোটিশ, ট্যাক্স আপিল, ট্রাইব্যুনাল, হাইকোর্ট ও সুপ্রিম কোর্টের ট্যাক্স ম্যাটার, প্রতিটি ক্ষেত্রে রয়েছে বিশেষজ্ঞ আইনজীবী। আমরা বিশ্বাস করি আপনার ব্যবসা আমাদের যত্ন, তাই নিশ্চিন্তে ব্যবসা করুন, বাকিটা আমাদের হাতে ছেড়ে দিন। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 এই নম্বরে। এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম। আপনি কি বিজনেস লাইসেন্স আর রেজিস্ট্রেশন নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? আপনি কি আপনার ট্যাক্স সম্পর্কিত বিষয় নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? সমাধান এখন দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্টে। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, আইএসও, ফায়ার, ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স সব কাজ দ্রুত ও নির্ভুলভাবে সম্পন্ন করা হয় এখানে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থ সারথী দাস ও অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা ব্যবসায়িক ও ব্যক্তিগত সব পরিষেবা দিই। আমাদের কলকাতার অফিস হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স নিয়ার কলকাতা হাইকোর্ট ও সিঙ্গুরের মাতা রানী কমপ্লেক্সে। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 নম্বরে অথবা ভিজিট করুন www.dashtaxconsultant.in এ। আপনার বিশ্বস্ত আইন ও ট্যাক্স পরামর্শদাতা। ট্যাক্স ফাইলিং এর ডেডলাইন একেবারে দরজায় করা নাড়ছে। সময় মতো ফাইল না করলে পেনাল্টি, নোটিশ এইসব থেকে রেহাই পাওয়া কঠিন। কিন্তু এখন আর চিন্তা নয়, কারণ এখন আছে আপনার একমাত্র ভরসা দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্ট। ব্যবসার লাইসেন্স, রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, টিডিএস, পিএফ অ্যান্ড ইএসআই, আইএসও, ফায়ার লাইসেন্স কিংবা ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স সব কাজ হচ্ছে দ্রুত, নির্ভুল আর ঝামেলামুক্ত ভাবে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থ সারথী দাস এবং অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা দিচ্ছি ব্যবসায়িক এবং ব্যক্তিগত সমস্ত ট্যাক্স ও লিগ্যাল পরিষেবার নিশ্চয়তা। কলকাতার হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স কলকাতা হাইকোর্টের পাশে এবং সিঙ্গুরের মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্সে রয়েছে আমাদের অফিস। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 এ। আইনি সমস্যায় আর দুশ্চিন্তার প্রয়োজন নেই। হ্যাঁ, এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম, যেখান থেকে পাবেন সব ধরনের আইনি সহায়তা এক ছাদের নিচে। কলকাতার হাইকোর্টের কাছে হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স 7C, কিরণ শঙ্কর রায় রোড এবং মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্স, সিঙ্গুর, হুগলিতে অবস্থিত এই লিগ্যাল ফার্ম আপনার ব্যবসাকে করবে আরও নির্ভরযোগ্য। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স নোটিশ হোক বা জিএসটি নোটিশ, কোম্পানি নোটিশ থেকে শুরু করে পিএফ ও ইএসআই নোটিশ, সব সমস্যার সমাধান। ডিপার্টমেন্ট নোটিশ, ট্যাক্স আপিল, ট্রাইব্যুনাল, হাইকোর্ট ও সুপ্রিম কোর্টের ট্যাক্স ম্যাটার, প্রতিটি ক্ষেত্রে রয়েছে বিশেষজ্ঞ আইনজীবী। আমরা বিশ্বাস করি আপনার ব্যবসা আমাদের যত্ন, তাই নিশ্চিন্তে ব্যবসা করুন, বাকিটা আমাদের হাতে ছেড়ে দিন। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 এই নম্বরে। এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম। আপনি কি বিজনেস লাইসেন্স আর রেজিস্ট্রেশন নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? আপনি কি আপনার ট্যাক্স সম্পর্কিত বিষয় নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? সমাধান এখন দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্টে। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, আইএসও, ফায়ার, ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স, সব কাজ দ্রুত ও নির্ভুলভাবে সম্পন্ন করা হয় এখানে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থ সারথী দাস ও অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা ব্যবসায়িক ও ব্যক্তিগত সব পরিষেবা দিই। আমাদের কলকাতার অফিস হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স নিয়ার কলকাতা হাইকোর্ট ও সিঙ্গুরের মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্সে। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 নম্বরে অথবা ভিজিট করুন www.dashtaxconsultant.in এ। আপনার বিশ্বস্ত আইন ও ট্যাক্স পরামর্শদাতা। ট্যাক্স ফাইলিং এর ডেডলাইন একেবারে দরজায় করা নাড়ছে। সময় মতো ফাইল না করলে পেনাল্টি, নোটিশ এইসব থেকে রেহাই পাওয়া কঠিন। কিন্তু এখন আর চিন্তা নয়, কারণ এখন আছে আপনার একমাত্র ভরসা দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্ট। ব্যবসার লাইসেন্স, রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, টিডিএস, পিএফ অ্যান্ড ইএসআই, আইএসও, ফায়ার লাইসেন্স কিংবা ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স, সব কাজ হচ্ছে দ্রুত, নির্ভুল আর ঝামেলামুক্তভাবে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থ সারথী দাস এবং অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা দিচ্ছি ব্যবসায়িক এবং ব্যক্তিগত সমস্ত ট্যাক্স ও লিগ্যাল পরিষেবার নিশ্চয়তা। কলকাতার হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স, কলকাতা হাইকোর্টের পাশে এবং সিঙ্গুরের মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্সে রয়েছে আমাদের অফিস। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 এ। আইনি সমস্যায় আর দুশ্চিন্তার প্রয়োজন নেই। হ্যাঁ, এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম, যেখান থেকে পাবেন সব ধরনের আইনি সহায়তা এক ছাদের নিচে। কলকাতার হাইকোর্টের কাছে হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স 7C, কিরণ শঙ্কর রায় রোড এবং মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্স, সিঙ্গুর, হুগলিতে অবস্থিত এই লিগ্যাল ফার্ম আপনার ব্যবসাকে করবে আরও নির্ভরযোগ্য। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স নোটিশ হোক বা জিএসটি নোটিশ, কোম্পানি নোটিশ থেকে শুরু করে পিএফ ও ইএসআই নোটিশ, সব সমস্যার সমাধান। ডিপার্টমেন্ট নোটিশ, ট্যাক্স আপিল, ট্রাইব্যুনাল, হাইকোর্ট ও সুপ্রিম কোর্টের ট্যাক্স ম্যাটার, প্রতিটি ক্ষেত্রে রয়েছে বিশেষজ্ঞ আইনজীবী। আমরা বিশ্বাস করি আপনার ব্যবসা আমাদের যত্ন, তাই নিশ্চিন্তে ব্যবসা করুন, বাকিটা আমাদের হাতে ছেড়ে দিন। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 এই নম্বরে। এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম। আপনি কি বিজনেস লাইসেন্স আর রেজিস্ট্রেশন নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? আপনি কি আপনার ট্যাক্স সম্পর্কিত বিষয় নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? সমাধান এখন দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্টে। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, আইএসও, ফায়ার, ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স, সব কাজ দ্রুত ও নির্ভুলভাবে সম্পন্ন করা হয় এখানে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থ সারথী দাস ও অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা ব্যবসায়িক ও ব্যক্তিগত সব পরিষেবা দিই। আমাদের কলকাতার অফিস হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স নিয়ার কলকাতা হাইকোর্ট ও সিঙ্গুরের মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্সে। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 নম্বরে অথবা ভিজিট করুন www.dashtaxconsultant.in এ। আপনার বিশ্বস্ত আইন ও ট্যাক্স পরামর্শদাতা। ট্যাক্স ফাইলিংয়ের ডেডলাইন একেবারে দরজায় করা নাড়ছে। সময় মতো ফাইল না করলে পেনাল্টি, নোটিশ এইসব থেকে রেহাই পাওয়া কঠিন। কিন্তু এখন আর চিন্তা নয়, কারণ এখন আছে আপনার একমাত্র ভরসা দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্ট। ব্যবসার লাইসেন্স, রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, টিডিএস, পিএফ অ্যান্ড ইএসআই, আইএসও, ফায়ার লাইসেন্স কিংবা ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স সব কাজ হচ্ছে দ্রুত, নির্ভুল আর ঝামেলামুক্তভাবে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থসারথী দাস এবং অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা দিচ্ছি ব্যবসায়িক এবং ব্যক্তিগত সমস্ত ট্যাক্স ও লিগ্যাল পরিষেবার নিশ্চয়তা। কলকাতার হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স, কলকাতা হাইকোর্টের পাশে এবং সিঙ্গুরের মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্সে রয়েছে আমাদের অফিস। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 আইনি সমস্যায় আর দুশ্চিন্তার প্রয়োজন নেই। হ্যাঁ, এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম, যেখান থেকে পাবেন সব ধরনের আইনি সহায়তা এক ছাদের নিচে। কলকাতার হাইকোর্টের কাছে হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স 7C, কিরণ শঙ্কর রায় রোড এবং মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্স, সিঙ্গুর, হুগলিতে অবস্থিত এই লিগ্যাল ফার্ম আপনার ব্যবসাকে করবে আরও নির্ভরযোগ্য। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স নোটিশ হোক বা জিএসটি নোটিশ, কোম্পানি নোটিশ থেকে শুরু করে পিএফ ও ইএসআই নোটিশ, সব সমস্যার সমাধান। ডিপার্টমেন্ট নোটিশ, ট্যাক্স আপিল, ট্রাইব্যুনাল, হাইকোর্ট ও সুপ্রিম কোর্টের ট্যাক্স ম্যাটার, প্রতিটি ক্ষেত্রে রয়েছে বিশেষজ্ঞ আইনজীবী। আমরা বিশ্বাস করি আপনার ব্যবসা আমাদের যত্ন, তাই নিশ্চিন্তে ব্যবসা করুন, বাকিটা আমাদের হাতে ছেড়ে দিন। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 এই নম্বরে। এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম। আপনি কি বিজনেস লাইসেন্স আর রেজিস্ট্রেশন নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? আপনি কি আপনার ট্যাক্স সম্পর্কিত বিষয় নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? সমাধান এখন দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্টে। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, আইএসও, ফায়ার, ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স সব কাজ দ্রুত ও নির্ভুলভাবে সম্পন্ন করা হয় এখানে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থসারথী দাস ও অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা ব্যবসায়িক ও ব্যক্তিগত সব পরিষেবা দেই। আমাদের কলকাতার অফিস হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স নিয়ার কলকাতা হাইকোর্ট ও সিঙ্গুরের মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্সে। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 নম্বরে অথবা ভিজিট করুন www.dashtaxconsultant.in এ। আপনার বিশ্বস্ত আইন ও ট্যাক্স পরামর্শদাতা। ট্যাক্স ফাইলিংয়ের ডেডলাইন একেবারে দরজায় করা নাড়ছে। সময় মতো ফাইল না করলে পেনাল্টি, নোটিশ এইসব থেকে রেহাই পাওয়া কঠিন। কিন্তু এখন আর চিন্তা নয়, কারণ এখন আছে আপনার একমাত্র ভরসা দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্ট। ব্যবসার লাইসেন্স, রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স
Hello. 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 পাচ্ছ তো? একটু ক্যামেরাটাও দেখে নাও।
ক্যামেরাতে একটু দেখে নাও।
টিডিএস, পিএফ অ্যান্ড ইএসআই, আইএসও, ফায়ার লাইসেন্স কিংবা ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স সব কাজ হচ্ছে দ্রুত, নির্ভুল আর ঝামেলামুক্তভাবে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থসারথী দাস এবং অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা দিচ্ছি ব্যবসায়িক এবং ব্যক্তিগত সমস্ত ট্যাক্স ও লিগ্যাল পরিষেবার নিশ্চয়তা। কলকাতার হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স, কলকাতা হাইকোর্টের পাশে এবং সিঙ্গুরের মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্সে রয়েছে আমাদের অফিস। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595-এ। আইনি সমস্যায় আর দুশ্চিন্তার প্রয়োজন নেই। হ্যাঁ, এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম, যেখান থেকে পাবেন সব ধরনের আইনি সহায়তা এক ছাদের নিচে। কলকাতার হাইকোর্টের কাছে হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স 7C, কিরণ শঙ্কর রায় রোড এবং মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্স, সিঙ্গুর, হুগলিতে অবস্থিত এই লিগ্যাল ফার্ম আপনার ব্যবসাকে করবে আরও নির্ভরযোগ্য। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স নোটিশ হোক বা জিএসটি নোটিশ, কোম্পানি নোটিশ থেকে শুরু করে পিএফ ও ইএসআই নোটিশ, সব সমস্যার সমাধান। ডিপার্টমেন্ট নোটিশ, ট্যাক্স আপিল, ট্রাইব্যুনাল, হাইকোর্ট ও সুপ্রিম কোর্টের ট্যাক্স ম্যাটার, প্রতিটি ক্ষেত্রে রয়েছে বিশেষজ্ঞ আইনজীবী। আমরা বিশ্বাস করি আপনার ব্যবসা আমাদের যত্ন, তাই নিশ্চিন্তে ব্যবসা করুন, বাকিটা আমাদের হাতে ছেড়ে দিন। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 এই নম্বরে। এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম। আপনি কি বিজনেস লাইসেন্স আর রেজিস্ট্রেশন নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? আপনি কি আপনার ট্যাক্স সম্পর্কিত বিষয় নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? সমাধান এখন দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্টে। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, আইএসও, ফায়ার, ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স সব কাজ দ্রুত ও নির্ভুলভাবে সম্পন্ন করা হয় এখানে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থসারথী দাস ও অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা ব্যবসায়িক ও ব্যক্তিগত সব পরিষেবা দিই। আমাদের কলকাতার অফিস হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স নিয়ার কলকাতা হাইকোর্ট ও সিঙ্গুরের মাতা রানী কমপ্লেক্সে। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 নম্বরে অথবা ভিজিট করুন www.dashtaxconsultant.in এ। আপনার বিশ্বস্ত আইন ও ট্যাক্স পরামর্শদাতা। ট্যাক্স ফাইলিং এর ডেডলাইন একেবারে দরজায় করা নাড়ছে। সময় মতো ফাইল না করলে পেনাল্টি, নোটিশ এইসব থেকে রেহাই পাওয়া কঠিন। কিন্তু এখন আর চিন্তা নয়, কারণ এখন আছে আপনার একমাত্র ভরসা দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্ট। ব্যবসার লাইসেন্স, রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, টিডিএস, পিএফ অ্যান্ড ইএসআই, আইএসও, ফায়ার লাইসেন্স কিংবা ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স সব কাজ হচ্ছে দ্রুত, নির্ভুল আর ঝামেলামুক্তভাবে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থ সারথী দাস এবং অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা দিচ্ছি ব্যবসায়িক এবং ব্যক্তিগত সমস্ত ট্যাক্স ও লিগ্যাল পরিষেবার নিশ্চয়তা। কলকাতার হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স কলকাতা হাইকোর্টের পাশে এবং সিঙ্গুরের মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্সে রয়েছে আমাদের অফিস। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 এ। আইনি সমস্যায় আর দুশ্চিন্তার প্রয়োজন নেই। হ্যাঁ, এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম, যেখান থেকে পাবেন সব ধরনের আইনি সহায়তা এক ছাদের নিচে। কলকাতার হাইকোর্টের কাছে হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স 7C, কিরণ শঙ্কর রায় রোড এবং মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্স, সিঙ্গুর, হুগলিতে অবস্থিত এই লিগ্যাল ফার্ম আপনার ব্যবসাকে করবে আরও নির্ভরযোগ্য। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স নোটিশ হোক বা জিএসটি নোটিশ, কোম্পানি নোটিশ থেকে শুরু করে পিএফ ও ইএসআই নোটিশ, সব সমস্যার সমাধান। ডিপার্টমেন্ট নোটিশ, ট্যাক্স আপিল, ট্রাইব্যুনাল, হাইকোর্ট ও সুপ্রিম কোর্টের ট্যাক্স ম্যাটার, প্রতিটি ক্ষেত্রে রয়েছে বিশেষজ্ঞ আইনজীবী। আমরা বিশ্বাস করি আপনার ব্যবসা আমাদের যত্ন, তাই নিশ্চিন্তে ব্যবসা করুন, বাকিটা আমাদের হাতে ছেড়ে দিন। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 এই নম্বরে। এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম। আপনি কি বিজনেস লাইসেন্স আর রেজিস্ট্রেশন নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? আপনি কি আপনার ট্যাক্স সম্পর্কিত বিষয় নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? সমাধান এখন দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্টে। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, আইএসও, ফায়ার, ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স সব কাজ দ্রুত ও নির্ভুলভাবে সম্পন্ন করা হয় এখানে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থ সারথী দাস ও অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা ব্যবসায়িক ও ব্যক্তিগত সব পরিষেবা দিই। আমাদের কলকাতার অফিস হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স নিয়ার কলকাতা হাইকোর্ট ও সিঙ্গুরের মাতা রানী কমপ্লেক্সে। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 নম্বরে অথবা ভিজিট করুন www.dashtaxconsultant.in এ। আপনার বিশ্বস্ত আইন ও ট্যাক্স পরামর্শদাতা। ট্যাক্স ফাইলিং এর ডেডলাইন একেবারে দরজায় করা নাড়ছে। সময় মতো ফাইল না করলে পেনাল্টি, নোটিশ এইসব থেকে রেহাই পাওয়া কঠিন। কিন্তু এখন আর চিন্তা নয়, কারণ এখন আছে আপনার একমাত্র ভরসা দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্ট। ব্যবসার লাইসেন্স, রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, টিডিএস, পিএফ অ্যান্ড ইএসআই, আইএসও, ফায়ার লাইসেন্স কিংবা ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স সব কাজ হচ্ছে দ্রুত, নির্ভুল আর ঝামেলামুক্তভাবে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থ সারথী দাস এবং অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা দিচ্ছি ব্যবসায়িক এবং ব্যক্তিগত সমস্ত ট্যাক্স ও লিগ্যাল পরিষেবার নিশ্চয়তা। কলকাতার হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স কলকাতা হাইকোর্টের পাশে এবং সিঙ্গুরের মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্সে রয়েছে আমাদের অফিস। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 এ। আইনি সমস্যায় আর দুশ্চিন্তার প্রয়োজন নেই। হ্যাঁ, এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম, যেখান থেকে পাবেন সব ধরনের আইনি সহায়তা এক
Hello, good morning all. We are about to start with the TDS technical session. I would like to ask Sri Sajjan Tulsian to come on the stage, before which I would like to say a few words about him. He is a leading lawyer in the tax practice in the country and appears before the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal in almost all benches in the country. He is a tax professional in the practice before the Income Tax Settlement Commission, before all the benches of the Settlement Commission in the country. He has very wide practice in direct tax and is retained by very reputed and renowned corporates for advice and guidance. He is one of the highest tax-paying professionals in the country. He is presently President of Income Tax Bar Association, Calcutta. He is the President of Tax Advocates Association of Bengal, and he is the Chief of the Income Tax Settlement Commission Bar Association in Kolkata. He is consulted by all the forums of the Income Tax Department, the Income Tax Settlement Commission, and the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal in respect of all the matters concerning the functioning of benches. He is also a speaker in several workshops and conferences and contributed large number of articles. He has come through a dedicated hard work and is regarded in the professional circle of his such devotions. I would please like to welcome Sri Sajjan Tulsian sir. I would also like to welcome Shri Mangtingleng Haukip IRS Additional CIT TDS Range 1 Kolkata, Shri Prabhakar Prakash Ranjan IRS Additional CIT TDS Range 3 Kolkata, Shri Muhammad Arshad IRS DCIT TDS Circle 3 1 Kolkata, Shri Sanjay Kumar Yadav IRS DCIT TDS Circle 2 2 Kolkata, Shri Rajiv Kumar Pandey IRS DCIT TDS Circle 2 1 Kolkata, and Shri Kumar Sambhav IRS DCIT TDS Circle 3 2 Kolkata. Thank you. Ms. Shatabdi Das is going to felicitate Shri Tulsian Sajjan, sir. Ms. Moumita Shadu is going to felicitate Shri Sanjay Kumar Yadav, sir. Ms. Shangita Roy is going to felicitate Rajiv Kumar Roy. Sir Rajiv Kumar Pandey. Ms. Kasturi is going to felicitate Sri Mangting Haukip, sir, IRS. Ms. Sharmishta Sarkar is going to felicitate Sir Rajiv Kumar, Sir Sanjay Kumar Yadav. Miss Sir Kumar Sambhav. Ms. Rupamita Ghosh is going to felicitate Prabhakar Prakash Ranjan. Ms. Mohmita Shadhu is going to felicitate Muhammad Ashrat sir. I would like to ask Sir Tulshan ji to come and say a few words.
Good afternoon. It's a matter of great joy that in the ancient town of Chandan Nagar, with colonial legacy and most organized small city in the state of West Bengal, this seminar is being conducted in this place called Chandan Nagar. A very brilliant team commanded by Haqib Sahab with his 6 IRS colleagues has arrived here to give you a PowerPoint presentation, as also willing to answer all your questions on the issue TDS. So therefore, today's session is going to be a very important session because TDS touches upon almost all those people who carry on business. It's for decades, TDS has been a vital pillar of India's revenue framework. It ensures a regular inflow of funds to the government, reduces tax evasion, and spreads the responsibility of compliance across the wide base of taxpayers and businesses. Yet, while concept is simple, the reality has grown increasingly complex, with numerous sections, varying rates, frequent amendments, reporting obligations, and possibility of penalty and prosecution. TDS compliance often becomes a challenge for even the most diligent SSE. Under the Income Tax Act 1961, TDS and TCS provisions were spread across Chapter 17. This framework, while comprehensive, became scattered and difficult to navigate, especially for businesses and professionals dealing with the multiple transactions. This now has undergone change. The current Income Tax Act 1961 is now being replaced by Income Tax Act 2025 because the Honorable President has already given assent to the Income Tax Bill 2025 yesterday night. So the TDS and TCS provision from next year onward will be governed by the Income Tax Bill 2025. Under Chapter 19 of the new law, Section 392, 393 and 394. 392 is TDS on salaries, 393 TDS and other payments, and 394 collection of taxed source are the three clauses which govern the collection of TDS under the new law. This reorganization provides two big advantages. Simplicity: by grouping similar provision, compliance becomes easier for both the deductor and deductee. Clarity: with use of integrated tables and schedules, the maze of cross references is avoided. So while substance of TDS, rates, threshold, coverage remain broadly the same, the structure of the law is in the bill which is now the law is modern, codified and user friendly, alleging tax law with today's digital economy. The said our focus in this session will be on the practical problem of TDS under the Income Tax Act 1961, because the new provision is yet to be implemented, rules needs to be framed and framework needs to be decided, board be issuing several clarifications and guidance. Without that, the field officers cannot give you any clarity in regard to the new act which has come in the domain. So my focus today will be, after getting the PowerPoint presentation, seek clarity from them on the various problems which the SSC are facing under the TDS provisions, and the clarification from them or resolution from them will give you a broad idea about resolving your TDS problems. With these, I'll now hand over the mic to Hawkik Sahab, who will hereafter be the boss of the session and will take you through the TDS provisions, as also will give you a PowerPoint presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you, Tulsianji. My respect and regards as well to Mr. Tulsian, the chairman of the Income Tax Session. Firstly, good morning all. I am honored, I am privileged to be addressing this very august gathering of tax advocates, and especially to be here in the historic city of Chandannagar. We are all happy. If it had been on a weekday, in fact, we could have been even more happier for a change. But we are very mindful to the call of duty, and we are happy that there will be a fruitful exchange of ideas, interaction, which will foster better understanding and better appreciation of our roles and difficulties. The ultimate aim, of course, in we coming here is to, for all the tax advocates, to make a compliance easier. And overwhelmingly, the key objective always is to foster national growth. So I hope I have your attention, and I hope we can help you so that we can help you so that you can help us better, which will lead to maybe a growing, a thriving, a better tax administration, a better tax environment, growth for the economy as well. To put the history of taxation in perspective, we have come, the department or the government has come a long way from the stage of representation in the bygone ages to now become to the age of fair opportunity. Further, as far as Indian tax administration is concerned, over the past 10 decades, the income tax department has transitioned from a traditional and adversarial approach to a more enabling, citizen-centric governance system. In this aspect, I would like to quote the words of the chairman, the Honorable Chairman CBDT verbatim. In a rapidly transforming India driven by technology, transparency and trust, the role of tax administration extends far beyond revenue collection. It is a cornerstone of economic growth, a facilitator of public confidence, and a key partner in nation building. The key word I would say here is the key partner in nation building. I wish to inform the gathered audience, the gathered stakeholders, that the department is very conscious, the department is very alive and very seized of the challenges that the nation places on its capable soldiers. We are again a dynamic organization. Tulsianji had taken quite a few words and time to explain the provisions that are coming effective March 2026, but we are not going to dwell on that as of now because that's still time to come. We are being governed by the OLEG as such. Like I said, we are a very dynamic organization with a keen ear to the ground economic realities. Our policies, our laws are not just organic, but reflect the rhythm, reflect the ebb and flow of the national needs and priorities. Our tax policies have two twin goals. One is revenue collection and the other is to make it easy for all the stakeholders to comply. Now coming to withholding tax, historically I would bring it to the notice or just inform the audiences that withholding tax was a measure developed by the United States during the Second World War for revenue mobilization. Today, tax deduction at source is a very important key element of the national revenue collection. As of last year, 56% of the national direct tax collection, which is about 25 lakh crores, was from TDS. Now coming closer, as for Bengal, of the 60,000 crores that was collected in revenue, almost 52% had come from TDS. The provisions of TDS are contained in Chapter 17 of the Income Tax Act. And TCS provisions, I will clarify, are a tool for collection of tax and not provision dealing with levy and assessment. There's a distinction, a legal distinction that we make as a tax administrators. The objective of TDS provision is to ensure smooth collection of tax and ensure that the payee does not escape the income tax net. Deduction of TDS from payments ensures that the department has an audit trail to the payee. Collection of TCS or tax collection at source by a person receiving payment ensures that the payer does not escape the income tax net and the department has an audit trail as well. TDS provisions require the payer deductor to deduct tax from payment due to payee and deposit with the government. TDS results in less payment to payee than would have been without TDS or TCS provisions. However, I would also like to clarify that once a TDS has been deducted out of a receipt does not mean that there no further tax liability is there with reference to the amount. Nor can it be argued that a payment is not covered by TDS, TCS, and therefore it's not liable to be taxed. Provisions of direct payment of tax in the form of advance tax and self-assessment do exist independent of TDS provisions. Now, as we go along, my very competent colleagues here, they'll be interacting with you, clarifying your queries as well. I had just given you a general view of what the TDS provisions are. And as far as the principal Chief Commissioner of Income Tax charge West Bengal and Sikkim is concerned, geographically our TDS jurisdiction is divided. We have a Chief Commissioner of TDS who sits in Calcutta. We have two commissioners of TDS, one station in Calcutta and the other in Siliguri. We have 5 ranges under them, 3 ranges in Calcutta and one in Durgapur and the other in Siliguri. These are under CIT TDS Siliguri. There was shortly a very brief overview of the TDS provisions, its implication and maybe default consequences. Now we will be following my session with a detailed PPT presentation. I will now request Prabhakar to take the session forward. once again, thank you. It's been a pleasure here. God bless you all and Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Respected dignitaries of the Tax Advocate Association of Bengal, my fellow Income Tax Department officers, and the august audience. Indeed, it's a pleasure for us to be here to be discussing TDS amongst you. TDS is very tedious. That's the over phrase that comes up whenever we discuss TDS. And indeed it is. If we consider it as a subject, if we consider that these are the provisions that we have to learn. But if we consider it as a part of our business requirements or business day-to-day basis doings, then it becomes a part which is very inherent to us. And then that becomes that we have to be aligned with the TDS provisions. That's why for today's discussion, we have taken up the topics which are relevant today. The last two budgets, the last three budgets in fact, two in last year and this one this year, are impacting us in current times, and they will do so for the remaining part of this financial year also. As those are the provisions which are affecting, the new bill has been put in official gazette yesterday only, and that will be the part of discussion later on. But these amendments will impact us in the coming days. So we will have a thorough discussion of those topics, and then later on we can have question answers on that. So mostly the amendments have tried to rationalize the rates and increase the threshold so that more money is put in the hands of the taxpayers. So in turn, it leads to the uptick of the economy. But to give you the department's perspective also, it has led to some challenges also, as there have been. We are now looking into some TDS collection shortfall also. So while going through the provisions, I will give you the department's perspectives also and the related challenges also. So we start with the presentation now. Can we just change this thing to the presentation? I hope everyone is settled. Am I audible at the back? Yes, yes. Okay. So first and foremost, as has been widely publicized and as everyone is aware of it, the impact has been on salary. The threshold has been increased. The tax slab rates have been changed now. So you can see that these are the new slab rates as per the new tax regime. Similarly, the tax rebate has also been increased from 25,000 to 60,000. As a result, up till rupees 12 lakhs, now there is no tax liability. So, since the TDS depends on your basic exemption limit, now up till a salary of rupees 12 lakhs, there is no requirement of deducting TDS. So, not only that basic threshold, the next tax slab rates also, the TDS on the next slab rates also have been affected. And just to let you know, the TDS collection in West Bengal and Sikkim region, the salary component is almost around 55%. So this has led to a slight decrease in our collections this year. So this becomes a very important point of monitoring or study or discussion for us also. Now based on the feedback or the study done by the department, by the government over the recent years, there has been a decrease in the tax rates also, the TDS deduction rates also. And some of the sections which have been impacted are the 194DA, which is the payment related to life insurance, 194G, commission on sale of lottery tickets, the important one, 194G, payment of commission, then IB, payment of rent, 194M, payment by certain individuals. So the government had analyzed that the 2% deduction rate will actually suffice the tax requirement and there won't be overhead of tax refund or the lower deduction certificates. Similarly, in 194O, which was the section of TDS deduction for the e-commerce operators, which was introduced about 2-3 years back, the TDS rates had been rationalized from 1% to 0.1%. So this is a very good move. Then the another one is TDS on related to insurance commission. The rate has been decreased to 2% from 5%. One section has already been removed, already means totally been removed, that is 194F, TDS on repurchase by MF. And most importantly, one section has been introduced from this year, that is 194T, that is TDS on payment to partners towards salary bonus. So this was a long awaited section which was needed as far as the department's perspective, because the monitoring of payment of salary to the partners was needed. So not only the TDS will augment the tax collection, but it will also lead to the monitoring of the payments. So this is the chart which shows the rationalization of the TDS rates. As you can see, mostly the TDS rates have been decreased rather than been increased, so that the more money is at the disposal of the deductors. In TCS also some changes have been made. Earlier the luxury good items consisted of only the cars which is costing more than rupees 10 lakhs, but 10 other items also have been introduced. As you can see, it covers the gamut of items like wristwatches, antiques, coin, stamp, helicopter, sunglasses, even golf kit, ski wear, home theater system. So now everything mostly costing above 10 lakhs will come under the ambit of TCS. So again, this will have a better audit trail for the department's perspective, but it will also put an additional compliance requirement for the deductors. Not only the change was in the TDS rate, but the thresholds also have been increased. For example, in 193 interest on security, earlier there was no threshold, now the threshold is rupees 10,000. 194A, interest other than interest on securities, which is probably the most common used ones, as the interest on saving banks, other things are covered here. The increase has been there. For 50,000 for senior citizens is now 1 lakhs, 40,000 for others is now 50,000, or in case of others, the threshold has been increased from 5,000 to 10,000. So a big relief has been granted by the government in this section. Similarly, dividends, the threshold has been increased. In winnings from lotteries also, the threshold has been increased. Winnings from horse races, insurance commission, by way of commission, again there has been some increase. In rent, earlier the threshold was only 20,000. Now the increase has been made till 50,000. That means till 6 lakhs rupees, the renter need not deduct TDS on that. Similarly, that fee for professional services by way of enhanced commission, again there has been some increase. So as you can see, if I enumerated all the changes, there have been 10 sections where the rates have been changed and 13 sections in which the thresholds have been. In total, there are 23 sections which have been affected. That means almost half of the sections have been affected by these changes. In TCS, the remittance under LRS, which was 7 lakhs, which was much criticized, now that has been increased to 10,000. Now LRS for education, no TCS, the TCS has altogether been removed. And in the purchase of goods, that also has been removed because there was a corresponding section in TDS also, which was 194Q. So this was done in the TCS section also. Now, these were just the changes related to the rates and threshold, but what about the procedural and other changes? So some have been done in those, and before this session we were provided a list of queries also. So when we go through this, lots of them would be answered because these changes actually addresses many of the doubts, many of the problems that were being faced. So they are adequately addressed by these changes also. First of all, that TDS, now the lower deduction certificates are applicable or also on purchase of goods, which is a very welcome change because there are much requirement for lower deduction on those also. So this was made effective on this section 194Q. The second one was that TDS on purchase of immovable property. As you are aware that 1% has to be deducted when the consideration amount is more than rupees 50 lakhs. But a misuse or rather a misrepresentation was being done that the threshold was broken up and it was done in pieces. Now it has been made mandatory that even if there are multiple buyers or sellers, if the total amount crosses rupees 50 lakhs, then one has to deduct TDS on it, and in the appropriate rates. Even if the shares of the buyers or the sellers are not defined, then equal proportionate division has to be done and the TDS has to be deducted. There were actually multiple queries. Wherever we go for these outreach programs, the queries are always coming on this aspect. So it should be made clear now that a buyer has to estimate his amount that he has to pay and deduct appropriate TDS on it. Otherwise, the penal provisions will follow on this. Now, the third part was the TDS correction statements. Earlier, there was no limit. In fact, after 2008, the TDS statements could be corrected. And unfortunately, that led to many unwanted misappropriations or misrepresentations. Some fraud also happened because of that. So from last year, the government has kept it only till last 6 years. So for this financial year, that means only from FY 19-20, the correction statements can be done. Again, there has been some representations made before the board that there are still some pending corrections to be done. So as a result, the department is actually opening up the window, so the one-time window, so that these correction statements, whichever are left, are done. So that is another question that comes up repeatedly to us. Now, another change that for delayed deposit of TDS, the interest has been increased from 1% to 1.5% per month. Now, another important change is that generally while taking up the credit for calculating the TDS liability of an employee, now the other contributions, the other TDS deduction apart from the salary also can be taken into account, and the final TDS liability of the employee can be found out. So this is another welcome change. And there is a change in the penal provision that in 271H section, when there was a time limit that 1 year, after 1 year also the amendment could be done in the filing statement. So now that has been reduced to 1 month. So I hope I have just given a brief overview. I will just go through the provisions one by one, which are the important ones. Like I discussed about the ease of claiming credits for TDS deducted. So as I discussed, now the other TDS contributions can also be taken into. So as we all almost are salaried employees, so we can make representations that these are our contributions and those can be taken into account. Now 194T section, there was one query also related to this, in which there was this doubt raised that whether it covers all the liability partnership firms or also not. Yes, it includes everyone. It includes all the firms and other things. And basically one has to estimate the profit that one is estimate and what salary is it providing it to the partners. And based on that, TDS has to be calculated. Obviously, it would be very periodic estimation because the profit of that firm or partnership firm will be very dynamic and will keep on changing. But this is an important compliance requirement from this year. Now, TDS on sale of immovable property, as I discussed earlier, that rupees 50 lakhs is now the threshold for all. So please consider all the buyers and the sellers and accordingly determine your proportionate share. So this is one of the areas where we get lot of TDS defaults, and those things come to us. One section that one floating rate savings bond has been introduced, and there is a requirement of the TDS on this. So this is very specific. Now another important one, that whenever a person paid tax outside India, he didn't show that tax credit, that corresponding income of that tax as part of the income in India. So that not only led to a wrong calculation of the income, but it also led to the double deduction or or altogether no representation of the income here. So now this has been brought in the statute that the corresponding income of the tax paid outside India will also be considered here. Earlier anyway there was that relief provision in section 90 that you can take that credit in India while filing the form, but now this has been made more specific for that. Now again there was some confusion with this being the historic, as you people are the advocates, you know that there has been always this problem, distinction problem between 194J and 194C, like what is a work contract and what is a professional Now it has been made explicit that whatever is constituted under 194J won't constitute under the 194C, that is for contractors, as the rates are different. One is 10%, one is 2%. So there is no confusion on taking that advantage of tax differentials. So this has again, so these all amendments are coming from the actual feedback or actual the problems encountered during the TDS, the handling of TDS provisions. Amendment in 277(6)(b), the prosecution section, that has been changed. I will discuss later on in detail about prosecution and compounding. So here we will take up this thing. Now another problem was that order under section 201 is passed after taking into the defaults. This is a statutory provision, but here there were two problems. First thing was the time limit was 7 years, and second problem was there was no clarity on the non-resident residents. So in NR charges or NR assesses, some people used to say that the time limit is any time limit, even 10 years can be there. Some used to say that no, 7 years should be there. Now it has been made explicit. Now the limit from 7 years has been decreased to 6 years, and it is applicable for both residents and non-residents. So now it is aligned with our other provisions of the Act and also of the limit for filing the tax return statements or the modification of those statements. So this is a very significant step. Now again that LDC for this has been included to include that TDS on purchases, and in 270 in TCS also some sections have been included. So now the scope of LDC has been enhanced. Now the time limit, as I said earlier, only 6 years. Now if suppose you have a demand of 2015, now that cannot be corrected if you are thinking that the demand is erroneous. So that time has passed by, because the Honorable Finance Minister also had told that last year only that all those correction statements should be filed and demand paid. However, for your knowledge, this last week only that portal has been opened before assessing officers for the correction of that. Later on it will be open for the assessees also. So if there is suggestion is that if there is any pending demand, that should be paid, and later on that tagging of challan can be done for that. Now these were the changes, but the most basic which impacts the assessees, because they are not aware how these impact us, those are the penal provisions. Now as TDS officer, when we go through, there are many sections related to that. So how I go about it? There are only 3 basic deadlines that one is that deduction deadline, one is that filing of the TDS, deposit of the TDS which has been deducted, and finally the filing of the TDS statement. यही 3 डेडलाइन है, और सारे जो डिफॉल्ट्स होते हैं इन्हीं के आसपास हैं. पहले आप डिडक्ट करना है, उसको डिपॉजिट करना है गवर्नमेंट अकाउंट में, और फाइनली एक बार क्वार्टरली स्टेटमेंट फाइल करना है जिसमें हमें बताना है कि दीज आर द TDS deducted and who are the actual payees. So for that we have, suppose there is a short payment, then there is a penal provision. Suppose there is a late payment or no payment, then there is a penal provision. If the quarterly statements are filed, then there is a fees, and then the ensuing penalty, consequential penalty and prosecution also follow. So it can be in the nature of interest, fees, penalty and prosecution. So interest and fees, these are the nomenclature. However, all it means is that there is an additional tax that you have to pay apart from the original TDS that has to be deducted. So these are in that nature. Suppose 100 rupees was the tax to be deducted. However, it wasn't deducted at that time. So there will be some interest part of that, which might come to 110, then penalty of 50 can follow, that has to be paid, and later on that. So this will be the entire gamut of the penal provisions that can happen in TDS default. And TDS default is different than normal income tax default, that here it is the government's money. If it has been taken up and not deposited, then obviously the government is serious. किसी और का पैसा है and the assessee is keeping it. So that is an important aspect for this. So some penal provisions, though there are many, but I will just briefly enumerate that if you don't have a TAN, then that has to be applied. Otherwise, there is a penal provision for that. If there is the delay in the payment of the TDS amount, then the interest rates are mentioned accordingly, that interest has to be calculated and paid. Then if there is a delay in filing of quarterly statement, then there is a fine of 200 rupees per day. Then if you are filing incorrect statement, then there is a penalty under section 271H. In section 271C, then amount equal to the amount the person has failed to deduct, that is, there is a penalty for that. And finally, the prosecution of 276B comes on, 276B and 276BB, in which the minimum is 3 months and the maximum is 7 years. So just to again to highlight our date of deduction, then the 7th day of the next month is the date for the deposit of the tax, and the 1 month from the end of the quarter is the date for the filing of quarterly statement. So these are the general dates. Obviously for some quarters it is different. So basically these have to be followed, then obviously these penal provisions won't come into play. So now what leads to prosecution? As I told that यहाँ थोड़ा सा different है, because it's the public money. So the prosecution provisions here are more stringent than the normal provisions. तो इसमें क्या हुआ, suppose there is a delay of 90 days while you have deducted the tax and didn't pay it, तो आप पे इंटरेस्ट तो लगेगा, बट इफ़ यू जस्ट पे द इंटरेस्ट, वहाँ से ऐसा नहीं होगा कि देयर विल द डिफॉल्ट विल बी ओवर, because the government considers it seriously, then it gets flagged for us as a potential prosecution case. And when the notice goes to the assessee, they say that we have paid everything, why is it coming up? So it's not something which we also are picking, it is automatically flagged by the system because there is a delay, and it comes to the AO and then he has to initiate it. So and then interest is, then it the so cause goes to the assessee has to reply it, then it goes, the report is sent by the AO, forwarded by the range head to the CIT, who is the ultimate deciding authority on that, and then finally the sanction for the prosecution is given, and then the prosecution moves on to the court. So this is the general workflow, but however the origin point has to be very clear, that it is the delay in the deposit of the amount. This is the main thing. Now again the requirements have been made very liberal by the government. Now they realize that कि ठीक है ऐसे 7 day में या थोड़ा delay हो सकता है. Now they have increased the threshold to 25 lakhs, and now they have till the quarterly statement is filed, even if you pay, then the prosecution proposals won't be initiated. So again the provisions have been made very liberal, so that nobody has to face the problems of these prosecutions proposals. Now there is another way, this is the compounding one, जो हमारे पास आजकल बहुत ज़्यादा आ रहा है. Compounding is the another way to for settlement of offences by paying monetary compounding charges. Now आप compounding charges दे के भी अपने prosecution proposals can be removed or can be settled. So earlier there were many requirements that it has to be filed at this stage of time, it has to be done at this stage, there are different rates. So now with the latest circular which came last year and which came again clarified this year, now compounding proposals can be put up at any stage. The calculation is very simple, that 1.5% from the date of deduction till that filing, and it can be moved through just by filing a nominal fees of 25,000, which is again adjustable. So this is one. So we have seen a recent spurt in compounding proposals, which is a win-win situation for all. So that is another way. So A request for all that these provisions can be utilized in the case of the SSCs whose prosecution proposals are have been initiated or are pending. So this ultimately again has proposal is started by the AO, it goes through range head to CIT, but the ultimate deciding authority is CCIT, and before whom also again before CCIT only that compounding proposal has to be filed. But I will again, right now I have just given a summary, but I will read out the slide for the last circular, which is very important. So I will just go through because these are important. That all offences under Income Tax Act are now compoundable. That means the wider scope than before, all offences. No limit or number on applications. Repeat application allowed if defects cured. So applications again are curable. Fixed time limits removed, that is compounding can be requested any time. Joint or separate applications allowed for main and co-accused. That means for both of them this joint application is also entertained. Applicable even during IBC, that even if you are bankrupt then also this can be put in. Application fee is 25,000 for a single one, 50,000 for multiple. Again these are adjustable. That compounding fee calculation is very simple now, 1.5% into default amount into number of months. Now it is simpler for us also now, thankfully. Then the higher multiplier for subsequent default. That means it increases if the entity repeats the same default the again time, just as a deterrent. That the compounding fee will be higher if you keep on doing these things. And this additional 50% fee is done if it is this application is filed after 12 months. Defective applications are allowed to be corrected within 1 month, and applications can be filed digitally while ITBO traces. So in nutshell, the compounding applications have been made very simpler and can be availed any time and can be done. So prosecution and compounding, our one purpose was also to communicate about this thing. So this is all from our side. Hopefully this session I would have brought something new to you people and which can be used up later on. Thank you. We will be taking up now question sessions. Some our officers will come gradually and then they will take up. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Respected sirs, colleagues, chairperson of the association and members of the association, a very warm good afternoon. I am Mohammad Arshad, DCIT Circle 31 TDS Kolkata. So I'll be taking a few questions which have been sent to us, and I'll just give a brief overview of what is the solution to and what is the answer to those questions. The first question which I got was that if a transporter engages vehicles for a company, but vehicles are not actually used for transport activity, should the TDS be under 194C or section 194I? So here I'll give the short answer, which you can have as a practical rule of thumb, that if the vehicle provider is performing transport service, that is he supplies vehicle with driver, staff, takes responsibility for running the vehicle, fuel maintenance, and carries out the carriage of passenger or goods, then in that case the payment is treated as a payment to contractor, and the TDS is charged under section 194C. And the other case is that if the arrangement is true hiring or like leasing of an asset, the hirer gets the possession or control of the vehicle, uses his own staff or pays for the fuel and maintenance, then in that case the payment is simply for the use of the vehicle. So in that case payment is lease or rent of the vehicle. So that will fall under section 194I. And there is a quick checklist which the deductor can have, and first of all he should have a signed contract which clearly mentions in the contract whether it is a transport or pure hiring service. And in the invoices also he can ask the transporter to provide specifics like what are the transport charges or whether it is a hiring charges, and it also can ask for the PAN and declaration under 194C6. Coming to the next question, it was that the transporter under section 44AE are exempt from TDS, but the deductors still need to show these payments in TDS returns as non-deduction. But what happens is that deductors get the disallowances of expenses under section 40A IA. So in order to resolve this issue, there is a simple method. What the deductor can do is that they should get a declaration from the transporter with PAN, GST, and a statement that the vehicles owned is less than 10 during any time of the financial year. Then verify the PAN and have the TDS return filed by showing no deduction and proper reason code in the TDS return. So this will avoid the non-deduction by the assessing officer. Even in that case, if the AO still disallows that, then you can further for an appeal, and if you have all the documents in hand which I have mentioned right now, then it will be in the favor of the SSC as per most of the court judgments. So now I would like to call upon Rajiv Pandey to take the other questions. I would ask Tapas to enlighten from the point of view of hello. माइक को दे दीजिए ना.
Hello. You select the T in the remarks column, then and you put the amount 0 in TDS. Then no default will coming in the TDS return. Yes. No. If you select T, then no default will come. T. This is a code in the.
It's a reason code actually.
This is a TDS return code. You click in the drop down box. There is many reason code is there. For transporter, you select T. 0.
If it is filed correctly, then the CPC will not find the mismatch. That has to be properly incorporated in the return. Yes. I have told that the declaration has to be taken. Thank you.
Respected Chairman of the Income Tax Sessions, Sri S.K. Tulsian ji, my senior officers, and my dear colleagues, and delegate of Tax Advocate Association of Bengal. Very good afternoon to all. I am Rajiv Kumar Pandey, DCIT, TDS Circle 2 in Calcutta. I am here to answer few of your questions. I have been allotted a question. It is already given to me that when a company pays a one-time lump sum for using a brand name and technical know-how, should TDS be deducted? If yes, should it be treated as royalty, technical service fee, or some other head? And at what rate? It is yes, TDS will be deducted and it will be treated as royalty as per section 916 explanation 2 of the Income Tax Act 1961. And TDS will be deducted under section 194J, fees for professional or technical service, and which is at the rate of 10% for the resident. Your second part of the question is, would such payments be treated differently if they are capitalized rather than expensed? Here I want to say that TDS liability does not depend on whether the payer capitalized the expenditure or charge the revenue. TDS liability arises at the time of credit or payment, whichever is earlier. It is linked to the nature of payment only. That is, what is the nature of your payment, not how the recipient or payer treats it in the book. Second question is, TDS under section 194R applies on benefits or perquisites, but when the benefit in kind, like a foreign trip or gifts, how should its value be determined? And is TDS still required if no cash is paid? Is there a risk of subjective valuation leading to litigation? In first proviso of section 194R1 provides that where the benefit or perquisite is wholly in kind or partly in cash and partly in kind, but such part in cash is not sufficient to meet the liability of TDS in respect of the whole of such benefit or perquisite, the person responsible for providing such benefit or perquisite shall, before releasing the benefit or perquisite, ensure the tax should be paid. Your second part is how the valuation can be done. It is answered in circular number 12 of 2022, and question number 5 is there. The valuation would be based on fair market value of the benefit or perquisite, except the following. Case 1, when the perquisite provider has purchased the benefit before providing it to the recipient. In that case, purchase price shall be the value of such benefit or perquisite. The benefit or second part is that when the benefit or perquisite provider manufactures such items given as benefit or perquisite, then the price that it charges to its customer for such items shall be the value of such benefit or perquisite. Next question, I have been allotted at mismatch of TDS credit. Many taxpayers face mismatch issues where TDS is deducted but does not reflect in Form 26AS or AIS, often because the deductor has not deposited it or filed the return correctly. What remedy does the taxpayer have in such cases when he has borne the deduction but is denied credit? In that case, deductee should approach to the deductor for rectifying the TDS return so that he can get this due TDS credit. If it is not done by the deductor, then deductee can approach to the TDS wing of the income tax department raising his grievance. Then we can sort out their problem by approaching to the deductor. And we have certain provision that if deductor is failed to rectify his return correctly, then we can impose penalty and we can open up his case also. Next question is, for a single lapse, say delay in deduction or deposit, the deductor faces interest under section 2011 capital A, penalty under section 271C, and sometimes even penalty under section 271H for late filing. Do you think this amounts to double or triple punishment for the same default? I do not think so, because interest under section 2011A is paid for utilizing the money when it is deposited late to the government account, and also late making available of fund to the government exchequer. Whereas the penalty is levied as a deterrent for such lapse in future, and examples for the others. Thank you. Next, I welcome Sri Kumar Sambhav. He will address your next question.
Respected Chairman Tab S.K. Tulsian ji, my seniors, colleagues, and dear audiences. I am Kumar Sambhav. I am holding charge of TDS Circle 32, Kolkata. I will be taking few questions that have been provided to me. So I will read the question first. The first question is, in property transactions with multiple sellers and buyers, where consideration exceed the threshold but the shares are not specified, how should TDS under section 194A be deducted? And what happens when there are multiple transfers with undefined shares? So it is a very common TDS question in property transactions. So I will first read out the basic point, the concept in the same. So where there are multiple buyers and sellers in respect of immovable property, TDS is applicable on the aggregate amount of the sale consideration which is being paid by the buyer to the seller, not on the share of each individual buyer or seller. The threshold limit in this regard is 50 lakhs. Accordingly, if the individual share consideration paid or received by each seller or buyer is below 50 lakhs, but the total sale consideration exceeds 50 lakhs, then also the TDS under 194 IA is applicable. So now coming to the specific case where the share of buyer is undefined. So in that case, each buyer is required to deduct TDS in proportion to the amount he has paid to the seller. Now the second question which has been allotted to me is, when the NRI sell immovable property, TDS is deducted at the rate of 12.5% under section 195, but exemption under section 94/50 exemption under 54/54F, 54EC are not factored in. Is the only remedy to apply for a lower reduction certificate under 197? Should there be an automatic mechanism to allow exemption-linked deduction instead of forcing SEC into extra application? So, to understand this practical difficulties, we need to understand that TDS mechanism is a compliance-oriented thing, which is designed to secure collection of tax at the payment of the fund. The deductions under section 54, 54F, 54EC are conditional in nature, which requires lots of documentary verification. So, in each case, there is a manual application of mind by the AO to verify whether at the time of deduction the buyer will actually reinvest in the prescribed manner or not. So, in the case, the best way is to apply for lower deduction or nil deduction under section 197. The next question is, the TDS often leads to excess deduction with the taxpayers waiting months or even years of refund. Do you feel there should be a statutory time limit with higher interest or compensate taxpayer for blocked fund? I think in this case, if there is excess deduction in the case of TDS, you can avail the excess TDS credit in the next quarter. Also, you can avail the provision of LDC or nil deductions in some cases. I think this solves the problem. Thank you.
Respected seniors of the department, respected chairman, senior delegates, a very good afternoon. I am Sanjay Kumar Yadav, DCIT TDS Circle 11 and 22. There are few practical questions that we face regularly in our offices, and these are very common questions which I have to deal with here. And one of them is related to section 194T, that is applicability of to LLPs and firms. The question is section 194T is about TDS on payments like salary, interest, bonus or commission to partners. Does this apply equally to LLPs and traditional partnership firms? If yes, how should firm adjust their partners' payouts to comply? So obviously the language in the section used is any partnership firm or LLP. So both are equally covered in this section. And this section came into effect from 1st April 2025, and the applicable rate is 10%. And no TDS needs to be deducted when the payment does not exceed rupees 20,000. And there can be a situation where the remuneration of the partner depends on the profitability of the firm. In such cases, profits are determined once the books of the firm are closed for the financial year. So the problem may arise. Since the due date for TDS payments for the month of March is April 30th, so the firm may need to close its books of account before this date. The applicable TDS on remuneration should be recorded in the books and deposited with the government within the prescribed timeline, and also it requires periodical review of the financial position of the firm so that the taxpayer will be in a better position. The next question related to section 155(20) and form 71, that is late year TDS credits. And the question is, when TDS is deducted in a year different from the year of income, Form 71 has to be filed under Rule 134. But CPC still often raises compliance notices. How should SC handle this in practice? Do you think this provision is a real relief or just another compliance burden? Obviously, these are the reliefs given by the government to the honest taxpayers. These are not the burdens. There may be compliances, and that's why Government of India brings amendment to the Act, and from time to time CBTT brings several circulars to give relief to the taxpayers. This the practical solution of this is that first verify the causes, like check Form 26 AIS and ensure that all details like the PAN, TAN or the amount are correct. Then you can check your Form 71 status. After going to the e-filing portal, check the status of your submitted Form 71. The application might be pending processing, or there could be a discrepancy in the data submitted. Then after that, one very important thing is that you should review the notice carefully, because once notices are being given from the CPC, you will identify what are the problems, then you will identify the practical solution to it. Then you can reply through e-proceedings. And we are also sitting in the offices to take these things and to correct you. Then one very important question is related to PAN Aadhaar linking issues. And the question is, deductors are facing demands when the deductee's PAN is invalid or not Aadhaar linked, even though TDS was correctly deducted and deposited. Is it fair to penalize the deductor for something outside his control? What remedies exist for deductors in such cases? Appeal, rectification, or relief under CBT? All the reliefs are there. Even appeal is there, rectification is there. But CBT, these circulars are brought from the CBT to give relief to the taxpayers. Like under Rule 114 AAA, any PAN not linked with Aadhaar by the prescribed deadline is deemed to be inoperative. बट आप देखेंगे कि CBDT सर्कुलर नंबर 09/2025 जो डेट अगर आप 30 सितंबर तक अगर आधार पैन को ऑपरेटिव कर लेते हैं, लिंक कर लेते हैं, तो देयर विल नॉट बी एनी इशू. इसके पहले जो सर्कुलर था सर्कुलर नंबर 3/2023 वो 28 मार्च 2023 का. तो इसका मतलब कि CBDT कहीं ना कहीं चीज़ों को कंसर्न है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया कंसर्न है, जिसको लेकर के वो सर्कुलर लाती है कि भैया ऑनेस्ट जो टैक्स पेयर्स हैं उनको कोई इशू नहीं होना चाहिए. और फिर क्वेश्चन आता है कि हायर रेट ऑफ डिडक्शन, डिडक्टर जो है वो 20% अंडर 206AA में डिडक्ट करेगा. तो वो उनके लिए है जो जिनका आधार पैन आधार से लिंक्ड नहीं है. तो उसके लिए तो आप IT पोर्टल पे चेक कर सकते हैं और फिर आप देख सकते हैं लिंक नहीं है तो उनको गाइड भी कर सकते हैं, भाई लिंक कर लो. और उसके लिए फिर टाइमलाइन भी दिया जा रहा है. और these provisions are made to encourage filing and PAN registration, further to curb tax evasion and support data traceability. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you everyone for your patient hearing, and me and my team had taken their queries seriously. We had researched on them, we had thought out, prepared, discussed the best possible answers that we can, and I hope all the queries have been answered. Oh, there's a question that's not been answered, you're saying, Mr. 194 IC. Probably, I think somehow you missed, because we had discussed 194 IC as well. Take care. We'll coordinate with the organizing team and give you an answer for that accordingly. Take care. I think because of the paucity of time, we cannot go into detail and all that. I hope that's. On behalf of my team here, thank you for hosting us, especially the president of the TAAB, Sri Sajan Kumar Tulsianji, and Mr. Rajesh Misra. We thank you all. Thank you, everyone.
It's a leadership well displayed. Hokip sir has come with his team after complete and full discussion of all the questions referred to him by me to address this seminar far away from the place Kolkata. The beautifully each officers of him have answered the questions which were provided to them, shows their application, dedication and hard work. Tax Advocate Association of Bengal are really thankful to them. As we come to the close of today's session, it is clear the tax deduction at source remains one of the most significant pillars of our tax system. What began as a mechanism to ensure advanced collection of revenue has today become a vast compliance framework touching every salary earner, professional, contractor, businessman, and even digital transactions. Our discussion have highlighted both sides of the picture. On one hand, TDS ensures certainty of revenue to the government and helps the combating tax evasion. On the other hand, practical challenges, mismatch in credit, rigid compliance requirement, litigation on applicability, and the heavy consequence of default continue to create hurdles for SSEs and deductors alike. We also briefly looked at the Income Tax Act 2025 by saying that the provision has come and will apply for time to come, and section 392 to 394 will be the section in that act which will govern the collection and payment of TDS. The way forward, therefore, lies in striking the balance, preserving the strength of TDS as a collection tool while reducing the complexity, simplifying procedures, and minimizing disputes. With the technology, intergram of system, and continuous reform, we can hope to move towards TDS regime that is both effective for the government and efficient for taxpayer. I sincerely thank our distinguished speakers for sharing their knowledge and insight, and all of you in the audience for your active engagement and thoughtful participation. With that, let us carry forward today's learning into our practice and policy debates so that TDS evolves into a framework that truly serves its purpose, simple in concept, clear in law, and fair in practice. Thank you.
I would like to conclude this session by thanking for enlightening us on TDS technicalities. Next, I would like to call Devdut Sadhu to speak on AI.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In this technical session, I will be taking over the charge. Today, we will explore how artificial intelligence, especially conversational AI, like ChatGPT, is transforming the way we work in the field of taxation. AI is no longer just a futuristic concept. It's just assisting professionals by automating research, simplifying compliance, and drafting documents, analyzing data, and even providing real-time tax insights. With ChatGPT, tax practitioners can quickly interpret provisions, prepare reports, and enhance client communication, saving both time and effort. In short, AI is becoming a trust partner for tax professionals, improving accuracy, efficiency, and decision making in an increasingly complex tax landscape. अच्छा विवेक अग्रवाल I would like to call up on stage CA Vivek Agarwal and Sanjay Bhattacharya. Please sir, come up on stage.
আইনি সমস্যায় আর দুশ্চিন্তার প্রয়োজন নেই। হ্যাঁ, এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম, যেখান থেকে পাবেন সব ধরনের আইনি সহায়তা এক ছাদের নিচে। কলকাতার হাইকোর্টের কাছে হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স 7C, কিরণ শঙ্কর রায় রোড এবং মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্স, সিঙ্গুর, হুগলিতে অবস্থিত এই লিগ্যাল ফার্ম আপনার ব্যবসাকে করবে আরও নির্ভরযোগ্য। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স নোটিশ হোক বা জিএসটি নোটিশ, কোম্পানি নোটিশ থেকে শুরু করে পিএফ ও ইএসআই নোটিশ, সব সমস্যার সমাধান। ডিপার্টমেন্ট নোটিশ, ট্যাক্স আপিল, ট্রাইব্যুনাল, হাইকোর্ট ও সুপ্রিম কোর্টের ট্যাক্স ম্যাটার, প্রতিটি ক্ষেত্রে রয়েছে বিশেষজ্ঞ আইনজীবী। আমরা বিশ্বাস করি আপনার ব্যবসা আমাদের যত্ন, তাই নিশ্চিন্তে ব্যবসা করুন, বাকিটা আমাদের হাতে ছেড়ে দিন। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 এই নম্বরে। এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম। আপনি কি বিজনেস লাইসেন্স আর রেজিস্ট্রেশন নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? আপনি কি আপনার ট্যাক্স সম্পর্কিত বিষয় নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? সমাধান এখন দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্টে। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, আইএসও, ফায়ার, ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স, সব কাজ দ্রুত ও নির্ভুলভাবে সম্পন্ন করা হয় এখানে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থ সারথী দাস ও অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা ব্যবসায়িক ও ব্যক্তিগত সব পরিষেবা দিই। আমাদের কলকাতার অফিস হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স নিয়ার কলকাতা হাইকোর্ট ও সিঙ্গুরের মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্সে। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 নম্বরে অথবা ভিজিট করুন www.dashtaxconsultant.in এ। আপনার বিশ্বস্ত আইন ও ট্যাক্স পরামর্শদাতা। ট্যাক্স ফাইলিংয়ের ডেডলাইন একেবারে দরজায় করা নাড়ছে। সময় মতো ফাইল না করলে পেনাল্টি, নোটিশ এইসব থেকে রেহাই পাওয়া কঠিন। কিন্তু এখন আর চিন্তা নয়, কারণ এখন আছে আপনার একমাত্র ভরসা দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্ট। ব্যবসার লাইসেন্স, রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, টিডিএস, পিএফ অ্যান্ড ইএসআই, আইএসও, ফায়ার লাইসেন্স কিংবা ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স, সব কাজ হচ্ছে দ্রুত, নির্ভুল আর ঝামেলা মুক্তভাবে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থ সারথী দাস এবং অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা দিচ্ছি ব্যবসায়িক এবং ব্যক্তিগত সমস্ত ট্যাক্স ও লিগ্যাল পরিষেবা।
And I would like to Kaushik Modok to felicitate Vivek Agarwal. আচ্ছা, হ্যাঁ, অডিওটা কোন দিকে লাগাবে? একটু ইন্ট্রোডাকশনটা দিয়ে দিই স্যার। এটা লাগিয়ে দিন। হ্যাঁ। Vivek Agarwal, a fellow chartered accountant and a fellow company secretary holding a diploma in IFRS from ACCA UK, DISA and Advanced Certification in Forensic Audit and INDAS from ICAI along with Executive Program in Business Analytics from IIM Calcutta. He is a partner at SK Agarwal as well. Alongside, we are honored to have CA Sanjay Bhattacharya, who was born on 20th January 1949. He is a graduate in chemistry, holds a LLB degree, and is a proud fellow chartered accountant. He has been a practicing chartered accountant since 1979 and is presently a partner at MS Sukumar Bhattacharya and Company. Moreover than 4 decades of practice, he has earned immense respect as a seasoned professional and mentor in the field of accountancy and law. Together with these stalwarts represent the finest blend of experience, knowledge and leadership in our profession. I would like to say a few words. Sir Vivek Agarwal. Sir, please. I would like sir to come up on stage.
আগে চেয়ারম্যান বলবে তারপর তো স্পিকার আসবে স্পিকার আগে বলবে তারপর চেয়ারম্যান নয় ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে Good afternoon. We were supposed to end at 1:30. Now we are starting at 1:30. Now our speaker has come thinking that it will be 45 minutes. Now I have to tell him cut it to 25 minutes or 26 minutes. Now before he starts, just 1 minute I will take. See, whenever we are hearing about the AI and this chat GPT, many of us, I mean the tax practitioners, we are thinking that now AI will take our jobs, the chat GPT will do our works, so maybe that our clients will do themselves their works. Now we see what I understand, and I think Vivek will clarify it more, that it is not that AI or chat GPT will direct us. It is we have to learn it correctly so that we can utilize it for our purposes. Only with these opening remarks, I request Vivek to come here and start the deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you to TAP for giving me this opportunity. And who other than Sanjay Da, being the session chairman, with his experience, there's a lot to learn. Friends, sir said to take 25 minutes. I would say I would take as much minute as is required by the audience, because I know once we start speaking about AI and how AI will help us in our work, it is sure shot that you all will ask me to stay back, because the way AI is changing things, it's really very important. And if you all can just listen this video.
AI can't copy from humans, which I would like to know that what kind of thing will it be that humans can do with AI?
Yeah, actually, it's an excellent question, and in fact, this is probably the single most vital question for now, which is what are all the things that AI can do, what can it do? It turns out that as we speak, AI has no possibility of doing all of what we do. However, depending on the job that we do, sometimes it could do 20% of our jobs, 20% of our work, 1,000 times better. For some people, it might be able to do 50% of the job, 1,000 times better. But in no job can they do all of it. And so this is the great observation. Because of that, every one of us should apply AI to automate, to become an assistant to help us with that either 20%, 40%, or 50%. People ask me, Justin, is AI going to take your job? And I tell them, absolutely not. The person who uses AI to automate that 20% or 50% is going to take your job.
So who is going to take a job? No one. But yes, those who start using AI will be more empowered to people who are not using AI. And that is the truth as of today. So can AI help us in our practice? Yes, to large extent. So I will have some case studies for you, how to use ChatGPT, Notebook LM in your day-to-day work. And whatever I will speak is free of cost app, no payment to be done. And let's see how we can use that in our work. And fact of life, it's transforming workflows, boosting efficiency, and future-proofing our practice. What is AI, or what is generative AI for that matter, which is a minuscule of AI? Generative AI is something where we give a prompt, we ask a question, and it processes that and gives me an output. So Vivek, why ChatGPT for Indian income tax lawyers? Instant access to knowledge. Vivek, সব ভুলভাল কেস দেয়, কি করে ভুলভাল দিবে না আমরা জানাবো। How we have to make sure that hallucination doesn't happen, we'll discuss. Drafting powerhouse. We have our staff in our office. We give them a basic background. They go and do drafting. They come to us. We as a professional do the proofreading. We check everything. Then we deliver. I think the work which is done by my assistant can be done by generative AI, and we'll discuss and we'll show some examples to you that they do at least 70-80% work of ours, and thereafter we can take over the work done by them. Drafting powerhouse, adaptive intelligence and tailored solution. Limitation, hallucination. What is hallucination? Anyone from audience? I know lunch is waiting for you, but I think today if we can discuss 15-20 minutes and we can save 15-20 hours or if 2 hours also in our daily life, it will be helpful. So what is hallucination? Anyone? Hallucination. Example, this. What happened in Bangalore tribunal? ChatGPT hallucination. The lawyer had given some case laws. The judge had passed the order. Then it was known, the tribunal had passed the order. Then it was known that on the basis of the case laws on which the order was passed, that case law doesn't exist. ওই case law গুলো ছিলই না, ওইটা একটা খেয়ালি পুলাও ছিল, hallucination ছিল। To Vivek, how to avoid that in our practice, we'll discuss. So we all know it's garbage in, garbage out. Hey, any one of us over here using ChatGPT? Sir, very good. 2, 3 or 4 people are using ChatGPT. But I guarantee you, and I say the word guarantee, today after seeing some examples, tomorrow is a very good Sunday with such a lovely rainy weather, you'll enjoy using ChatGPT, that's for sure. So let's go directly to practical. Agreed, disagreed? Theory te jabo na practical dekhabo. Come on, you have to be a bit loud. I have been waiting for 1 hour. Thank you. So I will be showing something first. I have got ready for you some of the prompts. First and foremost, whenever we are using a prompt or whenever we are writing a prompt, we have to make sure these 4 things are there in the prompt. Persona, act like a senior advocate. Persona, act like a judge. Draft like a senior advocate. How you are asking ChatGPT to behave, that is very important. Task, draft an order for me. Draft an opinion of income tax under section 148. Draft a reply to this notice received by tribunal. Draft a reply for this notice received by High Court. The task, context. The assessing officer had denied us this expense. The assessing officer says this expense is bogus and what's so not. Context and format. Draft a reply with formal tone. Draft a reply with casual tone. Draft a reply with pleading tone. How you are asking the reply to be? Vivek, is it possible? Yes, it is very much possible. So what is a persona in this? If you don't understand, let's see this. I am a customer service representative, that is the persona. And what is required? Help me craft an empathetic email response. Make an email. Why? The customer ordered a pair of headphones that arrived damaged and I have to reply to that customer. So giving emails, drafting emails, it's very, very helpful. And include a paragraph that acknowledges the frustration and the 3 bullet points with potential resolutions. So persona, task, content and format. Mind you, people say there's something called prompt engineering. There's that thing called prompt engineering. If you have these 4 points in your prompts, your prompt will be very, very helpful. It can help me in what? It can help me, give me 10 important points from the Income Tax Act 2025 enacted yesterday. Will it be able to give me that points out of 500 plus pages? Yes or no? Anyone has used Notebook LM? One person over there, Notebook LM, no one else? We'll see Notebook LM as well. So, this is from where we start, a ganda wala prompt. Let's see what this prompt does for me. My prompt says, generate a realistic mobile click picture of a wrinkled receipt on a wooden table with reasonable numbers. The invoice amount is 1050, where 1000 is taxable value and 2.5% SGST and 2.5% CGST. Make the maths app. देखिए, the restaurant name is Income Tax Dhaba. It gives me this output. It gives me this output. So how dangerous can be ChatGPT, we don't know. Makes a bill of 1050, 280 paneer tikka, 150 dal fry, naan and pulao. That is what ChatGPT can do. But we are not here to do this. Just showing you a simple example. What we are here to do, make a reply for an order. Let's see. This is a simple income tax notice, a sample notice. Reference to assessment, it has come to our notice that income chargeable to tax for the assessment year 23-24 has escaped assessment within the meaning of section 147. It is hereby advised that you reply within 30 days. Details of income escaping assessment, unreported income from house property, undisclosed bank interest, unaccounted business receipt, opportunity to respond, and etc. So how to reply to this? Have a simple prompt. Just go to ChatGPT, upload that file, the order file. And give this prompt. This will not give you 100% perfect, but this will give you some point for where you can start. It will draft 80% of your reply. To the learned officer, response to notice under section 148. Respected Your Honor, we are authorized representative of the client. Income from house property, it is humbly submitted that the said income from house property, being rental income from property located at MJ Street, was inadvertently omitted while filing the original return. We acknowledge this inadvertent oversight and hereby undertake to incorporate the said income, rental income appropriately. Interest income from fixed deposit. With regard to the interest income reported in AIS from RST Bank, we wish to bring to your Honor's kind attention that said amount of 50,000 is not reflected in the bank statement of a client for the relevant financial year. This raises the possibility of an error or duplication in the data furnished by the bank, and so on and so forth. Helpful, not helpful? Common sense, helpful, not helpful? To some extent? To some extent. I am not saying it is 100% helpful. It can at least do some work what our staff does in office. I am not saying it will replace us. I am saying it will help us to do some drafting from where we can start, apply our mind and make it better. Vivek, you were saying something about Income Tax Act. Today morning I had made a income tax my GPT. What is my GPT? My GPT is helpful to removing the hallucination. What is that, Vivek? What I have done, because I have the paid version of the software, I uploaded the Income Tax Act and I told whatever question I will ask, please give the answer reading this book only and tell me in which paragraph, in which section, in which page number that answer is coming from. That is, instead of going from complete Income Tax Act, which got the precedent yesterday, I am uploading that act and making a reply from that act. How? Simply I have uploaded the act over here. This was the act. Now I'll just ask some question out of that. tell me TDS provision applicable in Income Tax Act 2025. It will just search the knowledge base and give a reply. These are the new sections of income tax. Now, compare it with the present act. Compare it with the present act and give me a table with difference. So what it will do, it will go to present act, TDS provisions, and it will give a detailed discussion, salary related TDS, section 192, over there clause 392. Provident fund withdrawals, section 192A, over there clause 392(7), and so on. Vivek, कल ही मुझे बताया गया टैब में मुझे एक सेशन लेना है. I have to take a session in tab on this. Make a PPT out of it. Give me a PowerPoint presentation from same. Proposed slides. Introduction, structural comparison, salary TDS, non-salary TDS, provident fund withdrawals, non-resident payment, compliance reporting, and so on and so forth. It will ask again whether you require a PPT which you can just download and design. If you say yes, it can move forward. Basic ChatGPT. Vivek, GST में कुछ हो सकता है? Let's see. In GST, the problem is many of the states still give in a vernacular language. मराठी, अगर बॉम्बे में काम करो मराठी में आपको मिलेगा नोटिस. तो हाउ टू रिप्लाई टू दैट? All these prompts I'll give to the organizers so that they can give it, you. You don't have to copy anything. Sir, I'll give you time. I've got very limited time. I'll give you time. We'll discuss offline also. Give me some time first. This is the type of GST notice which we receive. We don't know the head and tail of it. And we have to reply to this. So let's see how to do it. It is giving a reply in the meantime. Does all this make sense? এটা কি কাজে আসবে না আসবে না? আসতে পারে. এখন খিদে পেয়েছে, এখন কিছু বুঝতে পারছি না. What is the answer? Is it helpful to some extent? Here's a structured draft you can use in reply to GST notice. Point number 1, difference between 3B and 2A. Tabular working reconciliation, what is they are saying and what you are saying. Entire demand on point number 1 is unfound. Point number 2, rule 42, disallowance of common ITC. Now if you want as a reply, it can create a reply and so on. Vivek, ये तो ठीक है. You said something about notebook LM. Yes. What is that? I have just uploaded the Income Tax Act. And I don't have time to read, I don't know which page to search. There's something called Mind Tree. Mind Tree. What is that? If you just click on income tax bill, it will give you various sections in that bill. Chapter wise, you can just download over here and share with anyone. Vivek, eta cholbe na aar. Suppose you have to see something about mode of payment in certain cases. Click on that. It will give the mind tree of that chapter. उस chapter में कौन-कौन सा section है. Click on that. It will again give a mind tree of that section. It's slicing and dicing and going inside it. So you have to see an overview, chapter wise, what is there in what. You can see from this mind tree and then go in detail as much as possible. Vivek, ये तो ठीक है और कुछ. This app, Notebook LM, has a power. If you upload the Income Tax Act and say, sir, इसमें मुझे एक podcast बना दीजिए. Make a podcast out of it. While I am driving to Calcutta, I can just listen and understand some of the provisions. Just see the podcast.
Hey there, and welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today, we're unraveling something really quite significant. It truly reshapes the financial landscape for pretty much every working professional in the field. We're talking about the latest income tax, number 2 code, 2025. Now, this isn't just some dry document for tax experts. It's a crucial blueprint for how you be earning, spending, and planning your finances in the coming years. And believe me, there are some pretty significant shifts you'll definitely want to know.
If you're making a living from your specific skills,
So what is this? I uploaded the act and told Notebook LM, I want to study this act, make a podcast out of it. So it has given me the podcast out of it, जो आप सुन सकते हैं और समझ सकते हैं जब आप ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं. विवेक, मजा नहीं आया, कुछ और. There is an app called HeyGen. Where do we use this app? You go to ChatGPT, you say, give me an outline of the budget speech spoken by our finance minister today morning. After listening to that speech, you wanted to share something good video to your client, but you don't have time. So what to do? Just go to this app. Like yesterday I said, make a story of people doing income tax practice and how their lives changed by entering this room and listening to this session. I'll show how this is made also, okay?
Let me share a small story. There was a senior tax lawyer, let's call him Mr. Sharma. He was known for his deep knowledge of case law, his sharp drafting, and his ability to argue persuasively. But Mr. Sharma also had a belief. Technology is for youngsters. I have managed fine without it for 30 years. Why change now? One day, he attended a session on AI and taxation, something like the one we are having today. He listened patiently as the speaker showed how ChatGPT could draft notices, summarize judgments, prepare checklists, and even suggest arguments based on precedents. At first, he smiled politely and thought to himself, this looks nice for PowerPoint slides, but in real life, it can't help me. But that night, curiosity of the...
How did I make this? I went to HeyGen, I wrote this story, and I selected the avatar. किस image को मुझे select करना था? If you want, you can select your image also. Just upload 5 minutes of audio clipping of yours. They will take your voice, and you can make a video of yours, which you can upload anywhere, send to your clients. So this is the story which I have written, and on the basis of this story, the AI created this video with this image, and the person was speaking. It's HeyGen. Vivek, मजा नहीं आया, कुछ और बता. How many of you want that the day budget comes, you can send a summary of that or leave that? How many of you want a big case law has come and you see some of the smart people sending one pager, the case law in 200 words, and we feel, अच्छा कितना अच्छा मेहनत किया. He studied the full case law, gave me in 200 words within 5 minutes of the judgment. How it happens? You simply go to ChatGPT, upload that judgment, and say, kindly summarize this with bullet points in 200 words. It will do for you. Same for budget speeches. Same for budget, upload that and give the understanding of your client. My client is in the textile business, doing trading of the textile, how it will affect my client, make 4-page note, and you send to your textile clients, you send to your jeweler clients, and so on and so forth. That is how we can use ChatGPT. Vivek, isko chhod ke aur kya? There is no end to it. It can do image generation prompt. Again, this is a good one, again for fun, but it can be used in long run. Just see what it makes. Anyone over here using Python? क्या विवेक पाइथन वाइथन क्या बोल रहे तुम? Any young person, anyone who knows how to use Python? It's a coding language which you and I can learn in 5 minutes. Which you and I can learn in 5 minutes. That's for sure. How many of you have this problem? 26 AS में जो डिटेल आता अगर मुझे एक्सेल शीट में मिल जाता, 26 AS का डिटेल 2 सेकंड में एक्सेल शीट में मिल जाता, मजा आता कि नहीं आता? I'll show you and I'll give you the code. You can run yourself for sure. विवेक ये क्या कर रहा है? देखते हैं. It is generating an image. In between I'll go to Python. विवेक Python इंस्टॉल करना पड़ेगा? No. I'll go to Google Colab. Google Colab. That is online environment of Python. And in Python आपको चालू करना बंद करना आना चाहिए. You should know how to start and how to run and stop. Remaining will be done by ChatGPT. विवेक make sense, कुछ दिखाओ. देखिए कल ही बनाया आज के लिए, 22 अगस्त का पुराना नहीं है. I just opened this Python environment. Its name is Google Colab. आप लोग विवेक नया कैसे खोलेंगे? कभी भी when you open, I have to connect it. In the meantime, let's see that image. I have got 3 minutes. मेरे इस prompt से ये बना, तो भैया आजकल फोटोग्राफर का क्या जरूरत पड़ेगा? कोई भी प्रोडक्ट को लॉन्च करना है तो क्या होगा? You can launch any product like this. वे एक पाइथन बता, पाइथन काम का वो है. I have written this code. How? Just went to ChatGPT, uploaded a file. भैया 26 AS का एक्सेल चाहिए, बताइए कैसे करें? इस कोड को मैंने रन किया. Once I run this code, it is executing. I am not a coder, I am a chartered accountant. But yes, this was taught to me in my IIM Calcutta days last year when I was doing coding classes over there, business analytics. मैंने कोड को रन किया, उसने कुछ अंदर में अपने आप किया, I don't know क्या किया. It is asking me to upload the file. I'll go to the file. I have uploaded that file of 26 AS. It will give me an Excel sheet. What it will give me? All the transactions in one sheet, day-wise TDS in one sheet, party-wise tax deducted in one sheet, month-wise tax deducted in one sheet. So I have only uploaded a file. It has downloaded and saved this file. Let's open. क्या दिया? विवेक तुम झूठ बोलते, तुम्हारा बना हुआ था. नहीं, दिखा देते 26 AS क्या था. This is the 26 AS just now I uploaded. And this is my output. Basic info, all transactions, all the HOI. Date wise means in each date how many transactions was there, amount paid. I hope I can take 5 minutes. If you tell, I can stop. This is party wise summary, amount paid, tax deducted, TDS deposited section. This is month wise summary. विवेक, ये कुछ अच्छा लगा, तुम्हारे पूरे आधा घंटे में यही मजा का है, ये हम लोगों को काम आएगा. कुछ बताओ कैसे बनाए. I'll simply go to say Google Colab. I'll go to say ChatGPT, new chat. I have form 26 AS. I want transaction wise summary in Excel. Give me a Python code to run same in Google Colab. मैंने खाली एक छोटा सा प्रॉम्प्ट लिखा, वो मुझे कोड देगा, मुझे कॉपी और पेस्ट करना है. तो कैसे कॉपी पेस्ट होता विवेक, वो भी बताओ. You just go over here, cancel, file, new notebook in Drive. It will open a new blank notebook. यहाँ पर लिखा start coding. You just go to ChatGPT. It will give you the codes over here. Not only this, I have stopped using I love PDF. And give me a code to run programs to merge PDF files. And so on and so forth. इतना बड़ा कोड मुझे लिखना कभी नहीं आता. In the meantime, what are the things we have discussed? Number one, we have discussed how to make summary of an act. Number two, we have discussed how to reply to an order received by Income Tax Department. Number three, we will discuss how to give our opinion to a client. That is the final thing. Number four, we discuss how to use Python using ChatGPT and make something like 26AS utility. So this is the code they have given. Just copy, paste, run, upload the file and download the file. Copy, paste, run, upload the file. सब खिदे पे गए. ओके नॉट ओके? कुछ समझ में नहीं आया? नहीं. So and last and foremost, a basic reply of this. हाँ सर? लिख के दे देंगे सर. नहीं तो आई विल टेल यू, एनी रील, एनी यूट्यूब, हाउ टू यूज चैट जीपीटी विद गूगल कोलैब, या फिर मैं लिख के नहीं, मैं आपके लिए एक वीडियो बना के लिंक दे दूंगा आप लोग को. कोलैब डाउनलोड नहीं करना पड़ता है, ऑनलाइन है. बाकी जुपिटर उपिटर सॉफ्टवेयर डाउनलोड करना पड़ता है. गूगल कोलैब ऑनलाइन काम होता है. गूगल कोलैब में कुछ नहीं चाहिए, बस गूगल का एक अकाउंट चाहिए, जीमेल वाला. बहुत हेल्पफुल है. आई हैव रिटन अ सिंपल कोड, गिव मी अ पाइथन कोड टू मर्ज वेरियस पीडीएफ फाइल. वो कोड दिया, मैंने फाइल को अपलोड किया, मर्ज किया. गिव मी अ पाइथन कोड टू डिलीट सम पेजेस फ्रॉम अ पीडीएफ फाइल. पीडीएफ फाइल अपलोड किया, पेज नंबर 5, 6, 10 डिलीट कर दीजिए, डिलीट हो जाएगा. हाँ सर कर देंगे सर, कोई इशू नहीं है. फाइनल सिंगल वो यूज केस, देन विल क्लोज ओवर हियर. Act like a senior tax advocate and give reply to client informing about TDS deducted on partner's salary. The provision for same, the provision if same is not complied and relevant section of Income Tax Act read with Finance Act amendment in 2025. छोटा सा नोट, क्लाइंट लोग सुबह शाम पूछते हैं, अरे विवेक ये कैसे करेंगे, विवेक ये कैसे करेंगे। सर 2 मिनट, क्या है, व्हाट्सअप करिए, कंट्रोल-C कंट्रोल-V चैट जीपीटी मोबाइल में, बताओ क्या क्या करना है, कंट्रोल-C कंट्रोल-V से आंसर। और इसको ऑटोमेट करने के लिए भी एआई है जो चैटबॉट की तरह काम करता है। आप अपने वेबसाइट में, ऑफिस के वेबसाइट में आप डाल सकते हो, क्लाइंट उस पर क्वेश्चन पूछेगा, उसी से आंसर उसको मिल जाएगा। क्लाइंट उससे क्वेश्चन पूछेगा, उसी से आंसर मिल जाएगा, आपको कुछ नहीं करना है। Subject your query on TDS on partner salary. I hope this find you well. Legal provision, TDS on payment to partners. Threshold and rates, payment excluded from TDS under section 194T. Implication of non-compliances, action steps and suggested compliance approach. Summary table. Conclusion. सर ये बच्चा बना के देता, अपना स्टाफ बना के देता, कितना टाइम लगता? अब इससे माइंड यू डोंट जस्ट कॉपी एंड पेस्ट, इसको पढ़िए, अपने जो नॉलेज उसको यूज करिए, इसको एडिट करिए। विवेक क्लाइंट लोग भी समझ जाता है क्या चैट जीपीटी से बनाया, तो क्या करें, इसमें थोड़ा जान डाल दीजिए। कैसे? देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड ह्यूमनाइज एआई, मतलब चैट जीपीटी के भाषा को इंसान की भाषा में बताना। इसमें आप डालेंगे उसको और बोलेंगे ह्यूमनाइज कर दो, it will humanize the output which you have shown. So your reply will not be, my lord, it has been long time, we have discussed with you, we have met you, I heard you had a good time. तो वो उसको हटा देगा। एंड आपका पहले कोई रिप्लाई बनाया हुआ है या पहले का कोई अच्छा रिप्लाई कहीं पढ़ा हुआ है, उसको अपलोड करिए, ड्राफ्ट द रिप्लाई इन दिस फॉर्मेट, या फिर उसको बताइए गिव मी अ रिप्लाई with the following paragraphs. Number 1, understanding the case. Number 2, relevant provision which will apply to this case. Number 3, explanation of the relevant provision with this case. Number 4, conclusion and your closing remarks. विवेक ऐसा हो सकता है? हम लोग तो ऐसे ही करते हैं. That is how we do. So, some more use cases and we'll close. I'll just show you the presentation for that cases. Summary profile okay. Prompt for student self learning. हाँ, आजकल जो वेलकम स्पीच, वोट ऑफ थैंक्स देते हैं, सब उसी से बनता है आजकल। यहाँ तक कि लिंक्डइन का प्लानर, आई एम एडवोकेट वर्किंग विद टैक्स, आई वांट टू पोस्ट ऑन लिंक्डइन एवरी वीक, गिव मी अ टॉपिक फॉर द वीक, द प्रॉम्प्ट, द टॉपिक फॉर द वीक, द प्रॉम्प्ट टू जनरेट दैट पोस्ट एंड ऑल्सो द प्रॉम्प्ट टू जनरेट द इमेज फॉर दैट पोस्ट, गिव मी इन अ टैबुलर फॉर्म। संडे को बैठिए, उसको डाउनलोड करिए, अपलोड करिए, एक एक हफ्ता के बाद का टाइम लगा दीजिए, हर हफ्ता अपने आप पोस्ट होगा, आपकी लिंक्डइन में फॉलोइंग बढ़ जाएगी एंड उससे काम भी मिलता है। यूज चैट जीपीटी। आई हैव मेड वन मोर, इनकम टैक्स में प्रॉब्लम आती है विवेक, क्लाइंट लोग का क्रेडिट कार्ड बहुत हो गया, तो व्हाट आई हैव मेड इन पाइथन, इट विल गो गिव द पासवर्ड ऑफ द क्रेडिट कार्ड, ओपन ऑल द क्रेडिट कार्ड्स, merge it, convert all the transactions into Excel and give me an Excel file. तो 12 महीने का क्रेडिट कार्ड एक एक्सेल शीट में, एक सिंगल टेबल में आपको मिल जाएगा। रन करने में 15 सेकंड, बनाने में 5 मिनट। एक बार एक बैंक का बन गया, हर क्लाइंट के लिए एप्लीकेबल। दैट इज चैट जीपीटी फॉर मी पर से। विवेक और क्या, क्रेडिट कार्ड मैंने बता दिया आपको। अदर टूल्स, नोटबुक एलएम, हेजिन बताया, गामा, कोई अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन आपको बनाना है, नैपकिन एआई फॉर पीपीटी, फॉर योर डिजाइनिंग द टर्म्स, जैसे क्लाइंट को बोलना है गिव मी 5 एरियाज फॉर इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न फाइलिंग एक्सेट्रा, ड्राफ्ट द रिप्लाई टू इनकम टैक्स नोटिस, समराइज ITIT जजमेंट इन केस नंबर सो मच इन 300 वर्ड्स, आई हैव डिस्कस, दिस इज माय डॉक्यूमेंटेशन। सब प्रेजेंटेशन दे देंगे, आपको मिल जाएगा, नहीं होगा आपके मेल में पहुंचे, ये हम गारंटी लेते हैं। एक्सप्लेन सेक्शन 194Q, ड्राफ्ट अ लीगल ओपिनियन नोट ऑन वेदर GST इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट इज अवेलेबल ऑन मोटर कार्स, Section 40A1A, disallowance under income tax OECD guidelines, GST annual return, CVDT circulars, ये सब केस लॉ जहाँ 2 घंटा 3 घंटा हम सेशन लेते हैं, we discuss over there, we show this all this. Create a 5-slide outline explaining Union Budget 2025, explain GST registration process in Hindi, in simple steps for small traders. Scan document drafting, precision drafting, example draft management with notebook LM हमने देखा. Contract analysis, agreement पढ़ना. Remember, chatting with ChatGPT is an art. More you use it, the more you would learn. So that's all from my side. Yes, sir. Free. Wrong. I'll tell you. Don't refer the cases over there. If you want to refer a case, you know this case is applicable for this client. You upload that case, you upload the Income Tax Act and say, from this case and from this act, give me a reply. Because the hallucination which I said is that only. It creates, it creates its own case laws because they don't have the case law. So pro is not that the case law ka hallucination nahi hoga. Mind you, how many of you have Airtel connections? Airtel kiske paas hai? Airtel. Please go to Airtel Thanks app. There is an Indian ChatGPT version Perplexity. 17,000 का 1 साल का प्रो वर्जन फ्री में मिलेगा आपको. Airtel Thanks app में जाइएगा. Use other OTT and rewards. Over there is Perplexity Pro. Indian कंपनी है. उसका फ्री वर्जन, प्रो वर्जन फ्री में 1 साल का जिसका कॉस्ट था 17,000. Thank you. Over to sir. You can scan this. Join me on LinkedIn.
Thanks, Vivek, but I understand that this type of subject cannot be discussed in 1 hour or 2 hours. It needs 3 to 4 hours minimum, because without practical examples for income tax cases which we deal, I think it is not very easy just to see and what can be done. But at the last, Vivek has shown that what type of, I think you call it prompts, isn't it? What have to be given so that you get a good reply, good output.
Sir, we can call it chats also. Prompts, अंग्रेजी भाषा, how to chat, बात कैसे करना चाहिए.
Whatever it is, whatever Vivek has told, I think it has at least enriched us to some extent. May not be to a great extent because of the time constraint. Thank you, Vivek. Thank you all for having patience. Thanks.
একদম একদম সবার কাছে একটা রিকোয়েস্ট, আমাদের একটা বুক কুপন দেওয়া রয়েছে, ওই কুপনটা দেখিয়ে বাইরে থেকে বইটা নিয়ে নেবেন, ঠিক আছে? বইটা কিন্তু আজকেই আমরা এখানেই ডিস্ট্রিবিউট করে দেবো, যারা নেবেন না তারা কিন্তু আর পাবেন না, আজকেই বইটা নিয়ে নেবেন। বুক কুপন বই এসে গেছে, হ্যাঁ, যেখানে রেজিস্ট্রেশন হয়েছে সেখান থেকেই বইটা দেওয়া শুরু হয়েছে। অন প্রোডাকশন অফ ইয়োর কুপন ইউ উইল গেট দ্য বুক। কুপন কিট ব্যাগের ভিতর দেওয়া রয়েছে। আমাদের এখন লাঞ্চ ব্রেকের পর আমাদের নেক্সট টেকনিক্যাল সেশন মুড ট্রাইব্যুনাল। আমরা চেষ্টা করব 3টে থেকে 3:15-র মধ্যে মুড ট্রাইব্যুনালটা শুরু করবার জন্য। থ্যাংক ইউ।
ট্যাক্স ফাইলিংয়ের ডেডলাইন একেবারে দরজায় করা নাড়ছে। সময় মতো ফাইল না করলে পেনাল্টি, নোটিশ এইসব থেকে রেহাই পাওয়া কঠিন। কিন্তু এখন আর চিন্তা নয়, কারণ এখন আছে আপনার একমাত্র ভরসা দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্ট। ব্যবসার লাইসেন্স, রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, টিডিএস, পিএফ অ্যান্ড ইএসআই, আইএসও, ফায়ার লাইসেন্স কিংবা ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স সব কাজ হচ্ছে দ্রুত, নির্ভুল আর ঝামেলামুক্তভাবে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থসারথী দাস এবং অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা দিচ্ছি ব্যবসায়িক এবং ব্যক্তিগত সমস্ত ট্যাক্স ও লিগ্যাল পরিষেবার নিশ্চয়তা। কলকাতার হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স, কলকাতা হাইকোর্টের পাশে এবং সিঙ্গুরের মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্সে রয়েছে আমাদের অফিস। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595-এ। আইনি সমস্যায় আর দুশ্চিন্তার প্রয়োজন নেই। হ্যাঁ, এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম, যেখান থেকে পাবেন সব ধরনের আইনি সহায়তা এক ছাদের নিচে। কলকাতার হাইকোর্টের কাছে হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স 7C, কিরণ শঙ্কর রায় রোড এবং মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্স, সিঙ্গুর, হুগলিতে অবস্থিত এই লিগ্যাল ফার্ম আপনার ব্যবসাকে করবে আরও নির্ভরযোগ্য। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স নোটিশ হোক বা জিএসটি নোটিশ, কোম্পানি নোটিশ থেকে শুরু করে পিএফ ও ইএসআই নোটিশ, সব সমস্যার সমাধান। ডিপার্টমেন্ট নোটিশ, ট্যাক্স আপিল, ট্রাইব্যুনাল, হাইকোর্ট ও সুপ্রিম কোর্টের ট্যাক্স ম্যাটার, প্রতিটি ক্ষেত্রে রয়েছে বিশেষজ্ঞ আইনজীবী। আমরা বিশ্বাস করি আপনার ব্যবসা আমাদের যত্ন, তাই নিশ্চিন্তে ব্যবসা করুন, বাকিটা আমাদের হাতে ছেড়ে দিন। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 এই নম্বরে। এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম। আপনি কি বিজনেস লাইসেন্স আর রেজিস্ট্রেশন নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? আপনি কি আপনার ট্যাক্স সম্পর্কিত বিষয় নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? সমাধান এখন দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্টে। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, আইএসও, ফায়ার, ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স সব কাজ দ্রুত ও নির্ভুলভাবে সম্পন্ন করা হয় এখানে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থসারথী দাস ও অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা ব্যবসায়িক ও ব্যক্তিগত সব পরিষেবা দিই। আমাদের কলকাতার অফিস হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স নিয়ার কলকাতা হাইকোর্ট ও সিঙ্গুরের মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্সে। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 নম্বরে অথবা ভিজিট করুন www.dashtaxconsultant.in-এ। আপনার বিশ্বস্ত আইন ও ট্যাক্স পরামর্শদাতা। ট্যাক্স ফাইলিংয়ের ডেডলাইন একেবারে দরজায় করা নাড়ছে। সময় মতো ফাইল না করলে পেনাল্টি, নোটিশ এইসব থেকে রেহাই পাওয়া কঠিন। কিন্তু এখন আর চিন্তা নয়, কারণ এখন আছে আপনার একমাত্র ভরসা দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্ট। ব্যবসার লাইসেন্স, রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, টিডিএস, পিএফ অ্যান্ড ইএসআই, আইএসও, ফায়ার লাইসেন্স কিংবা ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স সব কাজ হচ্ছে দ্রুত, নির্ভুল আর ঝামেলামুক্তভাবে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থসারথী দাস এবং অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা দিচ্ছি ব্যবসায়িক এবং ব্যক্তিগত সমস্ত ট্যাক্স ও লিগ্যাল পরিষেবার নিশ্চয়তা। কলকাতার হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স, কলকাতা হাইকোর্টের পাশে এবং সিঙ্গুরের মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্সে রয়েছে আমাদের অফিস। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595-এ। আইনি সমস্যায় আর দুশ্চিন্তার প্রয়োজন নেই। হ্যাঁ, এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম, যেখান থেকে পাবেন সব ধরনের আইনি সহায়তা এক ছাদের নিচে। কলকাতার হাইকোর্টের কাছে হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স 7C, কিরণ শঙ্কর রায় রোড এবং মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্স, সিঙ্গুর, হুগলিতে অবস্থিত এই লিগ্যাল ফার্ম আপনার ব্যবসাকে করবে আরও নির্ভরযোগ্য। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স নোটিশ হোক বা জিএসটি নোটিশ, কোম্পানি নোটিশ থেকে শুরু করে পিএফ ও ইএসআই নোটিশ সব সমস্যার সমাধান। ডিপার্টমেন্ট নোটিশ, ট্যাক্স আপিল, ট্রাইব্যুনাল, হাইকোর্ট ও সুপ্রিম কোর্টের ট্যাক্স ম্যাটার,
to me. So I will read the question first. The first question is, in property transactions with multiple sellers and buyers, where consideration exceed the threshold but the shares are not specified, how should TDS under section 194A be deducted? And what happens when there are multiple transfers with undefined shares? So it is a very common TDS question in property transactions. So I will first read out of the basic point, the concept in the same. So where there are multiple buyers and sellers in respect of immovable property, TDS is applicable on the aggregate amount of the sale consideration which is being paid by the buyer to the seller, not on the share of each individual buyer or seller. The threshold limit in this regard is 50 lakhs. Accordingly, if the individual share consideration paid or received by each seller or buyer is below 50 lakhs, but the total sale consideration exceeds 50 lakhs, then also the TDS under 194 IA is applicable. So now coming to the specific case where the share of buyer is undefined. So in that case, each buyer is required to deduct TDS in proportion to the amount he has paid to the seller. Now the second question which has been allotted to me is, when the NRI sell immovable property, TDS is deducted at the rate of 12.5% under section 195, but exemption under section 94 slash 50, exemption under 54 slash 54F, 54 EC are not factored in. Is the only remedy to apply for a lower reduction certificate under 197? Should there be an automatic mechanism to allow exemption linked deduction instead of forcing SEC into extra application? So to understand this practical difficulties, we need to understand that TDS mechanism is a compliance oriented thing which is designed to secure collection of tax at the payment of the fund. The deductions under section 54, 54F, 54 EC are conditional in nature, which requires lots of documentary verification. So in each case, there is a manual application of mind by the AO to verify whether at the time of deduction the buyer will actually reinvest in the prescribed manner or not. So in the case, the best way is to apply for lower deduction or nil deduction under section 197. The next question is, the TDS often leads to excess deduction with the taxpayers waiting months or even years of refund. Do you feel there should be a statutory time limit with higher interest or compensate taxpayer for blocked fund? I think in this case, if there is excess deduction in the case of TDS, you can avail the excess TDS credit in the next quarter. Also, you can avail the provision of LDC or nil deductions in some cases. I think this solves the problem. Thank you.
Respected seniors of the department, respected chairman, senior delegates, a very good afternoon. I am Sanjay Kumar Yadav, DCIT TDS Circle 11 and 22. There are few practical questions that we face regularly in our offices, and these are very common questions which I have to deal with here. And one of them is related to section 194T, that is applicability of to LLPs and firms. The question is, section 194T is about TDS on payments like salary, interest, bonus or commission to partners. Does this apply equally to LLPs and traditional partnership firms? If yes, how should firm adjust their partners' payouts to comply? So, obviously, the language in the section used is any partnership firm or LLP. So, both are equally covered in this section. And this section came into effect from 1st April 2025, and the applicable rate is 10%. And no TDS needs to be deducted when the payment does not exceed rupees 20,000. And there can be a situation where the remuneration of the partner depends on the profitability of the firm. In such cases, profits are determined once the books of the firm are closed for the financial year. So the problem may arise. Since the due date for TDS payments for the month of March is April 30th, so the firm may need to close its books of account before this date. The applicable TDS on remuneration should be recorded in the books and deposited with the government within the prescribed timeline, and also it requires periodical review of the financial position of the firm so that the taxpayer will be in a better position. The next question related to section 155(20) and form 71, that is late year TDS credits. And the question is, when TDS is deducted in a year different from the year of income, form 71 has to be filed under rule 134. But CPC still often raises compliance notices. How should SC handle this in practice? Do you think this provision is a real relief or just another compliance burden? Obviously, these are the reliefs given by the government to the honest taxpayers. These are not the burdens. There may be compliances, and that's why Government of India brings amendment to the Act, and from time to time CBTT brings several circulars to give relief to the taxpayers. This the practical solution of this is that first verify the causes, like check form 26 AIS and ensure that all details like the PAN, TAN or the amount are correct. Then you can check your form 71 status. After going to the e-filing portal, check the status of your submitted form 71. The application might be pending processing, or there could be a discrepancy in the data submitted. Then after that, one very important thing is that you should review the notice carefully, because once notices are being given from the CPC, you will identify what are the problems, then you will identify the practical solution to it. Then you can reply through e-proceedings. And we are also sitting in the offices to take these things and to correct you. Then one very important question is related to PAN Aadhaar linking issues. And the question is, deductors are facing demands when the deductee's PAN is invalid or not Aadhaar linked, even though TDS was correctly deducted and deposited. Is it fair to penalize the deductor for something outside his control? What remedies exist for deductors in such cases? Appeal, rectification, or relief under CBTT? So all the reliefs are there. Even appeal is there, rectification is there. But CBTT, these circulars are brought from the CBTT to give relief to the taxpayers. Like under rule 114 AAA, any PAN not linked with Aadhaar by the prescribed deadline is deemed to be inoperative. But आप देखेंगे कि CBTT सर्कुलर नंबर 09/2025 जो डेट अगर आप 30 सितंबर तक अगर आधार पैन को ऑपरेटिव कर लेते हैं, लिंक कर लेते हैं, तो देयर विल नॉट बी एनी इशू. इसके पहले जो सर्कुलर था सर्कुलर नंबर 3/2023 वो 28 मार्च 2023 का. तो इसका मतलब कि CBDT कहीं ना कहीं चीज़ों को कंसर्न है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया कंसर्न है, जिसको ले करके वो सर्कुलर लाती है कि भैया ऑनेस्ट जो टैक्स पेयर्स हैं उनको कोई इशू नहीं होना चाहिए. और फिर क्वेश्चन आता है कि हायर रेट ऑफ डिडक्शन, डिडक्टर जो है वो 20% अंडर 206 डबल ए में डिडक्ट करेगा, तो वो उनके लिए है जो जिनका आधार पैन आधार से लिंक्ड नहीं है। तो उसके लिए तो आप आईटी पोर्टल में चेक कर सकते हैं और फिर आप देख सकते हैं लिंक नहीं है तो उनको गाइड भी कर सकते हैं, भाई लिंक कर लो, और उसके लिए फिर टाइमलाइन भी दिया जा रहा है। और दीज प्रोविजंस आर मेड टू encourage filing and PAN registration, further to curb tax evasion and support data traceability. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you everyone for your patient hearing, and me and my team had taken their queries seriously. We had researched on them, we had thought out, prepared, discussed the best possible answers that we can, and I hope all the queries have been answered. Oh, there's a question that's not been answered, you're saying, Mr. 194, I see. Probably, I think somehow you missed, because we had discussed 194 IC as well. And we'll coordinate with the organizing team and give you an answer for that accordingly. Okay? I think because of the paucity of time, we cannot go into detail and all that. I hope that's. I, on behalf of my team here, thank you for hosting us, especially the president of the TAAB, Sri Sajan Kumar Tulsianji and Mr. Rajesh Misra. We thank you all. Thank you, everyone.
It's a leadership well displayed. Hokip sir has come with his team after complete and full discussion of all the questions referred to him by me to address this seminar far away from the place Kolkata. The beautifully each officers of him have answered the questions which were provided to them, shows their application, dedication and hard work. Tax Advocate Association of Bengal are really thankful to them. As we come to the close of today's session, it is clear the tax deduction at source remains one of the most significant pillars of our tax system. What began as a mechanism to ensure advanced collection of revenue has today become a vast compliance framework touching every salary earner, professional, contractor, businessman and even digital transactions. Our discussion have highlighted both sides of the picture. On one hand, TDS ensures certainty of revenue to the government and helps the combating tax evasion. On the other hand, practical challenges, mismatch in credit, rigid compliance requirement, litigation on applicability, and the heavy consequence of default continue to create hurdles for SSEs and deductor alike. We also briefly looked at the Income Tax Act 2025 by saying that the provision has come and will apply for time to come, and Section 392 2394 will be the section in that act which will govern the collection and payment of TDS. The way forward, therefore, lies in striking the balance, preserving the strength of TDS as a collection tool while reducing the complexity, simplifying procedures and minimizing disputes. With the technology, intergram of system and continuous reform, we can hope to move towards TDS regime that is both effective for the government and efficient for taxpayer. I sincerely thank our distinguished speakers for sharing their knowledge and insight, and all of you in the audience for your active engagement and thoughtful participation. With that, let us carry forward today's learning into our practice and policy debates so that TDS evolves into a framework that truly serves its purpose, simple in concept, clear in law, and fair in practice. Thank you.
I would like to conclude this session by thanking for enlightening us on
দেখেছি আমি দেখেছি। হ্যালো হ্যালো, এই এখানে চলে আয়। আচ্ছা তুই এখানে আয়, কিন্তু ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে যে ওনার তো ল্যাপটপটা ওটাই সেট করেছে, ওটাই তো কানেকশনটা দিতে হবে। অথবা তুই একটুখানি বল যে সবাইকে বুঝতে বুঝতে বল।
Good afternoon, everyone. Shortly, we'll be starting with our session on tally. So, please kindly, everyone, if you can take your seats. I would like to welcome Mr. Shumon Chakraborty from SBE FinTech and Mr. Siddhartha Haldar from Tally Solution for our session on Tally. I would also like to call Mr. Sumit Gupta to felicitate Mr. Sumon Chakraborty and Mr. Siddhartha Haldar.
এই টেকনিশিয়ান কে আছে ইলেকট্রিকের? আরে এটা কোথায় স্ক্রিন?
এই সুভাষিতা, এই সুভাষিতা।
স্ক্রিনটা বোধহয় চেঞ্জ করতে হবে।
এখানে আসুন, এটা করে দিই। হ্যাঁ
I would request Mr. Shumon Chakraborty from SBE FinTech and Mr. Siddhartha Haldar from Tally Solutions to start their presentation on Tally.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we waiting for some other members to join, or shall we start? Shumit sir? হ্যাঁ দেওয়া আছে তো দাদা যতবারে লেট করুন ইভেন্টে আছি হয়ে গেলে ফোন করছি ইভেন্টে আছি হ্যাঁ 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 ইভেন্টে আছি আমি ফোন করছি ওকে হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ সুইচ করে নিন হ্যাঁ সুইচ করুন এই যে আছে Okay, so good afternoon everyone. Thank you so much for letting us participate in the TAB event. I think you had been seeing me for last few years with whenever there is an activity or a seminar with TAB. So I am Shumon Chakraborty, representing SB FinTech Software Private Limited, the Tally 5-star partner. And we had been servicing you for quite some period of years, and thank you so much for being a patron. So today I will not show you much of Tally because I have Mr. Siddhartha Haldar from Tally Solutions, the zonal head, to show you certain unique features for Tally. But I will just ask you some practical questions. So I understand you handle a lot of customers. তো আপনারা প্রচুর কাস্টমার ক্লায়েন্টদের আপনারা হ্যান্ডেল করেন এবং তাদের প্রচুর সেল পারচেজ বিল হয়তো আপনাদের কাছে আসে। স্যার একটু যদি আমাদের কথাটা একটু শুনে নেন, আমি জানি আই এম প্রিটি বোরিং বাট স্টিল একটু যদি শুনে নেন, থ্যাংক ইউ। তো আপনারা প্রচুর ক্লায়েন্টের ডেটা হ্যান্ডেল করেন যেখানে প্রচুর ম্যানুয়াল সেল পারচেজ বিল আপনাদের কাছে আসে। হয়তো আপনাদের টিম সেই সাপোর্টটা দেয় ম্যানুয়াল এন্ট্রি করার জন্য ট্যালিতে ফর ডুইং অল দি কমপ্লায়েন্সেস লাইক জিএসটি অ্যান্ড এভরিথিং। যদি এরকম একটা টুল থাকতো যে আপনাদের যত ডিজিটাল বিলস আছে আইদার সেটা পিডিএফ হোক বা জেপিজি হোক, সেটা যদি আমরা তুলে ট্যালিতে পোস্ট করি, উইল দ্যাট হেল্প ইউ? আমি আর একবার রিপিট করি, আপনারা যারা শুনছেন একটু মন দিয়ে শুনুন। আপনাদের ক্লায়েন্টদের যত সেল পারচেজ বিল পিডিএফে আছে সেটা যদি আমরা ডিজিটাইজ করি এবং সেটা যদি অটোমেটেড পোস্ট হয় ট্যালিতে, উইল ইট সেভ টাইম? আপনাদের কি সময় বাঁচবে? ওকে, সো আমি একটা ছোট্ট ডেমো দেখাই আপনাদের। এটা জাস্ট 1 মিনিটের একটা ডেমো। তো আমার কাছে এরকম একটা অ্যাপ্লিকেশান আছে, দেখতে পাচ্ছেন আই হোপ। এটা একটা ওয়েব অ্যাপ্লিকেশান। আপনারা জাস্ট এখান থেকে ব্রাউজ ফাইল করবেন, আপনার কম্পিউটারে যেখানেই রেখেছেন আর কি সেখানে যাবেন। তো আমারটা এখানে ডেস্কটপে আছে। তো তার আগে আমি আপনাদের একটু ফাইলগুলো দেখিয়ে দিই, তাহলে আপনাদের একটু সুবিধা হবে। এটা কিন্তু শুধু ট্যালির মতন ফাইল এরকম নয়, এরকম ডিফারেন্ট ফরম্যাটসের ফাইল আছে। এটা একটা ফরম্যাট, এটা একটা ফরম্যাট, এটা আপনাদের বাই ডিফল্ট যে ট্যালি যে ফরম্যাটটা আসে সেই ফরম্যাটটা। এরকম কিছু ইনভয়েসেস আমার কাছে আছে, আর একটা থার্ড ইনভয়েস আছে আমার কাছে। দেখুন এগুলো কিন্তু একদম সবগুলোই ডিফারেন্ট ফরম্যাটসে আছে। তো এটাকে যদি আমি মানে 1 সেকেন্ডের মধ্যে ডিজিটাইজ করি বা আমি যদি রিড করাই, আমার মনে হয় লাইফ বিকামস ইজিয়ার ফর ইউ অ্যান্ড ইউর টিম। তো আমি কিছুই করব না, জাস্ট ব্রাউজ করব। আমি একসঙ্গে 2, 3, 4, 5টা একসঙ্গে নিতে পারি, বা আমি একটাও নিতে পারি। তো আমরা একটা কাজ করি, 2টো একসঙ্গে নিই, জাস্ট টু সেভ টাইম। দেখুন এই ইনভয়েসগুলো এখানে আপলোড হয়ে গেছে। এখানে আমার কাছে অপশান কী আছে, পোস্ট সিলেক্টেড বিলস। তো আমি এখানে সিলেক্ট করে নেওয়াই আছে অলরেডি। দেখুন ওই যে ডেটাগুলো আছে সেগুলো আপনাকে এখানে দেখাবে যে এক্সট্র্যাক্টেড সাকসেসফুলি। নিচে আপনাকে দেখাবে যদি বাই চান্স কোনো ভুল থাকে, বা ধরুন যেহেতু একটা টেকনোলজি সেখানে একটা চেক থাকার প্রয়োজন, সেই ডেটাটা আপনাকে এখানে দেখাবে যেটা ঠিক আছে না ভুল আছে। এটা রিড অনলি ফরম্যাটে আছে, যদি কোনো চেঞ্জেস করতে হয় আপনি এখানে এডিট করে চেঞ্জ করতে পারবেন। এডিট করলে এখানে চেঞ্জ করা যাবে, 2টো বিলেই করা যাবে। দেখুন এখানে এডিট করা যাচ্ছে, যদি আমার বাই চান্স কোনো ভুল হয় এক্সট্রাকশনে। সেম জিনিসটা এটাও, আমি সেকেন্ড বিলটা তো এরকম এডিট করতে পারবো। যদি আমার এখানে সব ঠিক থাকে, আমি জাস্ট এটা এখানে এই চেক করে এই 2টো বিলই ট্যালিতে ডাইরেক্ট জাস্ট পোস্ট করে দেবো। আমরা এখানে দেখালো পোস্টেড 2 বিল সাকসেসফুলি। এবং এটা আপনার লেজার, সেল পারচেজ যা ভাউচার আছে, যে কোনো ভাউচার আছে সেটা কিন্তু ট্যালিতে গিয়ে বাই ডিফল্ট গিয়ে পোস্ট হয়ে যাবে। যদি কোনো লেজার ক্রিয়েটেড না থাকে সে কিন্তু নিজে লেজারও ক্রিয়েট করে নেবে। তো এটাতে কি আপনাদের সময় বাঁচে? তো আমাদের আইডিয়া কি একটা সফটওয়্যার ইউজ করার, আপনারা তো সেম জিনিস, আপনাদের যা নলেজ আছে সেম জিনিস আপনারা এমনি করতে পারেন। সফটওয়্যার ইউজ করার পারপাস হচ্ছে আমি আমার কাজটা ফাস্টার করবো, রাইট? সো ফাস্টার যখন হবো আমি আমার টুল কেন ইউজ করবো না, রাইট? সো এটা যদি আপনারা ডিটেলে আরও দেখতে চান, আমাদের স্টল রয়েছে, প্লিজ কাম অ্যান্ড সি দিস ওয়ান্ডারফুল ফিচার। আই থিঙ্ক এটা আপনাদের জন্য রেভলিউশনারি হতে পারে, বিকজ প্রচুর সময় আপনাদের বাঁচবে এবং আপনাদের যা রিসোর্স আছে, আপনাদের যারা টিম মেম্বার আছে তাদের সঙ্গে আপনারা আরও সুন্দর করে ওদেরকে প্রোডাক্টিভলি ইউজ করতে পারবেন। সো এনিওয়েজ আমি এটা আমার একটা সুন্দর একটা ফিচার দেখালাম, আই হোপ ইউ পিপল হ্যাভ লাইকড ইট। তো এবার আমি একটু জাস্ট ডাকি সিদ্ধার্থকে। সিদ্ধার্থ হালদার ইজ এ লং টাইম ইন ট্যালি অ্যাকচুয়ালি, তো বহু বছর ধরে ট্যালিতে আছেন এবং হি নোজ মানে আপনাদের কী রিকোয়ারমেন্ট হতে পারে বা আপনারা কীরকমভাবে চান ট্যালি থেকে হেল্প। তো সিদ্ধার্থ ইজ দি জোনাল হেড ফর ট্যালি, তো আই উইল ওয়েলকাম সিদ্ধার্থ, প্লিজ টেক কেয়ার অফ দি সেশন। সো থ্যাংক ইউ অ্যাগেন, থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। স্যার শুনতে পেলাম না স্যার। এন নাম্বার আপনি একসঙ্গে অনেকগুলো করতে পারেন, আমি যেমন 2টো করলাম আপনি সেখানে 50টাও করতে পারেন, কোনো প্রবলেম।
So, good afternoon. After lunch, risky session, but thank you Shuman for a nice presentation. Myself Siddharth Haldar, I am from Tally Zonal Office. So, I'll try my level best. First of all, we have a stipulated time, and I can promise you I'll try to maintain that time. And I'll try to help you out that whatever time we'll spend together, and it's a promise from Tally that you will take something extra knowledge from today's session. That's a promise. So I have a very small presentation slides, etc. But I'll not stick to this presentation first of all. I'll try to showcase something in Tally product itself. So I hope many of your clients, or almost all the clients you are dealing on a regular basis, you are consulting, they are using Tally for their accounting or the GST or the compliance solution, isn't it? Yeah? Is this the familiar name, Tally, to you and your clients? Yeah, great, thanks. So the things which we are going to cover, I think it is definitely going to help you also, that Smart financial statement for non-corporates. It's a new thing. The law came in 2022, if I can rightly remember, and the books for non-corporates from last financial years, so that report needs to be published this year. So many people, they even don't know that Tally has done something brilliantly on this segment also. So I'll just try to touch upon, because we have a limited time. So I'll just try to give a brief that how, what are the tools which we have introduced, and how this financial report for non-corporate entities can be tackled, who are using Tally at least from your customers and clients. And another part, that MSME form annexure, that is also the requirement your clients who are dealing in MSME and all. So those reporting part is also available. So I'll also touch upon those parts such that you are able to understand that from where we can extract the data and submit. And very interestingly, I have selected this topic that as Shumon was also mentioning, that probably your customers are using or giving some data in PDF and other format you can import. So nice tool he has demonstrated, he has built it. But in Tally, we have introduced some capability, that is, if your customers are having some bank statement in some Excel or some format, and those transactions are not getting entered in Tally, you can automatically create. So I'll just try to touch upon those as well. And of course, we have a new baby in our kitty, that is Tally Capital, because Tally is all about finance. Anyone, your clients or you, anytime if you required any help. So there are some information I'd like to give as well. So without wasting much time, I'll directly go to Tally screen. Yeah, this is the favorite screen you all know. This is Tally Prime. Now Tally Prime is menu driven, so you can use keyboards, you can use mouse as per the convenience. So as I mentioned that financial statement for non-corporate entities. So we have given a tool through which that report can be prepared. So how it can be done? So in our website also, from the website, there is a, if you are using or any of your clients are using Tally, so they can put the serial number and this add-on will be automatically linked to that particular serial number. Only condition is that the Tally license should be on release 6 or onwards. So that will be provided absolutely at free of cost. So one template will be downloaded in your system once the license will be updated. So post that, how we can do this, or how we can prepare, or your clients can prepare this. So for example, ABC Enterprise, this is a company demo data just we have prepared to showcase. This is what is there with us. So I'll just try to demonstrate that template once. Yeah. See, this is the template format which we have provided. So once the license will update, it will automatically be downloaded in the Tally folder. And what I need to do, I need to only go to the balance sheet. Probably if I need to export the balance sheet in that prescribed format, and then I'll go to export, and then I'll select this financial statement for NCE. So this menu will be automatically activated, and here we have given the configuration button as well. You can configure that if you need this year and previous year's data, etc. All these configurations. So I'm not going in detail. So that configuration can be done where the file should be exported. Everything is here, and then I will simply export. Once I will export, it will export the particular file inside the Tally folder. You can see the last file, financial statement NC 3:11 minute already তৈরি হয়ে গেছে, right? Just now. That's because I have exported. So now what I can do, this is the template which we have built and we have given. So you can see this template is totally empty, right? So what we need to do, we can simply go to this basic info and select Excel file to import. We can select the respective file, the file which we would like to import. So I'll select that file. So this is the latest file. So I'll simply import that. And all the balance sheet and all the financial data will automatically import it into this template, and it will create the prescribed format as per the guideline issued. So now it is getting imported, and it is showing that all this stuff has been done and the file has been updated. So now if I go to balance sheet, profit and loss, you can see all these information has been updated. Even the trial balance, current year, previous year, all these things has been updated. So the job lies here is that wherever there is a discrepancy or wherever there is an issue, this mapping needs to be completed, right? Because see, you can see in the right hand side, in this template, in this sheet, it is showing that it is unmapped. So the mapping needs to be done, and as per the guideline of the authority, we have given all those fields necessary, and this is a non-editable format. So you cannot go and edit it. Whatever the format as per prescribed, we have built this capability. So I'm just showing it as a demo. For example, it's a capital account stuff. So I'm selecting it, and when I'll select, automatically the right side unmapped orange color will be disappear. And as we are mapping this stuff, wherever the action is required, the balance sheet and everything data point will be automatically updated, and the respective notes also will be updated. So this is going to save a hell lot of time, and what we anticipate is that this is the right time for these non-corporates customers and clients. They need to submit the financial report in this format from this year onwards. So people who don't know that Tally ने क्या किया हम लोगों के लिए, so we have just introduced 2 weeks back this particular template and capabilities. So this is for you. You can take this information, you can communicate to your clients and customers, and if you need a detailed hand-holding, so please contact us, contact our partner. We'll definitely try to help you out that how it needs to be done in the practical scenario. So I'm just showcasing just as an information that this is there, right? Second part, as we discussed, is that MSME Form 1 annexure related thing, because this is also something which people are not aware of, that ये भी इसमें हो रहा है. So for that, I'll very quickly, I'll just showcase one thing, that we have a company here, and in Tally, we have given the reports. Like if you go to display and statutory report, there is an MSME report we have already given, like GST reports and all. And MSME Form 1 annexure is already there. Okay. So it will already export the respective data to the respective template. Only thing is that the PAN should be available, right? So for here, you can see the Sharda traders for this particular ledger, the PAN number is updated. So it is also giving an alert that if we export, probably it will be a mistake. So what we can do, you can directly go inside the ledger from this screen itself, and you can come to this PAN number, you can update the PAN, and you can carry forward the stuff. Like, I'm just randomly, I'm giving a PAN, and see now it has gone. So it has been updated, and now my job is to only export this particular report. There is an option we have provided, that MSME Form 1 annexure. So again, the respective template format will be updated, and you can furnish, or your clients can furnish the respective data in the portal. So these are the small things which we believe that people are probably not aware of, that these are the capabilities we have in our product. So as a piece of information, we are giving it to you. And as because we have some time constraint, so I am little bit of hurry such that I can take up as many as critical topics for you. And now the thing which I would like to showcase to you, it's very interesting. Like we have a data, and the situation is that nowadays, even in online facilities, a lot of customers, a lot of us, we used to do transactions in UPI and all other stuffs. And when your clients and customers are getting the bank statement from their respective bank, So reconciling those things is very, very tedious. So yes, reconciliation was there in Tally for decades. But now, as the technology progresses, what we have done, we have introduced a very flexible technology where you can, or your customer who are using Tally, they can import the respective soft file of the bank statement, and from that statement automatically the transactions can be done in Tally and reconciliation also can be done. So this is very, very interesting part, and if customers who are using Tally or clients of yours who are using Tally, they can be educated on that, they are definitely going to save a lot of time. So just to give a glimpse, what I'll try to showcase that there is an option in Gateway of Tally, it's banking. And so in the banking, we are going to banking activities, and there are a lot of banks, right? It's a demo purpose. There are a lot of banks like Axis, HDFC, ICICI, etc., SBI, all this stuff. So what I'm trying to showcase that, for example, you can see in Kotak Bank here, you can assume it's Kotak, here it is written, you can assume it is your bank wherever the account is. So there is no transactions, nothing, but I have a bank statement in my hand. So I need to put that bank statement in my folder somewhere else where it is, and I can go simply try to import that. There is an import option. I can go to import, I can select bank statement, and I can select the bank for which I wanted to import this, and I can select the respective file, and it will be imported automatically inside your Tally books of accounts, right? Now it is importing a file. The file is there in my system in CSV format, so it is taking that file, the data inside, and now it will give you an alert that, see, new entries imported successfully 52, would you like to do bank reconciliation? So if I click here, it will automatically showcase the what are the things it is been imported. Now if I go, the color is blue. Blue means it's an external data. In Tally, whatever you are doing, if something is looks like in blue color in data import export time, if it is blue, that means it's an external data Tally has taken inside the database. So that's an alert. And if I read this file, surprisingly, you can see the statement, the way we used to read the statements, there are a lot of things. But I can identify something UPI. So some UPI transactions, chota mota jo bhi transaction hote hai, ajke amra jerokom transaction UPI te kori, the statement will come also in this format. So just an example, as a business, I wanted to do all this entry of UPI as a cash sales, just as a thought. So how can I filter it? So there is also an option called apply filter on the right side. You can see I can simply filter whatever I need. So all the UPI related transactions is now filtered. I can select all by pressing Control spacebar. A button is below also. And if you need, I can create multi-voucher from the screen. So these transactions are not there in my books. It is in the statement. So it got imported. Now if I click that create multi-voucher, it is asking me that which are the ledger I need to tag. Now as the experience or as the example I have given, I wanted to mark all those vouchers under cash sales. So here in common ledger, I can mark that particular ledger. For example, if I give cash, there is only cash, so I can create on the fly cash sales as a ledger, or any other ledger wherever you want to put that. So all those common ledgers are automatically given. I will simply save this and I will mark it as reconcile. So Tally is asking that कि आपको ये चीज़ entry करना है, reconcile करना है. I'll say yes, go ahead. It's done. Right? Second thing is that in the same statement, if you see lot of transactions, you can see that charges, see bank charges, these charges, CHRGS charges. So lot of transactions, lot of bank charges, etc. happens. So how can I treat that? Again, if I click on apply filter, and if I filter the bank charges, whatever the bank charges, I need to put in bank charges ledger, and I need to make the entry. You can filter it, and on the similar way, you can create the consolidated transactions also. Create voucher consolidate, because मुझे एक ही ट्रांजैक्शन करना है, वो छोटा मोटा 50 रुपया 100 रुपये का जो भी ट्रांजैक्शन है, आई नीड टू मेक अ सिंगल एंट्री consolidated. So that is also possible. If I want to create that consolidated entry, so I need to only mark the ledger, what is the ledger name inside my tally, because system does not know that on which ledger you want to track it. So I'll simply save this, that is also gone, right? So like that, there are a lot of permutation combination facilities can be done inside tally. So I'm just showcasing how these importing transactions, creating those transactions on the fly, making an entry and reconciliation can be done inside tally from any sort of files. There are connected banking facilities also there. If the bank, at present we are live with 2 banks just to start with. One is Axis Bank, one is Kotak Bank. The SBI is going to come on board very soon, and gradually the other banks also in the pipeline. So if I have that bank where the connectivity is available, then the downloading file is not required. You can simply map this bank account and file also automatically downloaded and transaction will be inserted also. So these are the small capabilities inside Tally which we have built. Apart from that, there are facilities like, for example, if you are making a payment entry, like business mein payment hota hi rehta hai, and if you want to send those payment instruction to your bank, so there is also the facilities like suppose here there is a bank account and there are the things that e-payments, and you can see bank sending to bank, these are the transactions, these are pending. So I can export this transaction, one file will be created and that file I can upload in my bank portal. So all the payments, whatever I am doing inside Tally, that also can be posted in the portal itself. So the thought of mine is that just to give a glimpse of information that these are the very, very interesting technology or the capabilities which we have built. Probably that will add up a lot of values, and that will also save the time of your customers and clients who are using Tally. And definitely, if you are also doing certain thing on behalf of your customers, then it will also reduce the time as well. So, and as you know, Tally is like an ocean. Like अगर हम लोग बात शुरू करते खत्म नहीं होता. We have like e-invoicing, e-bill, GST, all these compliances, and all other stuff. So sometimes we'll also love to organize some technical sessions exclusively for you or your members, such that if any difficulties or any knowledge session is required, we can come, we can arrange something, and we can live demonstrate or educate whoever are interested. So these are the things which recently got added, like non-financial corporates के लिए जो financial statements है, MSME के लिए जो Form 1 है, leave apart all other compliances जो Tally का जो core technology front है वो तो है ही, and with that the capabilities of this bank statement से entry करना etc. Just before concluding, as I mentioned that the new baby in our portfolio is Tally Capital. So बहुत लोगों को पता नहीं है, इसलिए मैं थोड़ा बोलना चाहूँगा. Now to run a business for any business organizations, the funding is required, and a lot of business organizations even today, tomorrow, or any day, they are in talks with some banks or some NBFCs for some financial supports. So I would like to give up information that in Tally itself, where the Tally Capital is our new baby, our wings. So from Tally, within Tally, the customer can check their eligibility, that I need a secured or unsecured loan, suppose, and I don't want to communicate with any bank or any NBFCs. You know that आज अगर आप किसी से बात करेंगे तो कल से आपके पास कॉल आना चालू हो जाता है, and we don't know कि वो कॉल कहाँ से आता है, कैसे इनके पास बाकी के पास information चला जाता है. So the way Tally has designed these particular wings is that यहाँ पे अगर ऐसा कुछ ज़रूरत है, the customer himself or herself can go and check based on the Tally data whether they are eligible or not, how much they can get, and who are the lenders. Tally is not directly lending. Tally is helping to get these facilities. And as you can see in the screenshot, there is a check eligibility option. This is inside Tally, so people can take the help. If I am using Tally, I can check my eligibility, that to what extent I can get the this financial support. and the loan application etc. also can be done from this application itself, and it is totally secured. Your data, nothing will be leaked. If you are interested and if you apply, then only you will get a call back for your support. So this is a part, and this is the screen, the way it will be showcasing in your product that who are the lender, what are the amount is you are about to get, and what could be the percentage etc. interest. So that also is there. So you should not go outside Tally. Everything information you can get inside the Tally product. And last but not the least, these are the things like these are the offer from Axis Bank as a portfolio. It is going to happen from 1st of September. It is for exclusively for tax practitioners and chartered accountants community. So just as a glimpse you can see. So if anyone from your side also, if you need any loans and all, so there are certain offers Axis Bank is going to come up with from applicable from 1st of September. So as a piece of information, we would like to give this, and if you have any query, we have a desk outside. We have a team member from Tally Capital also, so you can discuss outside, or any capabilities, feature related to Tally, we can take your query outside and we can demonstrate. So thank you so much for giving us time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Shidada, for the lovely session. So, আমাদের বেসিক্যালি আজকে সেশনটা যেটা আমরা ট্যালিতে রাখার চেষ্টা করেছি যে ইউটিলিটি অফ দি টুলস, যে টুলস আপনাদের কাছে অলরেডি আছে, আপনাদের নতুন করে খরচার কিছু নেই, অ্যাপার্ট ফ্রম দি ফার্স্ট পার্ট যেটা আমি দেখিয়েছিলাম। আর আপনাদের জন্য সবসময় আমরা কিছু না কিছু স্কিম করার চেষ্টা করি যাতে আপনাদের ডিসকাউন্টে আপনাদের কাছে ট্যালি এবং রিনিউয়ালটা করা যায়। তো উই আর ওয়ার্কিং অন সামথিং যাতে আপনাদের ওভারঅল কিছু করা যায়। তো উই উইল কাম ব্যাক টু ইউ উইথ ইন্দুইদ্দা এবং সাহেব স্যারের থ্রু দিয়ে। তো হোপ ফর দি বেস্ট আর কি। থ্যাংক ইউ ওয়ান্স সেকেন্ড, থ্যাংক ইউ।
আপনাদের আস্তে প্লিজ, এই যারা এখন ঢুকছেন মঞ্চে, এনারা সবাই পুরুলিয়া থেকে এসছেন। একটা লাইন করে দাঁড়িয়ে যান। এনারা আপনাদের কিছু বলবেন। আমি দীপক সাউকে বলবো, দীপক সাউ এখানে আসুন প্লিজ। ওটাই চলে যান
তাড়াতাড়ি। হ্যাঁ খোলা আছে।
হ্যালো, সবাইকে নমস্কার জানাই। আমরা পুরুলিয়া থেকে এসেছি। আমরা আগামী যে কনফারেন্স হতে যাচ্ছে 13ই ডিসেম্বর, সেটা আমরা পুরুলিয়া হোস্ট করব, এবং এটা আমরা অযোধ্যা পাহাড়ে করব, নট টাউন, অযোধ্যা পাহাড়ে করব। এবং যে ডেটটা আছে সেই ডেটটা সে সময় অযোধ্যা পাহাড় খুব রাশ থাকে আর কি, খুব ভিড় থাকে। তো খুব তাড়াতাড়ির ভিতর আপনাদেরকে আমি হোটেল অ্যাকোমোডেশনের ব্যাপারটা জানিয়ে দেবো, হোটেল নাম্বার, ফোন নাম্বার এগুলো দিয়ে দেবো, এবং যা যা ডিসকাউন্ট করার সেটাও বলা থাকবে ওদেরকে। তো আপনারা কাইন্ডলি তাড়াতাড়ি বুক করবেন, আদারওয়াইজ কিন্তু লাস্ট ডেটে করতে গেলে কোনো হোটেল পাওয়া যাবে না। আমাদের ওখানে আর একটা প্রবলেম আছে, যেটা ওখানে কোনো বড় হল নেই, আমরা একটা প্যান্ডেল বানিয়ে করব এই চিন্তাভাবনা রেখেছি। হোটেল আকাশ হিলটপে, ও তিনটে হোটেল আছে, একটা আকাশ হিলটপ, একটা স্যাফরন ভ্যালি, আর সবথেকে বড় যেটা 5 স্টার হোটেল আছে ওটা হচ্ছে কুশলপল্লী। তো এই তিনটে ভালো হোটেল আছে, প্লাস হোমস্টে প্রচুর আছে, আর ছোটোখাটো হোটেল প্রচুর আছে, মানে অ্যাকোমোডেশনের কোনো অসুবিধা হবে না। আমার যা মনে হয় আপনারা সবাই খুব ভালোভাবে এনজয় করতে পারবেন। অযোধ্যা পাহাড়ে আশেপাশে ঘোরারও প্রচুর জায়গা আছে, সেগুলো আপনারা দেখতে পাবেন। তো বিশেষ আর কিছু না, আর যদি কোনো অসুবিধা হয় আমরা তো আছি সব সময়, সবার সাথে থাকবো আমরা। তো আপনারা সবাই আসবেন, আমি এটা আশা করি।
ধন্যবাদ, ধন্যবাদ। আর তারিখটা মনে রাখবেন, 13ই ডিসেম্বর শনিবার, 13ই ডিসেম্বর শনিবার ট্যাবের ফাউন্ডেশন ডে উপলক্ষে আমাদের পরবর্তী সেমিনার। আর আপনারা সবাই জানেন, আপনারা যারা গতকাল এসছেন আপনারা দেখেছেন আমরা এখানে আনন্দ উৎসব করি। সুতরাং 13ই ডিসেম্বর আমাদের তো অনুষ্ঠান হবেই, আর একদিন আগে আমরা নিশ্চয়ই একটু আনন্দ করব, তাই তো?
আমরা নোটিশটা পুজোর পরে আমরা দেবো, আমরা একটু বসবো, বসে অঙ্ক পাহাড়ের ওপর তো একটু এটাও বেশি হবে, সেই জন্যে একটু আমরা হিসেব টিসেব করে নেবো। আর আমরা ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি এতজন আসার জন্যে। প্লিজ হাততালি জোরে, থ্যাংক ইউ।
চলো প্রমিত 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 প্লিজ প্রমিত বা তুমি প্রমিত
চলে টাইম
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the third session of our day. It's a moot court on GST Appellate Tribunal. As an introduction to GST Appellate Tribunal, this is a tribunal that becomes a second appeal in GST Act. By end of this year, by next year, we are expecting it to be established and fully functional. Over the past few years, as tax practitioner, as we all know, that most of the adjudication authority orders were regarding disallowance of ITC of taxpayers by citing section 16(2)(b) and 16(2)(c). Today, we have organized a GSTAT moot court wherein there is a fictional case that will be deliberated on this dais on covering on the issues of 16(2)(b) and 16(2)(c will be discussed in a litigation atmosphere. Now I will like to introduce the panel, the appellant and the departmental advocates. First, Mr. Sri Pradeep Kumar Das as a member of the jury. Sri Pradeep Kumar Das, a practicing senior advocate, joined in bar in 1986 and is mainly practicing in taxation, writs and arbitration matters in different high courts of our country. Sri Das was selected as a judicial member of CESTAT, or Customs, Excise and Service Tax Appellate Tribunal in 2006 by a selection committee headed by then the Honorable Justice S.H. Kapadia, as his lordship stood at that time, and joined CESTAT in November 2006. Sri Das presided various benches at Delhi, Chennai, Ahmedabad, larger bench, anti-dumping bench, and most of the judgment passed by him was upheld by the Honorable High Courts and Honorable Supreme Court, some of which are still considered to be landmark judgments. He retired from CESTAT bench in 2016. After retirement, he started practicing again in High Court, Supreme Court and arbitration matters. He has authored books on GST laws and has been delivering lectures on GST and other relevant laws issues all over the country. I humbly request him to take his place as a jury in this moot GST tribunal court once again to grace the chair. I request Mr. Anindo Sil. Next, as a member of the jury, Sri Tale Masood Siddiqui. Sri Tale Masood Siddiqui, a practicing advocate, passed LLB from Hooghly Mohsin College under Bardhaman University in 2001 and joined bar in the same year. Initially, he was under tutelage of senior advocate Kollol Bose and senior advocate Obrotos Mujumdar in High Court at Calcutta, practicing in matters of writs, civil and taxation. Mr. Siddiqui was junior standing counsel for Central Excise, Customs and Service Tax in High Court at Calcutta from 2009 to 2014. He was enlisted as panel lawyer for State of West Bengal in 2011 and became senior government advocate in 2017 for the state, and was additional advocate general for the State of West Bengal from 2021 to 2025. He became a designated senior advocate of High Court at Calcutta in 2024. His name was recommended for judgeship in 2025 by the Supreme Court Collegium. He is still one of the leaders for GST matters in the Calcutta High Court, initially for the State of West Bengal government and now individually. I welcome learned senior advocate Mr. Tale Masood Siddiqui to adorn the chair of jury of this moot GST court for today. Next, for the petitioner or the appellant, Ms. Sweta Mukherjee. Ms. Sweta Mukherjee, learned advocate, embarked upon her distinguished legal journey upon completing her LLB from Surendranath Law College, affiliated with University of Calcutta, in the year of 2005. In the same year, she was formally enrolled at the bar, marking the commencement of a career defined by diligence and unwavering commitment to the rule of law. Her formative years at bar were shaped under the venerable guidance of senior advocate Moinak Bose in High Court at Calcutta, where she refined her expertise in jurisprudence, civil litigation and taxation law. In recognition of her legal acumen and steadfast service, Ms. Mukherjee was appointed for representing state of West Bengal in the year 2022. Her role she continued to discharge with distinction before the Honorable High Court at Calcutta until 2025. At present, Ms. Mukherjee appears for taxpayers and individuals, lending her voice and advocacy to the matters of considerable import before the Honorable High Court. It is with great respect and admiration I extend a warm welcome to learned advocate Ms. Shweta Mukherjee as she graciously assumes her seat as a counsel of the appellant or the petitioner in the Mood Magistrate Court. Next for the petitioner is Mr. Sukalpo Sil. Mr. Sukalpo Sil, a practicing advocate of past LLB from Hajra Law Campus of Calcutta University in 2008 and joined bar in the same year. Mr. Sil was empaneled as Junior Standing Counsel, Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, Ministry of Finance, Union of India from December 2020 to August 2022. Mr. Sil was subsequently appointed as Counsel for the State Government, Government of West Bengal from June 2023 to July 2024. Presently practicing principally in High Court at Calcutta and tribunals in taxation matters, I welcome learned advocate Mr. Sukalpo Sil to take his chair as Counsel for the appellant and petitioner in the Mood Magistrate Court. Now for the department, Mr. Kaushik De. Mr. Kaushik De, a practicing advocate, passed LLB from South Calcutta Law College under Calcutta University in 1999, joined bar in the same year. Initially, he was under the tutelage of senior advocate Jiban Ratan Chatterjee in High Court at Calcutta, practicing in matters of writ, civil and taxation. Mr. De was appointed as Junior Standing Counsel for Directorate of Revenue Intelligence in 2012 and subsequently became a Senior Standing Counsel for DRI in 2017 in High Court at Calcutta. Mr. De was appointed as Senior Standing Counsel for CBIC in High Court at Calcutta in 2020. Mr. De is presently representing CBIC and Union of India in High Court at Calcutta. I welcome learned advocate Mr. Kaushik De to take his chair as Counsel for the Department or Respondent in this Mood Magistrate Court, a position he has been enriching for over a decade now in High Court at Calcutta. Last but not least, for the respondent, Mr. Rajesh Kumar Mishra, a practicing advocate in revenue matter before Honorable High Court and Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, Kolkata, and he is working committee member of our TAB and also associated with other tax profession association tax bars. He has been a regular speaker in various conferences and seminars of professional bodies on diverse issues in field of direct and indirect tax across cities. Now I humbly request Mr. Anindo Sil to kindly present with a bouquet and a memento to Sri Pradeep Kumar Das, a member of jury. Now I request Mr. Devananda Mukherjee to kindly present a flower bouquet and a memento to Sri Tale Masood Siddiqui, a member of the jury. Now I request Mr. Suman Dotto to kindly present with a memento and a bouquet to Ms. Shweta Mukherjee. Now I request Mr. Deepak Kumar Ghosh to present the memento and flower bouquet to Sri Sukalpo Shil. Now I request Ms. Momita Sadhu to present a flower bouquet and a memento to Sri Kaushik De. Now I request Raunak Shil to hand over a bouquet and a memento to Sri Rajesh Kumar Mishra. Now to start this GST moot court, I am handing over this continuous session to the petitioner. Yeah, I will hand this over, then I'll take my chair, then I'll take. Thank you. Let the court begin.
কোথায় গেছে এখন?
Hello. This moot court is starting by the order of the jury, and I heard that in the morning session there was overcrowded, but it is little reduced now. But still now I am saying, who are attending this moot court, they will get some knowledge. Number one. Number two, we will try to create it interesting. Number three, GST, when I came here in the morning, after just 5 minutes, the tally was going on accounts. In my view, GST tribunal has, how it was framed, it is not only the tally or accounts, more important is that law, that we will try to help the audience. And last, this is not the moot court, but it is not the court. It's the purpose of this our court is to guide the peoples and our audience. And I told them most of the times we can use the English or Bengali, whatever the language, what is comfortable. Thank you. Now the petitioner start your case.
My lords, I am appearing on behalf of the appellants herein. I am being assisted by my learned colleague, Mr. Shukal Bushil. So, my lord, before starting the proceeding, am I now audible, ma'am? Yes. My lord, this is a case, my lord, wherein we are appearing for the appellants, wherein the input tax credit of the appellants of 70 lakh rupees has been disallowed by the authorities in the order in original, thereafter which has been confirmed in the order in appeal also. The allegation by the department has been cast upon us that there was a...
সরি একটু ভলিউম বাড়াতে হবে, কেউ বুঝতে পারছে না।
Hello. The main issue is here, my lord, in the out of the 70 lakh rupees, rupees 40 lakh has been disallowed by the authorities, saying that the appellant could not satisfy the condition laid down under section 16(2)(b). Now, my lord, out of this entire issue, my lord, it is being submitted that the 16(2)(b) of the CGST or WBGST Act, which deals with that any ITC shall be available to any taxpayer who in course of his business can prove that he has in actual receipt of the goods or services. In the particular case, my lord, during hearing of the show cause notice before the adjudicating authority and the appellate authority, we have produced documents in support of our receipt of the goods. What are the documents we relied upon or produced for verification? Those are the tax invoices, payment made to the said suppliers, bank statement, along with the transport documents, invoices, and e-way bills. Those and the stock in or out ledgers of our books of accounts also. But those were not verified. The department authority has only decided the cases against us, only saying that the supplier's registration certificate has been cancelled on a subsequent date with retrospective effect. So that due to the non-existence of the supplier, the entire ITC on the ITC of rupees 40 lakh has been disallowed on saying that we have not received the goods and services. Now, my lord, while claiming this ITC, we have claiming the ITC through GSTR 3B, we have duly checked the GSTR 2A and 2B data, and mismatch thereafter the appellant has claimed this in ITC. Accordingly, therefore, we have already proved our bona fide, and the burden of proof, which as per the section 155 lies on the taxpayer to prove that whether they have actually received the goods or services or not, has already been satisfied. But the departmental authority did not consider any of the submission. They have, based on the third party data or the inspection or the cancellation of the GST registration of the supplier, has disallowed the ITC. So, my lord, in this regard, my lord, I will be relying on the various judicial pronouncements which has already been, there are by the jurisdictional or by the Calcutta High Court and Honorable Madras High Court and Honorable, we have already submitted the list of judicial pronouncements we are relying on. First, my lord, I shall be relying on the judgment of the Honorable Calcutta High Court in Sanchita Kundu and another versus Assistant Commissioner of State Tax, my lord. My lord, this case was decided in favor of the SSC, wherein the SSC's case was that despite production of the transaction, genuineness of the transaction, documents like tax invoice, e-way bills, transport documents, other transport documents, without verification of those data, the authorities disallowed the ITC. After hearing both the sides, the Honorable High Court set aside the adjudication order as well as the appellate order, my lord, and the case was remanded for reconsideration with a specific direction to check whether the transaction are genuine before cancellation. The entire issue is that on the date of transaction, on the date of supplying the goods, whether the supplier's registration was valid or not, that was supposed to be checked. And in our case also, our case is also supported that on the date of transaction, the registration was valid. It was cancelled on a subsequent date with the retrospective effect. So the entire burden has been shifted on me, that the action of the authorities against that supplier is resulting that I shall be denied the genuine claim of the ITC. My lord, therefore, thereafter, my lord, in the Messrs. Gargo Traders versus Joint Commissioner and Commercial Tax, in the similar matter, Honorable Calcutta High Court also decided the issue in favor of the SSCs, my lord, and wherein the Honorable High Court has specifically said that since there was no collusion has been proved between the supplier and the recipient, only because on a subsequent date or RC has been cancelled, the ITC cannot be denied. And production of the transport documents, which has been categorically produced, and genuineness of the transport documents e-way bill had not been verified by the authorities. And my lord, I shall be relying also in the Suncraft Energy Limited versus Assistant Commissioner State Tax. Yes, my lord. Fact is very limited in my, because I shall be.
Fact, what we understood.
I have received the good.
Please understand what we understood your submission.
Yes.
That it is a registered person who take the credit and who received the goods.
Yes.
And when you received the goods at that time, registered was in force.
Registration was of the supplier was in force. Yes, ma'am.
Next point is that yours. You have produced the documents.
Documents, what documents? Mere documentation,
right,
not only tax invoices or payment. I have produced the transportation
now
of
you are
goods.
saying that case laws, all these are high courts.
Yes.
Now today our mission is that we have to discuss in the light of the appellate tribunal of the GST.
Yes, my lord.
That we'll say after hearing them.
Yes, my lord.
Now fact is clear to what we understand.
Judgment, let them they will distinguish the judgment. You rely upon the judgments, whatever you are relying upon, LGW or
yes, LGW, Sanchita Kundu
Suncraft,
and
everything.
Suncraft.
They will distinguish those judgments.
My lord, moreover, my lord, I shall be relying upon a judgment, only quoting the judgment which has been passed by the Honorable Supreme Court in State of Karnataka versus Mrs. Coffee Limited, my lord, that though the case was under the Karnataka VAT Act, my lord, but the case and was passed against was delivered against the SSC. But Honorable Supreme Court, while deciding that case regarding the ITC, why I am relying, my lord, that judgment, as the say judgment is deals specifically, my lord, Ecom Green's judgment, my lord, that which is saying that the genuineness of any transaction of goods are and actual physical movement of the said goods are the sine qua non. And this can be proved only by furnishing the documents which can be addressed properly, my lord. My lord, in our case, my lord, we have not only relied on the tax invoices and the payment statement, we have produced the transport documents, we have relied upon the e-way bill generated through the department authorities portal, my lord. And my lord, whether those were verified or not, the department authority has not uttered a single line in their adjudication order and in the appeal order. Now, my lord, with your lordship's kind leave, my lord, regarding the other disallowance of the rupees 30 lakh.
Now you have placed judgment with regard to section 16(2)(b).
Yes, my lord.
That is the issue which is pertaining today, which is pertinent in this particular moot court today, is with regard to fake invoicing.
Yes,
whether your invoice was fake or not, whether the business was a sham business or not, whether it was a business which was a real transaction or not.
Yes.
You have already made your point. You have placed your judgment. Yes. Now let us hear the other side. What is their reply to whatever you have submitted? Then we'll proceed further to Suncraft and everything.
Yes.
I think Suncraft will be relevant for section 16(2)(c).
Yes, my lord.
Right?
That is why initially
So we'll
yes.
proceed with that later on.
Yes, my lord, with your lordship's kind leave, my lord. Another point is particularly in this appellant's case is that, my lord, rupees 30 lakh was also disallowed, citing there is a violation of section 16(2)(c), my lord. With your lordship's leave, my lord. Now, my lord, my colleague will, learned colleague will address your lordship on this issue, my lord.
16(2)(c).
16(2)(c).
What is it 16(2)(c)? Do it fast. 16(2)(c) karo.
Yes.
You will be dealing with both 16(2)(b) and 16(2)(c). Because 16(2)(b), we are dealing, for everyone here, we are dealing with fake invoicing, whether the business was a real business or not, whether the concerned RTP is trying to take the input tax credit without there being any business or not. And 16(2)(c) is the corresponding duty of my supplier in not filing the return. So whether I shall be saddled with the liability if my particular supplier has not filed his return, which is not reflected in GSTR 2A. So that is 16.2C. So we have already, Ms. Mukherjee has dealt with 16.2B. Mr. Seal will be dealing with 16.2C. Bolo Tatri.
My lord, I am appearing for the LB land, my lord. Now I address the second limbed over for moot court, my lord, that concerning the disallowance of ITC of rupees such and such, my lord, under section 16.2C, my lord, which is solely the allegation is the supplier failed to remit the collected tax to the government. No other allegation, my lord. The facts, my lord, we paid the entire value, including GST, through banking channels to the suppliers. The supplier was validly registered at that point of time and continues to remain registered as of now, my lord. Till date, the supplier is registered, my lord. The transaction are duly reflected, my lord, in GSTR 3B of ours and in the supplier's GSTR 1 return. There is no allegation of collusion or fraud or suppression on the part of the appellant. My lord, despite this, ITC has been denied solely because the supplier failed his statutory duty to remit tax to the government. This is, my lord, only the factual aspect. Now, my lord, my humble submission is, my lord, section 16.2C must be read with section 41, section 76 and section 155 of the CGST. Why? My lord, the supplier is, according to me, my lord, the supplier is primarily liable to remit the tax collected. Supplier's liability first to remit the tax to the government, my lord. What is my duty as a recipient? To pay the tax to the supplier along with the invoice value, and my lord, to hold the valid documents. Now, my lord, section 76, my lord, if my lord I come to section 76, my lord, mandates recovery action from the supplier who collects tax but fails to deposit to the government. Such action being mandatory, my lord. Section 16.2C is somehow restricting, but the 76 mandates. Now, my lord, 76 has not been initiated by the department, according to our information, my lord. Nowhere in these, neither SOCOS or they have stated that they have initiated section 76, my lord. Now, my lord, now, my lord, 16.2C, my lord. If we go for literal interpretation of 16.2C as advanced by the department in SOCOS and all, would unjustly penalize a bona fide supplier, recipient, my lord. It is unjustly penalized because I have paid. There is no fault on my side, my lord. However, the entire burden has been transferring upon me, my lord. In spite, I have paid. My lord, in this case, my lord, even I paid, the burden is transferring on me. Two situations are arising, my lord. One is unjust enrichment, my lord. At the same time, my lord, because department inaction, not invoking section 76, my lords, it directly enables unjust enrichment to the defaulting supplier, as well as it is double taxation on my part. Because, my lord, I have already paid. Now, even government demands from me. That is, my lord, for me, it is double taxation, my lord. For submission, my lord, now I'll go to judgment. If
you give your reply to whatever they have submitted.
Sorry.
with deepest humility and utmost respect, I do submit on behalf of the department is that, my lord, they have availed ITC, which they are as per law not entitled to avail. Now, investigation was carried out. After conclusion of the investigation, show cause notice was issued to them. On record, there is no reply filed by the side of the SSC to the show cause notice. I will place at first the show cause notice so as to apprise your lordship as to what are the allegations made in the show cause notice. If your lordships kindly come to the show cause notice once. Kindly come to page, the first annexure to the appeal file. Kindly takes up point number 1. Violation of section 2B. A total of rupees 40 lakh was availed on inward supplies from various suppliers. However, it has been found that the goods related to those invoices were never physically received by your company, since the suppliers are found non-existent and the registration were cancelled ab initio. This is a clear contravention of section 2B, which mandates that the recipient must have received the goods or services to be eligible for ITC. The evidence suggests that these are bill trading where only invoices were exchanged without any actual supply. Now your lordships kindly come to the point number 2. Point number 2 is violation of section 16(2)(c). A total ITC of rupees 30 lakh was availed on inward supplies from Messrs. XYZ Limited. The departmental investigation has established that Messrs. XYZ Limited has not paid the tax to the government. This is a direct violation of section 2C, which requires the tax charged on the supply to have been paid to the government either in cash or through the utilization of ITC. So what surfaces as per this show cause notice is that the SSC is found to be in foul of two conditions. One is that SSC seems to have carried on business with persons who are non-existent. There doesn't seem to be physical movement of goods. It's only a paper transactions. And the second is that they have dealt with persons who have not deposited the tax in the coffer of the government. So therefore, there is straightway violation of section 2B as well as section 2C. Now, ITC is not a vested right. ITC is a statutory concession given by the statute to the SSC. Now, when an SSC has to accept the concession, statutory concession, they have to comply with all mandatory stipulations and conditions as stipulated in the statute. Here, my lord, it is apparent and manifest that the SSC has failed to comply with the conditions as marked in the statute under section 16(2)(b) and 2C. Now, kindly comes to the order in original. The order in original clearly returns a finding so far the fault of the SSC under section 16(2)(b) and section 16(2)(c). They carried the proceeding further before the appellate authority, and the appellate authority has also returned the same finding. So therefore, there are two concurrent finding of facts before by two different fact-finding authorities. Now, lordship, kindly appreciate section 155 once. If they have to claim the benefits of ITC, they have to also see and overcome the rigors of section 155. May I just place 155 once? Burden of proof. Where any person claims that he is eligible for input tax credit under this act, the burden of proving such claim shall lie on such person. Therefore, law casts a heavy duty upon the SSC to show and establish, when faced with a show cause notice and investigation, whether they are liable or entitled to get ITC or not. It is the burden solely upon them to show that they are entitled.
I am sorry to interject you here. Our question is that at the time when they had availed the ITC, at that particular time the supplier was very much in existence. Subsequently, the supplier's registration has been cancelled. There are innumerable judgments passed by the Honorable High Courts as well as the Supreme Court that these supplies which were made, they were genuine supplies. Now they have produced the invoices, they have produced the e-way bills, what more they would produce. Now if you say rely upon section 155, that the burden is upon the person, registered person, to claim ITC, and which one is to claim under section 16 of the GST Act. Now the moment they supply the documents, they supply the e-way bills, the invoices, the bank transactions, the burden of proof shift upon the department who is leveling the allegation that you have wrongfully availed and utilized the ITC. The burden of proof then shifts. At the time of availing the ITC, section 155 is there. But when you are leveling an allegation that you are wrongfully availing the ITC, then the burden of proof is upon the department to show that at that particular point of time, they had wrongfully availed the ITC. There was no business, there was no transaction, there was no money flow, there was no e-way bill. If they have been able to show all these documents, then the adjudicating authority ought to have taken into consideration all these documents before passing the adjudication order.
Upon consideration of all those documents, the authority came to a finding, and the investigation also came to a finding, that all those suppliers were non-existent, and therefore their registration was cancelled ab initio. So they have to show and establish first that those were existent. It seems to be a paper transaction only. Now kindly see section. Yes.
That this is the anomaly under the GST Act, that the registration can be cancelled ab initio. This is there. Because once you cancel a registration, you can cancel from the date from which they obtain the registration. But what is to be demonstrated, that on the day when the registration was there, though you have cancelled it later on with retrospective effect, but on the date when the registration was there, on that particular date, the business was made, the goods were supplied, the money has flown, they have received the money. So what is your answer to that particular query? Because if they were in existence at that point of time and they have received the money, they have paid the taxes, then why they are not entitled to ITC?
Our investigation suggests very clearly that even on the day such alleged transaction has taken place, on that very particular day, those suppliers were totally non-existent. So inter-transaction what has happened on paper. Those are all fake bills. They have to show further that the transaction has really taken place by examination or by bringing evidence that that transfer of goods has taken place, that conveyances or the drivers or the owners of the conveyances were there. Their records are not on place. And our investigation has not been disputed by them. They have not answered it to the show cause notice. And this question came up for consideration before the Honorable Patna High Court in the case of Astha, wherein it has been clearly held by the Honorable High Court at Patna that if that be the case, in that case, the recourse of the SEC is to file a proper step against this so-called supplier.
To file a proper case against the so-called supplier.
Yes.
Well, that is your answer. That I will go after my supplier. That means my business was genuine business.
I will show to your lordship.
See, we are bound by the judgments passed in the state of West Bengal. We are bound by the judgments passed by the Honorable High Court at Calcutta. They have relied upon the judgment of LGW and Sanchita Kundu. You please distinguish those judgments.
And so far, my lord, the question regarding the concession is concerned, regarding the ITC, which is nothing but a concession, statutory concession. The law is very now evolved, and law has been laid down by the Honorable Supreme Court that if a party wants to avail the concession, the party has to comply with all the conditions. Over here, the party has failed to show compliance to the conditions. I will only show to your lordship the judgment passed by the Honorable Supreme Court. I will show to your lordship three judgments. One of the Honorable Patna High Court.
Appellation is given there.
One of the Honorable Patna High Court, other of two Honorables of Supreme Court.
বলবো ইন্টারাপ্ট করে বলবো না পরে বলবো ইন্টারাপ্ট করে বলবো ইকম গিল কফি ট্রেডিং প্রাইভেট লিমিটেড
দেখি না কি বলে
ওটাই আমি রিলাই করবো
আস্থা এন্টারপ্রাইজ দিস ইজ দ্য ফাইন অফ দ্য জাজমেন্ট
এটা 2C তে 2B তে কি আছে?
বিতে এটা হচ্ছে না বিতে তো আমার এটা আছে সুপ্রিম কোর্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া এটা আমি বলবো কি কোনটা তো
Now, if your lordship kindly comes to page 6 of our compilation, the judgment of the Honorable Patna High Court starts in the case of Mrs. Astha Enterprises. Now, if your lordship kindly comes to page, internal page number 2 of 14, or if your lordship kindly comes to the first para itself, the issue raised in the above writ petition is as to the sustainable claim of input tax credit when it has been proved that the purchaser, a registered dealer, has satisfied the tax liability to the selling dealer, another registered dealer, evidenced by a tax invoice, even when the selling dealer does not pay the said tax to the government after collecting it from the purchaser. Whether the purchasing dealer can be denied input tax credit, evidenced by the invoice, and is not the state obliged to take proceeding against the selling dealer who defaulted payment of collected tax to the state, for which the statute provides ample scope, is the question raised. Now, lordship kindly comes to page 9. Internal page 3. Srimati Orchana Sinha, learned counsel appearing for the petitioner, points out that the purchases were made after making payments through bank accounts. Invoices were issued by the selling dealer, which is also produced as Annexure 1 series. Annexure 1 series shows the invoice issued by the selling dealer, evidencing the payment of the value of the goods along with the tax by the purchasing dealer through bank account and the movement of the goods purchased. Obviously, the selling dealer has not paid up the tax liability to the state, which stood satisfied by the purchasing dealer and collected by the selling dealer. The underlying object of input tax credit regime brought in is to avoid the cascading effect of tax, and this would be totally frustrated if the department officials attempt recovery of tax from the purchasing dealer, which tax liability has already been satisfied by payment of the tax component to the selling dealer. The recovery now sought has a character of a double taxation, and it should be the department who proceeds against the selling dealer to recover the collected amount of tax, which, if not paid after collection, entails penalties under the tax enactment. Now, lordship kindly comes to the internal page. These are the submissions. Now, kindly come to internal page 10, from where the finding starts.
You are now citing the case laws.
Yes.
Before that, we would like to highlight the formation of the GST tribunal. This is very important. Both sides have cited judgment. All these are passed by the writ court. All are aware that writ court is not the fact-finding authority. Fact-finding authority is the GST tribunal. So today our assembly, and I was told by the organizer to highlight something regarding GST tribunal, formation of the GST tribunal. The important thing is that I am trying to take just 5 minutes. You know, we are running late. GST tribunal, it is different for the customs tribunal, customs excise service appellate tribunal. GST tribunal is little bit at par with the civil courts. Is it at par with even the criminal code. GST tribunal is empowered so many things. Both sides that case law cited, nobody has verified the documents. So GST tribunal functioning, the law is saying they have ample power, and when you are filing a case, suppose this case the petitioner has gone to the GST tribunal, then they have to file the appeal, number one. Number two, they are all the documents they have to file with affidavit. With affidavit. Without affidavit, that will not be counted. Number three, if you file any extra documents, any extra application, like in the sestat you are filing application, paying 500 rupees tribunal fees. Here all you have to pay the 5,000 rupees for, and that is called interlocutory application, like original site, High Court, original site they are saying interlocutory application. If you want any relief, in GST tribunal is so overpowered. Next, GST tribunal, when you file this appeal with this, all the documents, affidavit number, with this another, if you have a new facts,
Yes.
you file another application, interlocutory application, and that you have to pay 5,000 rupees per application, whatever the nature may be. And now tribunal is examine these things. And if necessary, tribunal will, that will be tell them the revenue, you give the reply.
Right.
Whatever the documents they have said, now you have to give the reply. And also, like the civil court, they have to also rebut this reply.
Filing the report.
So what I am saying, now, who are in the tax practitioner, you have to learn very good, you have to give sound in the civil procedure. Civil procedure, each and every steps very complicated. So petitioner
Yes, ma'am.
will catch the other side for violation of the civil code. Similarly, revenue also has to be conscious to give the reply with evidence. Suppose they are giving the evidence, it is not mere saying, you have a alert circular or something on that basis and your 3 officers has gone. Now that is very important. Tribunal is empowered to call the summoning these officers who has visited in the court. And you have to make an application. I said that interlocutory application. You have to make an application. I want cross-examination when they are giving the reply. Then you have a right to file an interlocutory application to call for cross-examination of these officers. If they fail to do so, then you will win the case. Similarly, department has to take care, and this tribunal rules and section 111 is saying it is a recovery also tribunal power, and this tribunal order will be treated as a decree, and tribunal has power to direction issue for recovery, and section says clearly it will be treated as a suit matter. So therefore I suggest all of my friends do very best study on the civil court procedure, and I believe GST tribunal rules and act in this way, appeal side would become a very complicated. Earlier days, what the officer said, that is final. But now it is not. But petitioner has to do the homework. Advocate has to homework. And respondent, department also do the homework for the witnesses. Now they can call for the witnesses. Similarly, you have to produce the witness. If you don't produce the witness, then your stand is zero. This is the law today. So in future, all these matters are going to the tribunal, and you have to frame up this case, not in all this High Court judgment. Another thing, you are saying the Evidence Act on pardon of proof. That also tribunal will take care. There is a provision in the tribunal that tribunal will examine this evidence, and suppose they have shifted the established, then onus lies shifted on you. So this appellate tribunal, how powerful, I can't say just 5 minutes, just I have tried. Another thing, last, today most of the advocates are interested in the accounts matter and tally. Today this gentleman has helped you to study the tally. But the Supreme Court said in a judgment 2020, I think so, even your private accounts is important. So therefore, when you are showing your tally, it is supported by evidence. Even that you have failed to show in your tally, then also you are, if you tribunal when you are coming, if you take the point before the adjudicating authority or appellate authority, tribunal has entire power to examine. So, in short, this organizer told me to guide, and tribunal, if it is below 50,000 case, that will be heard by the single member bench. And if it is below 10,000, tribunal has any right to reject your appeal. They may not admit your appeal. And tribunal, there's two tribunal. One is principal bench, which is sitting in the Delhi. Another, all state, is a state bench. Principal bench will hear all these place of supply. And state bench will hear other than state of supply. And state of supply, when these state benches are hearing and passing an order, I told that this is a valuable like civil court decree. You cannot go to the High Court. If you go to the High Court, it is not the mere appeal. It is if you have to frame up the determine the question of law. That means tribunal is the ultimately fact-finding authority, and High Court will interfere if you frame a question of law. Otherwise, High Court will not accept this appeal. Supreme Court is also what principal bench decided. If you can formulate some question of law. I remember when Central Excess Law, prior to 1990, there was a system of the High Court and Supreme Court. Only the question of law we have to frame up, and that will be decided by the. After that, it was amended, and that was come to this. It was amended, and now after 1990, this appeal provisions before the High Court and Supreme Court is a regular appeal. So what I am trying to say, before the tribunal, you have to frame both sides very, very carefully. And if you go to the High Court or Supreme Court, very important, I remember 117 or 19, check out, section 117 or 119. There they said, if you go to the High Court or Supreme Court, you have to pay the entire dues. Keep in your mind. Keep in your mind. Now, suppose you are losing a case, this fake invoice. If you don't make the case properly, you are losing the case. And if you are going to the Supreme Court or High Court, you have to pay the entire amount before going to the. Now, question, my personal view. Now, I have said the law. I have to say something, my personal view, my experience. It came earlier, I am saying that 1990, prior to 1990. This was the frame, therefore, law was amended. High Court, so many matters gone to the writ court. Suppose they are passing an order without tribunal passed an order, without considering evidence. If you go to the regular appeal, statutory appeal, you have to pay the entire amount. Correct? Clear? 119. Clear? Now question is that, my dear advocates, you have to take care and find out the non-consideration of these documents. This procedure of the আমি একটু বেশি টাইম নিচ্ছি রে আচ্ছা বলবে আমি একটা ট্রাইব্যুনালটা সম্পর্কে ক্লিয়ার করা দরকার না হলে হবে না কারণ future, if you do not, this section is also saying, tribunal will follow the civil court procedure 100%, subject to natural justice. And my interpretation of the law, you have to catch the tribunal on the natural justice point. And if you find this natural justice point, you can go to the writ court. This is the catch I am giving you, all my friends. And as I said, we are late. I am unable to say little more. I wanted to say, but its time is too short.
With your lordship permission, my learned from the petitioner side has wasted so many time on the point of onus. So I have referred in my compilation of judgment, the judgment of Ecom Jail Coffee India Limited. Your lordship just take up the page number 8 of my written submission, what I have produced, what I have submitted before this honorable bench. Your lordship, please take up the one, page number 8. In the Supreme Court of India, the state of Karnataka versus Ecom Jail Coffee Trading Private Limited, civil appeal number such and such. In the present case, your lordship find it, your lordship take up. The Honorable Supreme Court has observed that the provisions of section 70 quoted hence in above, it is a plain terms, clearly stipulate that burden of proving the ITC claim is correct lies upon the purchasing dealer claiming such ITC, merely because the dealer claiming such ITC claims that he is a bona fide purchaser is not enough and sufficient. Such a burden of proof cannot be shifted to the revenue. So the mere production of the invoices or payment made by check is not enough, your lordship, and it cannot be said to be discharging the burden of proof and as per section 17 of the Karnataka VAT Act, because this case relates to the Karnataka VAT Act. Your lordship, and the next page, page number 9, burden of proof means a responsibility and obligation to prove the effect. Burden has lies the person who the asset, the claim of the input tax credit. The first and foremost things the person must prove that he has the genuine transactions and with the supplier. But in the state case, your lordship, you have to find that the persons, the recipient who received the goods from the supplier, he is a non-existent dealer. By any means, by any way, he has procured the registration by supplying the false and fabricated documents, your lordship. They have produced before the registration authority. At the initiation time of the GST registration, the GST is liberal and they have given registration without examining the place of verification, place of business. So the burden of proof is completely lying on the petitioner, not on the, and at last, your lordship, and when on the point of intent of legislature, when the statute impose a condition to avail a benefit, such condition is the gateway, not, your lordship, is the roadblock. Input tax credit is not a right following to contract, but a concession following from the compliance.
Okay. Kindly now proceed with section 16(2)(c).
Your lordship, we have completed 2C, 16(2)(c).
Lordship,
2C and 2B.
with your lordship's leave, my lord. My lord.
Conclude, thereafter you will make your...
Yes, so for the section.
You have to conclude.
So for section 2C is concerned, I will show to your lordship the judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court. Lordship kindly comes to page 42. This judgment in the case of ALD Automotive. It is the third judgment in our compilation. It starts at page 40. The pertinent portion is at page 42. Internal page is 3. I am relying upon the fourth line from the top. The taxing statute has to be strictly construed. Nothing is to be read in, nothing is to be implied, and language used in taxing statute had to be looked into fairly. The benefits envisaged in taxing statute has to be extended as per the restrictions and conditions envisaged therein. The statute having not given any indication for extension of time, which is a condition for claiming input tax credit, the submission that period could have been extended by assessing authority is unfounded and cannot be accepted. Therefore, what I'm trying to submit before Lordship is that there cannot be room for concession to them. It has to be tested on the words as found in the statute. And on the words and wording and the spirit of the statute, the assessee have faulted.
Thank you. Thank you. You can give.
Lordship, only to that extent, my lord.
Your Lordship, with 1 minute, Lordship.
Are par-
If your Lordship, on this point, if you take a liberal view, then a floodgate open of the claiming of these types of ITC, fraudulent ITC. So it's my humble submission. So this type of the fraudulent ITC, a non-existent dealer, should be punished, and the recipient of these must be vigilant while doing the business with the supplier, because it is the dispute between the two private parties. Where is the government? Why we are sufferer? Why we are not getting the single payment in my government exchequer? So Lordship, this petition should be dismissed, and the appellate order be upheld. It's my humble submission before your honor.
My learned friends had relied on the 3 judgments, my lord. Out of the 3 judgments, my lord, one is only under the GST regime, while earlier 2 judgments, my lord, on the VAT tax, my lord, previous tax, indirect taxation. My lord, anticipating that they would be relying, my lord, I have, while my submission was on the 16.2b, my lord, I have already cited this judgment, my lord, the Messrs. Ecom Grill Coffee Trading Private Limited. I have categorically stated, my lord, during my submission, my lord, though the judgment was against the SSE, my lord, but the Honorable Supreme Court, while disallowing, confirming the disallowance of ITC, input tax credit, only production based on, claimed by the SSE, based on only, wherein the SSE has only produced the tax invoices and payment, has categorically stated that in the paragraph, in page 13, my lords, internal page 13, my lord, no, my lord, internal page 14 and 15, my lord. My learned friend has stopped in a particular, without completing the entire paragraph, he has stopped wherein, my lord, may I read the remaining paragraph? My lord, in the Supreme Court, Honorable Supreme Court is saying that the purchasing dealer have to prove the actual physical movement of the goods alleged to have been purchased from the respective dealers, my lord. My lord, in our case, my lord, we have already produced, we have not only relied the tax invoices and the payment document, my lord, we have produced the transport documents, and we e-waybill, my lord, and in their order in adjudication and in the order in appeal, my lord, they could not substantiate, they could not prove that whether these transport documents at all been verified by the authorities.
No, that onus lies upon you as per section 155, Ms. Mukherjee.
My lord, that is why I have, in course of verification, I have relied on the transport documents, my lord. I have provided
You have to prove something beyond reasonable doubt. That is
the
judgment, last judgment which they relied
Yes,
upon,
my lord.
ALD automotive.
My lord, that is the 16.2c judgment, my lord. Yes, my lord.
Not only 16.2c, 16.2b, to avail the ITC, you have to prove beyond any reasonable doubt that you have.
My lord, the statute does not provide any particular mechanism, my lord. Your lordship has to consider that the GST design is entirely designed on policing and technologically driven, my lord.
We'll just emphasize on only one thing, what my learned brother has just said, that this is the GST appellate tribunal. This is the last fact-finding tribunal, which was being addressed to the audience here, because it is like the first appellate authority where mixed questions of fact and law are addressed. So whatever facts, your fact should corroborate with evidence, proper evidence.
Yes,
and if they are leveling allegation against you, then their fact should also corroborate with evidence. No one can raise finger at anyone. Section 112, which emphasizes setting above appellate tribunal under the GST, which is coming up very soon, will be the last fact-finding authority. After that, there will be High Court only on substantial questions of law. Right? So you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt that you have all the documents in your hand. There was a genuine business transaction.
Yes, my lord. That is why we have relied, my lord, and we have relied upon the payment made to the transporters.
Thank you. We have heard you. We now will pass the.
Great.
Your Lordship,
No, you cannot give reply to a reply. That is not a, you know the court's
Your Lordship,
practice.
Your Lordship,
This will
This
be
is the
ever
civil
continuing.
procedure code.
My Lord,
This will
my
be
Lord.
ever continuing.
Civil
My lord,
code,
my lord.
this
See,
civil
with deepest of respect.
My Lord, just I put one reference, my Lord. One reference.
My Lord, then I have to counter
my
that,
learned
counter
friend, on the point of my learned friend argument, just one reference. The Gujarat High Court in the Apex Laboratory Private Limited in the state of Gujarat 2023 has clarified that mere productions of invoices without proof of the compliance with the section 16(2)(b) and (c) is insufficient. Categorically, no, I have not given. I have just given reference to the bench. Honorable.
ठीक है, Gujarat High Court's judgment. We have heard you. The bench has already made up its mind. Now we are, though excellent argument has been made by Mr. Dey and Mr. Mishra, but the bench begs to disagree with them. At the outset, Mr. Dey submitted that GST is not a vested right. ITC is not a vested right. Input tax credit is not a vested right. Now the entire GST Act which has come into force, the cornerstone of GST Act is the ITC. And RTP is always seeking to avail the ITC. If I do not get the ITC, then what is the use of having this GST Act? So by saying that it is not a vested right, though there are innumerable judgments of Supreme Court starting from ALD Automotive, which says that claiming of input tax credit is not a vested right, yet the RTP, the registered tax person who has paid the tax to his supplier, is always entitled to ITC input tax credit. Now, the conditions for availing the input tax credit is prescribed under Chapter 5 of the GST Act, specifically Section 16 to 21. Section 16 specifically deals with that these are the conditions based on which one can avail the input tax credit. Today we are discussing Section 16(2)(b) and 16(2)(c) only. We are not discussing 16(1), 16(3), 16(4). We are not discussing that. 16(2)(b) is with regard to issuing of fake invoices, which we say today. Now, the question remains that they have the invoice. The department's case is that these invoices are fake.
Not as per section 31.
That is what I am coming. They have the invoice, but these invoices are fake. They have the invoice, they have the e-way bill, they have the transaction, these checks, payment slip, bank statements, everything they have. So what stops from them from availing the input tax credit? Now when you say that this is a fake invoice, you have to show that the invoice was faked, not merely say that the registration of your supplier has been cancelled with retrospective effect. I have done a business, the RTP has done a business with his supplier. At that point of time, the supplier was very much in existence. Later on, that supplier was found to be doing some bad business. You cancel his registration with retrospective effect. That is your headache. But when I have done the business, I see that he has a valid registration. When I have done the business, I see that he has a valid registration. I paid for the goods. There was a valid movement of the goods. I have an invoice in my hand. But you say that it is fake invoice because his registration has been cancelled with retrospective effect. I am sorry, we beg to disagree with this view, and keeping in light the judgment of the Honorable High Court in the case of LGW, we feel that this issue goes in favor of the petitioner. Now coming back to the second issue, which is Section 16(2)(c). Section 16(2)(c) is non-payment of the tax by the corresponding supplier. If my supplier does not pay the tax, I shall not be given the benefit of the input tax credit. Now this issue is no more res integra, with deepest of respect, in view of the judgment passed by the Honorable Division Bench, presided by the Honorable Chief Justice, who was there today in the morning before this audience. In the case of Suncraft, this issue is no more res integra. If I have conducted a genuine business, if my business is genuine, and if my supplier defaults to pay the tax, I should not be saddled with that liability. But The Honorable Supreme Court, the Honorable Division Bench presided by the Honorable Chief Justice has given certain advantages to the department also. In the case, if the business is a fake business, if the supplier's business has become insolvent, then the department could not be made liable, then it is your duty. But if it is found that there is no fake business, the supplier has not been declared as insolvent, the supplier has not run away, then you being the GST department, why don't you go after that supplier and say that you are responsible to pay this tax? You have collected the tax, but why are you not paying this tax? It is their duty to show that they have paid the money inclusive of tax. Once they have showed that they have paid the money inclusive of tax, the burden shifts upon the department, not upon them. So this is now being made clear by the by the judgment of the Honorable Division Bench in the case of Suncraft, and which has been upheld by the Honorable Supreme Court. So the issue is no more res integra. So with deepest of respect, though Mr. Dey and Mr. Mishra, they were very vocal, they made superb argument on behalf of the respondent. I know it very well because I have been appearing for the department for so many years, but still today the case is in favor of the appellant, Ms. Mukherjee and Mr. Seal. So today we close off the case and we say that excellent argument was made by both the parties, but at the end of the day, it is the law which should be upheld. It is neither Ms. Mukherjee or Mr. Seal winning or Mr. Dey or Mr. Mishra losing. It is the law which should be upheld, a law which should be beneficial. I do not also support those bogus supplier. I do not support, the bench do not support sham transaction, wrongful transaction. But when there is a genuine transaction, when there is a genuine RTP, then he should be entitled to the input tax credit. Because input tax credit, according to this bench, is the cornerstone of GST. You cannot say that it is a vested right, then the department at its own whims will give the input tax credit. Every registered tax person is entitled to the input tax credit because they have paid. So they are rightfully entitled to it. With this, the bench closes the argument.
Much obliged, Your Lordship, much obliged.
জাস্ট 2 মিনিট একটু বাংলায় বলে দিই। আজকে এই সিদ্ধার্থ মুখার্জি এত বেঙ্গলের সমস্ত ডিস্ট্রিক্ট থেকে লোক নিয়ে এসছে এবং পুরুলিয়ার তো দেখলাম। এদের জন্য সকলকে বলি, জিএসটি ট্রাইব্যুনাল আসলে ইট ইজ এ গোল্ডেন টাইম অফ দ্য জিএসটি প্র্যাকটিশনার। কেন? এটা কিন্তু অন্য কোনো জিএসটি অথরাইজড রিপ্রেজেন্টেটিভ ভেরিয়াস কর্নার থেকে আসছে, আপনারা জানেন, আমি সেটা বলতে চাই না। কিন্তু জিএসটি ট্রাইব্যুনালকে হ্যান্ডেল করতে অ্যাডভোকেটটাই হচ্ছে ফিট, নাম্বার 1। নাম্বার 2, যারা আজকে আপনারা যারা ডিস্ট্রিক্ট থেকে এসছেন, আপনাদের গোল্ডেন অপরচুনিটি, পড়াশোনাটা করুন লটার ওপরে, দেখবেন অনেক রকমের আপনারা মেটেরিয়াল পাবেন লড়াই করার। এইটুকু বলে শেষ করছি। আর যদি এরপরে রিকোয়েস্ট করবো সিদ্ধার্থ মুখার্জিকে যে আপনি এই লটার ওপরে একটা সেমিনার করুন, জিএসটি ট্রাইব্যুনাল প্র্যাকটিস।
কারণ ট্রাইব্যুনালটা খুব শীঘ্রই হয়ে যাবে, এই বছরের শেষের দিকে বা জানুয়ারি ফেব্রুয়ারির মধ্যে মেম্বার্সের হয়ে গেছে, অ্যাপয়েন্টমেন্ট হয়ে গেছে। তো জিএসটি ট্রাইব্যুনালের উপরে, কারণ লাস্ট ফ্যাক্ট ফাইন্ডিং কোর্ট কিন্তু জিএসটি ট্রাইব্যুনাল, হাইকোর্টে এরপরে ডিভিশন বেঞ্চে মামলা যাবে, আর রিট ফিট হবে না। এরপরে ট্রাইব্যুনাল পরে ডিভিশন বেঞ্চে, সেখানে সাবস্ট্যান্সিয়াল কোয়েশ্চেন অফ ল না হলে কিন্তু সিদ্ধার্থদা আর কোনো হিয়ারিং হবে না। কারণ ইফ ইউ আর নট এবল টু মেক আউট এনি সাবস্ট্যান্সিয়াল অফ কোয়েশ্চেন অফ ল, তাহলে ট্রাইব্যুনালে শেষ। তো এই জন্য ট্রাইব্যুনাল প্র্যাকটিস ইজ মোস্ট ইম্পর্টেন্ট। আর ট্রাইব্যুনালের জন্য আমাদেরকে সবাই, নট ভেরি টাফ, জিএসটি অ্যাক্ট ইজ নট ভেরি টাফ, খুব সিম্পল। যারা ভ্যাট প্র্যাকটিস করেছে বা সেলস ট্যাক্স প্র্যাকটিস করেছেন যারা ওনাদের জন্য এটা খুবই সিম্পল আমার মনে হয়। থ্যাংক ইউ।
The session of the moot court for today is hereby now closed.
vote of thanks to be given by Advocate Anindo Shil.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Tax Advocates Association of Bengal, I, Advocate Anindo Shil, have the immense honor and privilege of delivering the vote of thanks on this special occasion. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Chief Guest, the Honorable Chief Justice of Kolkata, Justice Shri T.S. Sivagnam, for gracing this seminar with his esteemed presence. Sir, your inspiring words and wisdom have truly elevated and significance of gathering, and we are deeply honored. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Honorable Justice Tirthankar Ghosh of the Calcutta High Court, for his gracious presence and encouragement. Our special thanks to our distinguished guest, Mr. Ram Chakraborty, Mayor of Chandanagar Municipal Corporation, Mr. Vivek Prasad Wani, IRS Commissioner, CGST and Central Excise Kolkata, North Commissionerate. Your participation has added great value of our seminar, and we are truly grateful for your time and support. I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation to our President, Advocate Sajjan Kumar Tulsian, for his constant guidance and leadership. I would also like to extend my special thanks to our beloved General Secretary, Advocate Siddhartha Mukhopadhyay, Member, Bar Council of West Bengal. Sir, your unwavering dedication and vision have played a vital role in making this event a reality here in Hooghly district. A special note of thanks to our esteemed speakers, Mr. M. Haukip, IRS ADIT, CA Vivek Agarwal, CA Sanjay Bhattacharya, Session Commission Chairman, for their insightful presentations and thought-provoking discussions. Your contribution have enriched us with knowledge and have certainly sparked meaningful conversations. I must also acknowledge the tireless efforts of our organizing committee and member of TAB. I would also like to specially mention Advocate Satyanaran Patra, Joint Convener, Advocate Sumit Gupta, Advocate Indrajit Rai, and Advocate Rajesh Kumar Mishra, who have worked diligently behind the scene to ensure the seamless execution of today's event. Your dedication and hard work are deeply appreciated. To all the participants, thank you for your enthusiastic engagements and for making this seminar vibrant and interactive. Your active involvements have truly brought life to the discussions. Finally, I extend my gratitude to everyone who has supported us in various capacities. Your contributions, both big and small, have been invaluable in making this event a grand success. Thank you once again for being with us today and making this event truly memorable. We hope you enjoyed being a part of it and as much as we enjoyed organizing it. Wishing you all a pleasant evening ahead. Thank you. আমি আমার কাজ করিলাম।
আইনি সমস্যায় আর দুশ্চিন্তার প্রয়োজন নেই। হ্যাঁ, এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম, যেখান থেকে পাবেন সব ধরনের আইনি সহায়তা এক ছাদের নিচে। কলকাতার হাইকোর্টের কাছে হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স 7C, কিরণ শঙ্কর রায় রোড এবং মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্স, সিঙ্গুর, হুগলিতে অবস্থিত এই লিগ্যাল ফার্ম আপনার ব্যবসাকে করবে আরও নির্ভরযোগ্য। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স নোটিশ হোক বা জিএসটি নোটিশ, কোম্পানি নোটিশ থেকে শুরু করে পিএফ ও ইএসআই নোটিশ, সব সমস্যার সমাধান। ডিপার্টমেন্ট নোটিশ, ট্যাক্স আপিল, ট্রাইব্যুনাল, হাইকোর্ট ও সুপ্রিম কোর্টের ট্যাক্স ম্যাটার, প্রতিটি ক্ষেত্রে রয়েছে বিশেষজ্ঞ আইনজীবী। আমরা বিশ্বাস করি আপনার ব্যবসা আমাদের যত্ন, তাই নিশ্চিন্তে ব্যবসা করুন, বাকিটা আমাদের হাতে ছেড়ে দিন। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 এই নম্বরে। এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম। আপনি কি বিজনেস লাইসেন্স আর রেজিস্ট্রেশন নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? আপনি কি আপনার ট্যাক্স সম্পর্কিত বিষয় নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? সমাধান এখন দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্টে। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, আইএসও, ফায়ার, ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স, সব কাজ দ্রুত ও নির্ভুলভাবে সম্পন্ন করা হয় এখানে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থ সারথী দাস ও অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা ব্যবসায়িক ও ব্যক্তিগত সব পরিষেবা দিই। আমাদের কলকাতার অফিস হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স নিয়ার কলকাতা হাইকোর্ট ও সিঙ্গুরের মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্সে। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 নম্বরে অথবা ভিজিট করুন www.dashtaxconsultant.in এ। আপনার বিশ্বস্ত আইন ও ট্যাক্স পরামর্শদাতা। ট্যাক্স ফাইলিং এর ডেডলাইন একেবারে দরজায় করা নাড়ছে। সময় মতো ফাইল না করলে পেনাল্টি, নোটিশ এইসব থেকে রেহাই পাওয়া কঠিন। কিন্তু এখন আর চিন্তা নয়, কারণ এখন আছে আপনার একমাত্র ভরসা দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্ট। ব্যবসার লাইসেন্স, রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, টিডিএস, পিএফ অ্যান্ড ইএসআই, আইএসও, ফায়ার লাইসেন্স কিংবা ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স, সব কাজ হচ্ছে দ্রুত, নির্ভুল আর ঝামেলামুক্ত ভাবে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থ সারথী দাস এবং অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা দিচ্ছি ব্যবসায়িক এবং ব্যক্তিগত সমস্ত ট্যাক্স ও লিগ্যাল পরিষেবার নিশ্চয়তা। কলকাতার হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স, কলকাতা হাইকোর্টের পাশে এবং সিঙ্গুরের মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্সে রয়েছে আমাদের অফিস। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 এ। আইনি সমস্যায় আর দুশ্চিন্তার প্রয়োজন নেই। হ্যাঁ, এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম, যেখান থেকে পাবেন সব ধরনের আইনি সহায়তা এক ছাদের নিচে। কলকাতার হাইকোর্টের কাছে হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স 7C, কিরণ শঙ্কর রায় রোড এবং মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্স, সিঙ্গুর, হুগলিতে অবস্থিত এই লিগ্যাল ফার্ম আপনার ব্যবসাকে করবে আরও নির্ভরযোগ্য। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স নোটিশ হোক বা জিএসটি নোটিশ, কোম্পানি নোটিশ থেকে শুরু করে পিএফ ও ইএসআই নোটিশ, সব সমস্যার সমাধান। ডিপার্টমেন্ট নোটিশ, ট্যাক্স আপিল, ট্রাইব্যুনাল, হাইকোর্ট ও সুপ্রিম কোর্টের ট্যাক্স ম্যাটার, প্রতিটি ক্ষেত্রে রয়েছে বিশেষজ্ঞ আইনজীবী। আমরা বিশ্বাস করি আপনার ব্যবসা আমাদের যত্ন, তাই নিশ্চিন্তে ব্যবসা করুন, বাকিটা আমাদের হাতে ছেড়ে দিন। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 এই নম্বরে। এ গ্লো লিগ্যাল ফার্ম। আপনি কি বিজনেস লাইসেন্স আর রেজিস্ট্রেশন নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? আপনি কি আপনার ট্যাক্স সম্পর্কিত বিষয় নিয়ে চিন্তায় আছেন? সমাধান এখন দাস ট্যাক্স কনসালটেন্টে। ইনকাম ট্যাক্স, জিএসটি, কোম্পানি রেজিস্ট্রেশন, ট্রেডমার্ক, ফুড লাইসেন্স, আইএসও, ফায়ার, ড্রাগ লাইসেন্স, সব কাজ দ্রুত ও নির্ভুলভাবে সম্পন্ন করা হয় এখানে। অভিজ্ঞ অ্যাডভোকেট পার্থ সারথী দাস ও অ্যাডভোকেট মৌমিতা সাধুর নেতৃত্বে আমরা ব্যবসায়িক ও ব্যক্তিগত সব পরিষেবা দিই। আমাদের কলকাতার অফিস হেস্টিংস চেম্বার্স নিয়ার কলকাতা হাইকোর্ট ও সিঙ্গুরের মাতারানী কমপ্লেক্সে। যোগাযোগ করুন 9797969595 নম্বরে অথবা ভিজিট করুন www.dashtaxconsultant.in এ। আপনার বিশ্বস্ত আইন ও ট্যাক্স পরামর্শদাতা। ট্যাক্স ফাইলিং এর ডেডলাইন একেবারে দরজায় করা নাড়ছে। সময় মতো ফাইল না করলে